Couldn't let you be the only one in festive Naomi.
Well, I have read. I know it's so cool. I will tell you, I got rid of all my Christmas sweaters, or do they call them ugly?
No such thing as an ugly Christmas sweater.
That's what they call them. There seemed no day that it was appropriate. So I'll be here waiting.
Me too.
Councilman Reese and et al., I'm checking to make sure you can hear me. Wanted to do a quick sound check with council that you can hear me on your end. Thumbs up. Thank you, Councilman Reese.
I can hear you, Ashley.
Thank you, Jenny.
Nice sweater, Devin. Oh, Lord.
What's a sweater look like?
He's got a llama on it, I think. Yep. Nice.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
And just to let council know, Mayor is going to be joining us in just a little bit. And I saw Councilman Delgado was on and had to pop off, and he'll be right back on. So when he gets back on, then we will get going. All right, Madam Vice Mayor and Council, if you would like, we can begin your meeting.
We would like.
All right. With that, as just was noted, Madam Mayor will be with us shortly. She has another conflict that she's finishing up at this time. So, Madam Vice Mayor, we can call your meeting to order at this time. The joint regular meeting of Reno City Council and Redevelopment Agency Board for Wednesday, December 9th. The first item on the agenda today is the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. And would Councilman, I'm sorry, I'm not even thinking. Councilman Reese, please lead us in the pledge.
I'd be honored to.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the
To
flag
the
of
flag
the United
of the
States of America
of America.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God.
Indivisible. With liberty and
And
justice. Thank you so much. You're so festive.
Llamas for all.
Right.
Well, my audio appears to be cutting out. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk,
Madam Vice Mayor, transitioning to a roll call for the Reno City Council at this time.
yes, thank you.
Breckus,
Here.
Dewar,
Here.
Delgado,
Here.
Weber,
Here,
Jarden,
Here.
Reese.
Here.
Shivi is absent at this time. Madam Vice Mayor and Council, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
thank you so much.
The first item to get to today is general public comment, item A3. Should be noted for the record, these are items received that do not pertain to a specific agenda item on our agenda today. Reminder to the public, they may submit public comment to our office for the official record by way of submitting an online public comment form in an email to Reno City Clerk. Additionally, they may leave a voicemail as noted on the agenda. It should be noted for the record, we received letters from Jeff Church, Mary Henderson, Jim Seniger, Leah Sanders, and Dorothy McCorkindale on various items. These have all been submitted to council and are part of the official record. With that, it should be noted, we have no voicemails for general public comment. And at this time, we will transition to item A4, which is approval of the agenda. And I will send it over to the manager to identify any items that need to be pulled.
Good morning, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council, Doug Thornley, City Manager for the record. Items to be pulled today include B16 and G1.2. Both of those need just a little more time in terms of working out some details. So we'll bring them back when they're ready.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, could he repeat that, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Breckus. To be pulled today, B16, so B as in boy 16, and G as in good 1.2.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
Second.
Madam Vice Mayor, you are on mute, though I do believe that you are calling for the vote at this time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There was a motion made by Councilman Reese and seconded by Councilman Delgado. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk,
Madam Vice Mayor, at this time transitioning to the consent agenda. These
Yes.
items may be taken as a block grant. I would like to note for the record, we did receive public comment from Dean Dow on behalf of REMSA in support of item B as in boy 23. With that, Madam Vice Mayor, turning it back to you and council to pull any items for discussion.
thank you. And we'll start with Councilwoman Breckus if she has anything to pull.
B11 and B12.
B11 and 12. And Councilwoman, I'm going to jump over Councilman Delgado. Councilwoman Dewar.
B8, I just thought it'd be good to get on the record an explanation, and B20, mostly for congrats.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Councilman Delgado.
Nothing on my end. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Jarden.
Already pulled, thank you.
Thank you. And Councilman Reese.
Nothing, Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And I have nothing either.
Move to
So
approve.
thank you.
Second.
There's a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous.
Thank you. With that, Madam Vice Mayor, first item pulled for discussion by Councilmember Dewar is item B8. This is a regional
the-
plan conformance master plan text amendment.
Thank you. I just thought it would be good to pull this item because it's very general and it's we are conforming an amendment with the master plan. I thought the explanation was pretty interesting. So if we have Angela, that would be good.
Hi, good morning. For the record, Angela Foos, Acting Community Development Director. Just as a recap, this is a master plan amendment to update our city master plan to be in conformance with the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan. About a year ago, the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan was updated. Following that process, each jurisdiction had to go through and update their master plan to make sure it was actually in conformance. So the first step in that process was to go to Planning Commission. They approved those changes. In September, this went to City Council to approve those changes. That then went to the Regional Planning Commission to approve it. So now it's just back for certification.
And can you remind us, Angela, just what was the bulk of it about?
Yeah, a lot of it had to do with what I would call semantics. With the new regional plan, we have different terms we're using, but we're now calling certain areas tiers. So different boundary areas. And so we updated our regional plan to reflect some of that. There are about 6 different categories that the regional planning said we needed to update. Other things included some language related to our hillside development policies, areas within our master plan, our land use designations, make sure our land use designations were worded the same way as the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan words their land use designations. So again, I wouldn't say there was a lot of depth to these changes. It was more of semantics, just making sure we're aligned with some of those new policies.
Yeah, good. Thank you so much. And if there's no questions from anyone, I would move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Dewar, seconded by Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Next item, B11, as pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Here's the staff report. 1 page, bid word, but the item is awarding a contract. Under my review, I didn't see a contract, and I worked over the weekend on both the electronic version. I went in the office and got my packet. I brought this up to the manager on the briefing. Did this get sent to us, the contract, Mr. Manager?
It did not, and there is a reason for that, and Ms. Koski is on to explain what's going on with this agenda item.
Okay.
Good morning, Carrie Koski, City Engineer. To answer your question, Councilwoman, as you recall, we typically don't attach the contract documents in its entirety to the staff reports as to not overburden the system because there's typically thousands of pages. However, we've been working with our city manager and legal staff to change this operation, and we are anticipating bringing an implemented a change to that process at the next council meeting when we bring in the next construction contract.
Okay, because I've been bringing this up for years, and now we have a city manager who I'm bringing it up again, there's inconsistency on within departments and then among departments. But if we're sitting here and we're taking a vote on a contract, and then the mayor signs that contract, but none of us have read the contract, I think it puts us in a tough position of approving something that we don't know, haven't even seen that we're approving. I mean, that just, to me, makes me feel like I'm not responsibly doing my job, and I'm being put in that position to vote on a contract I don't have. And now with Google Documents and all of that stuff, I think there's a way to get there. I mean, I think the public should be able to see it also. And I don't mind two-stepping things like, bid award and then next time contract award if the contracts aren't ready. But I just wanted to share with my colleagues, how I've been viewing this, and good to know that some improvements are going to be put into place soon. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. Is there any other questions? I do want to comment on that as well. I do believe that we don't have to have it in our packet, but it would be nice to have it available through Google Docs or however, so that we can refer to that. I think that would be a great way to go. Any other questions? Councilwoman Breckus, would you like to make the motion?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the contract.
Second.
Doer.
Thank you. There's a motion by Councilwoman Breckus, seconded by Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Item B12, as pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Thank you. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I'll be specific on my requests about this, which may be for more information. This is an interlocal agreement that we do with Washoe County to be reimbursed, but for sending some of our resources out of Reno to go work on signalization technology in places as far away as Incline Village. They get paid for travel and all that. I don't know if they go up to Wadsworth or Gerlach, but they go outside of the city. And for $70,000, they're doing signal work for Washoe County. You know, it's really a pay for services. I'm starting to be uncomfortable with that because time and time again, I ask and I put in requests for signalization improvements and they never get done. And it's, you know, a resource thing. And so it got me thinking on a resource thing, is it because they're out doing work for the county in Incline Village that they cannot be more sensitive in working our signals, which I think are not working as well as they could to advance our goals? And I'll give you an example. Just in the last month, as a cyclist in a left-hand turn pocket, and this happens all over town, I'm on my bike, first one in line to turn a signal, and the timing tube does not feel my bike presence. So, you know, I'd like to see resources go to make sure that every tube in town is sensitive to bicyclists for triggering that, because otherwise you're sitting out there in a dangerous, exposed situation. Point number 2 is there is not sensitivity to pedestrian crossings all over the region. The timing, some are way too short. Some don't auto sense. It's like no one has looked to those to program them since they were first put up. And then the third thing, and I just had a Ward 1 residents reach out to me this week, is asking about the school light signalization. And the answer came back from Reno Direct. Well, we take our guidance from Washoe County School District on signalization, because this person said, why are the 15-mile-per-hour signals not going? Because everyone knows schools closed down in this location. You know, maybe that's a process of signalization could be improved. So I guess my issue is, I'd like to know how many resources we put each year of, you know, person hour to this contract, and what other things, because I feel I'm seeing some are not getting done in signalization. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flansburgh, are you going to be responding to that?
No, I took the notes down on the questions that Councilmember Breckus brought forward. We can certainly provide a report on the resources that we are giving to Washoe County. Again, it's a pay for service, so we are billing them for the work that we do. Obviously, traffic signal maintenance is a highly specialized work, and so we have, there's 22 signals that Washoe County has. We have over 300. So it just kind of makes sense for us to take on some of that work. And again, it's not something that we necessarily have to do. It was something that we've been asked to do, and we have been providing this service now for 10 years. So be happy to provide that information from Councilmember Breckus and also address some of the concerns that she has brought up here. We certainly have been working on traffic signal timing, specifically working with RTC and UNR on timing of our major corridors. Including in that has been the pedestrian timing. And one of the challenges with pedestrian timing is just obviously the amount of time, not everybody walks the same speed. So you've got to set that for the longer speeds. And so there certainly is work that has to go into trying to keep that signalization coordination in the corridors in place, but also addressing and making sure that we have safety for all users. And so I'll be bringing back a memo to council on these items specifically, as well as our staff usage maybe over the last few years.
Thank you. Sounds like Councilwoman Jordan, do you have a question?
Well, more of a comment, and thank you very much, Vice Mayor Weber, is in addition to the work that the county and RTC and Mr. Flansburgh do on the current technologies of light signalization and the struggles therein, there is, I don't know if you all saw it, but there was a grant for LiDAR technology. And for those that aren't familiar with what LiDAR technology is, it's more of a way in which to sense, as Ms. Breckus was saying, Councilwoman Breckus was saying, is some of the activities that maybe don't normally get picked up in some of our normal technologies or current technologies that we have. And further to that, it is really interesting that it, as an example, so we may have crosswalks that have light sensors or that have the light button that people need to press when they cross. Not everybody does that. It has, as I understand it, the technology that will sense when someone has entered the roadway and will trip that light without their having to manually press the button. In addition, let's say somebody, and I know we've had some tragedies in this regard, somebody has stepped out to cross a road against a light, it too would pick up that there was somebody, movement in the roadway, and would trip the light to go yellow then red to hopefully prevent a tragedy. So that project, I believe, is slated to roll out here fairly soon, and it could really be a game changer in some of the safety issues that we're seeing. So that's just that was just an update on some of the technologies that are coming forward. So thank you, Vice Mayor Weber.
Thank you. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just wanted to also ask Mr. Flansburgh, since we had you here, I guess 2 council meetings ago, we made some changes to how speeds would be conducted or could be lowered through our ordinance processes. And I assume that large parts of that were directed at some areas around school districts or schools. And so I wonder if in the process of working through the issues that are raised by this agenda item, you are having to also go back and kind of rethink that piece of it as well. Because obviously signalization might change, different kinds of signals would be required. So I'm just sort of broadly asking because as it relates to our school zones, I know that we wanted to make those changes and we sort of had to go through that process of changing the ordinances in order to get there. But I see these as related concepts.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, I'd like to highlight staff during the pandemic. We weren't seeing as much traffic when we first began. And so our traffic engineering staff wasn't very helpful for them to go do a traffic study on a roadway when we had a lot less traffic. So they actually went out proactively to all of our school areas and have been systematically going through and updating all of the safety signage and work around those schools. And the school district has been very appreciative of that. That being said, you are correct in that some of those changes for the ordinance are not only for some of the school districts, some of our areas near parks where we see some of those pedestrian activity. So that work will allow us to then put those speed controls in place. So I think with the work that we're doing around the schools to freshen up all those areas and make sure that they're up to the most the newest standards in reviewing of the ordinance change that all of you have supported that allow us to take care of those pedestrian sensitive areas. And then to Councilmember Breckus's concern in regards to coordination on those school zones, there's a difference between traffic signalization and the actual putting up signs that may flash during school hours. And we do work directly with the school district on that with the pandemic and schools being on and off and some going, some of the lower grades going full time and how that's changed off and on. It has been a little bit of a moving target for us. Typically we get a set list of school zone timing and we go out and implement that timing and we're good for the year, putting the exceptions for vacations and things like that. So it has been a little bit more of a challenge, but I think that we can make some improvements there. So thank you for the question.
Well, Mr. Flansburgh, and following up with that, I just want to thank you personally for the updates that your department is providing to us. So on Friday, generally, you have been good, especially during the pandemic, sharing with us all the work that your crews are out there doing in different ways. And one of those ways that I have noticed is in this area of going into the school district zones and in around parks. And so those updates to the council are very much appreciated, because in the absence of that, no one is going to toot your horn, and you don't do that as much as we are, honored to have you do it. So it's very important to me to receive those updates, and I thank your department for the work they've been putting in.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Flansburgh, for the comments. Just before I go to the next person, Councilman Delgado, did you have something that you wanted to say?
No, Madam Vice Mayor, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, wanted to make sure. But I want to ask, Madam Clerk, could you please, I don't know how it works, but you normally have a program on here for the people that want to speak, and I don't see any of that, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, we have transitioned it to where you should be able to see that. And then just as a reminder to council, if they can please raise their hand using their blue button, blue hand raised, that would be helpful. That way Vice Mayor Weber can see it.
Thank you, that's helpful. Councilwoman Breckus, did you want to comment or make a motion?
Well, I'm not going to make a motion. I'm still not supporting this. I was very specific in my questions, and understand, confirmation that we're doing fee for service work, which is surprising for an organization as short staffed as we are. But I also want to bring up, because the conversation veered broadly, one that I did bring up is look, this is with Washoe County that has 2 appointments to the RTC board. We have 2 appointments to the RTC board. We're doing a regional interlocal here. Why doesn't RTC do operational work? They just build pavement, and then all the operations comes over to the local governments. And that's a very broken system in my view, because they have a robust and growing funding source to do operations. And then we can do the work that's not getting done and resulting in a lot of people getting crashed and killed out on our roadways. So, because we know how to look at road needs with land use. Please don't cut me off. So I'm still not supporting, but the bigger picture, since someone introduced RTC, is RTC doing operations and regional work, which this is a regional issue. Thank you.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Councilwoman Jordan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Councilwoman Breckus, you're opposed? Let the motion go forward, and with a no by Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, transitioning to item B20 as pulled by Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you so much. On this item, I wanted to highlight the fact that we have a housing navigator being added to the team. Confirm where that person is being added. I didn't know if they're out at BOA or out with another group, if someone could address. And I just wanted to say I really support the concept that it seems like something we really need. So
Thank you. Who would be able to address that?
We have
Okay,
Monica
Monica.
Cochran from Housing available to answer your questions on this one.
Hi,
Thank
good
you.
morning, Monica Cochran for the record. This position will not be a position actually with the city. It will be basically a pass-through, part of another program with VOA Restart, part of a rapid rehousing program. We know that it's pretty difficult for these individuals to get placed in housing. And so this grant, which kind of just fell in our lap from the Community Health Plan in Nevada, Blue Cross Blue Shield, they called us up and said, hey, we have this money. These are the types of things you can use it for. And we thought this would be a great way to kind of marry it with the rapid rehousing program that we're bringing forward today. And so this will cover part of this position for 2 years to help these folks transitioning out of homelessness into some permanent supportive housing.
So will this person actually meet with the person that's needing the housing, talk to them about their needs? Maybe they have a dog, family, kids, whatever.
Absolutely.
Will they look at potentially housing them with family members, or are they looking for standalone, or is it different for each person?
It would be different for each person, but their job really is going to be to kind of create those relationships with landlords. We have a team right now, as you know, that delivers our deposit assistance and rental assistance, and they're extremely busy, as you can imagine, with all the inquiries for rental assistance. But they've done a really good job trying to build some of those relationships, because a lot of the landlords, they just, they've been burned, or for whatever reason, poor credit history, poor rental history. It's really hard to get these individuals placed. So on top of working with the client, they're going to also be working with the landlord to create those relationships, and just trying to get more units available for people that maybe don't have perfect credit. They'll be working with the people individually. What are their needs? Maybe they can go into a roommate situation. Maybe they can go back to like their parents or brothers or things like that. So they'll be doing assessments. It'll be just a great resource to add to the case management, because case managers are working on other things. So we're pretty excited about it. We've seen just in the very limited rapid rehousing that we support here with funds from the city, that there is a disconnect with people going out into permanent housing and not having that extended case management to make them successful. So this is another piece to what we're proposing with the program that I'll be bringing in a little bit later today.
Okay, and I just 2 more quick questions. I assume that it's a contractor versus an employee, but do we know that, or?
It would be an employee.
Oh, that's better.
Yeah, with Restart. We will be, I have Hetty on my staff that's very versed in social service type things. And she'll be working directly with the folks at Restart, trying to recruit for these positions and making sure that we have the right qualifications and we're getting the right person in there.
And then last comment is just that I've been kind of back on the eviction side, working with people on that area. And I've been hearing that some of the landlords are not accepting these housing vouchers. It doesn't matter if they're from CARES funds or from other Reno housing funds or any other sources. They just don't want them. They want to have the people out and reprice their housing. And so I don't know if you can just mention a word about that. I don't know.
With our program, I can speak to the rental and deposit assistance that we're giving. We haven't really had too many landlords that just said, we don't want this. Most of them, they cooperate. They don't want to, get people out and try to get new people in. Some of them are already affordable units, so it's not like they can raise the rents anyways. So I personally haven't seen that a lot. I mean, it has from time to time, they don't want to fill out a W-9 or something like that, but they've been pretty cooperative.
Just to be clear, filling out the W-9, that it shows that they received the money and they have to report the income. And what you're saying is they don't want to deal with that process for whatever reason.
A few times we've come across that. It hasn't been anything extensive.
Well, I'm glad to hear the majority of our landlords are willing to work with people. That's fantastic. So thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Cochran, but I don't know if Councilman Delgado would like to ask a question as well or make a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And I think Councilwoman Dewar asked many of my questions as well. Generally speaking, in my experience, Monica, if you could answer, is these types of positions sounds like some pretty intensive case management positions. And usually with like an intensive case management position, you probably could take on maybe 10 different cases at once. Would you say that that's what this would do, is maybe provide support to 10 families or 10 individuals?
Along with this position, there's going to be they're going to have their own case managers that are working with those types of things. This person will be working with each individual that's actually ready to transition out of, say, the bridge housing and go into more permanent housing. Based on what we're thinking to start the program as a pilot, I think about 10 to 20 is probably fair at one given time for this position. But what we're really trying to gear towards as far as case managers go is about a 25-to-1 ratio.
25-to-1, okay. Perfect. No, I was just trying to get just general numbers in terms of what position would be able to provide how many support to our community, generally speaking. So thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilman Reese.
Thank you. And Ms. Cochran, good morning. Thank you for being here. First of all, I think it's important to acknowledge that this is a grant, right? As you said, it fell into our lap. And the question is, how do we make the best use of it? I want to understand, as a housing navigator, is your understanding that the person or that VOA will use the housing first model for how to find permanent supportive housing for folks? Because ultimately, I think that's the key distinction that I'm seeing in sort of social services and the studies and literature, is the idea that, you know, approach to quickly and successfully make sure that we connect individuals or families. And in this case, it's specifically men who are experiencing homelessness to permanent housing without preconditions to barriers to entry, right? And so can you tell me a little bit about that piece of it? Or is it beyond the sort of what we're expecting out of this particular position?
I think in general, men coming into the shelter, we receive HUD funds for the shelter. So we know that we're a low barrier shelter because we put those funds into it. Housing First is a HUD best practice. So that is really the model that we're going towards, or we've, you know, been working on for a while. You know, everything kind of just went crazy with COVID, and, you know, we're moving people around, just trying to keep people sheltered. So the real hope is that once we can get some of the, on top of this, once we can get some of the other case managers positions filled, there will be more case managers to help, you know, all of the men that we have. Right now, the ratio is just too high. But what should be happening once we can, you know, get there, is that right when somebody comes in and, you know, they're doing their intake, there's diversion. We're talking to them. How can we get you not have to come here? Is there somewhere that we can help you get to? How can we help you get there? If that's not the case, then, you know, and they need to come into the shelter system, then it's constantly, how can we get you into permanent housing without barriers? So it is the Housing First model. This would be using the Housing First model. This Housing Navigator, it's just, their job really is to be focusing on the housing portion of, I guess, the individual's case plan. So, you know, they're going to have their case managers that are going to be working on all the other things. You know, do they have a driver's license? Some of the barriers that they need to overcome to be able to get into some permanent housing. So we will be working on that model, or with, you know, using that model, and then also with the extensive case management. So I hope that answered your question. I'm so excited right now about this. I just keep jabbering.
No, I mean, I think it's a very exciting thing. And I think the reason why I emphasize the question, Ms. Cochran, is that, you know, Housing First is different than a linear approach where people experiencing homelessness are first required to participate in any range of, you know, programs like short-term residential or treatment programs before they receive permanent housing. And my point in all this is, what excites me about this program, and as I understand your response, is that it acknowledges that a person, regardless of their housing history or the duration of their homelessness, can achieve housing stability in a permanent way. And that's why I think it's important to acknowledge that everyone is housing ready at the time they enter, without reference to their case management piece, but that your rapid rehousing, which you also talked about, is a component of that. And that's why I'm excited. And that's why I'm yammering, right? Because like you, I'm excited to see how this can target a very specific population group and a subgroup within that population group. And also, it's a grant, right? It's a pass-through grant. And as long as it conforms to the needs and our value statement to honor, you know, the dignity, inherent dignity of people experiencing homelessness, that's why I'm excited about it. So thank you for your enthusiasm too, because that's infectious. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilwoman Jardin.
Thank you
And then
very
we'll go
much.
to Breckus.
Thank you. And thank you, Monica, for all your work on this. I too am very, very excited about this opportunity and this grant. And like Councilmember Reese, this is a priority of the CHAB and something that we talk about at length about the need for, the housing as the first step in order to wrap around the services to address all the other things. And that housing is healthcare. And beyond the sheltering, emergency sheltering, we understand this is the number one priority in our community and are working towards that, and now have a location where we can maybe facilitate some of those things and proliferate some of the Sage Street dorm type models or tiny homes. And I know we've talked about this at length at CHAB. So I'm excited about this as well. One of the things that the mayor often talks about, though, is in a situational circumstance where, let's say, an ambassador or the mayor or Devin or somebody encounters somebody who needs assistance right away, and obviously needs the sheltering in order to begin that process. Is this person going to be that contact, that first point of contact to start funneling those sorts of things through, or do they need to go to VOA in order to start the process? I know we've always missed that centralized number person connector of the dots, and I'm wondering if this is that person or not.
This person really is not, that first point of contact. This person in this model will be with the people that we're trying to transition into some permanent housing, the ones that are getting to that point where they're ready.
Right.
They're going to really be working with them to try to help get them housed. I mean, that takes a great deal of work. And so I think one person couldn't take on, the huge caseload for the first point of contact. So it will be kind of more on the back end, the people that we're, they've got their license, and it's, it is housing first, but there's certain things you got to have. You got to have certain documents and be able to have, income secured or whatever you need to pay rent or on your way. So through this model, it will be kind of, once people are in, I guess, kind of the bridge housing program, then they'll start working with them intensively to try to help break down any of the barriers to get them into the permanent housing.
Okay, that's helpful. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I do support this. I guess in the world that I see of how, the distinction of the intergovernmental relations of human services and housing, I see, and I think the funding that comes down to the county is evidence that the county provides the human services, social services to the unsheltered, those with mental health and addiction issues. That's their bailiwick. I think they've been let off the hook by us in recent steps on that. But at the point that someone is seeking housing, even if it's bridge housing, under the way that I view the programs come down and the funding comes down, and a lot of them are federal in origin, is we step in working with people on a housing. And I evidence that to the facts that the Reno Housing Authority is effectively a Reno construction. It's a semi-autonomous agency, but it is, the county doesn't have a seat on it. It's all Reno that makes the appointments. Second is we're CDBG entitlement. So we have the resources to partner with housing production, and we also are the lead in the home consortium, and that's a regional decision. So to me, getting housing navigators to take this jump into the housing, whether they're subsidized or for market, but building those relationships with the housing production, the house landlords, is really our role. But for too long, I think in a way we haven't been able to step up to that plate because we've been our hands full with what the county has not been doing, which is really hands-on on the sheltering, with the very recent exception of our place. So I look forward to a future where we're doing more of this sort of work, but I'm not really optimistic because we put our hands so deeply into doing the other work that I wish the county would do. But good job on thinking creatively to get Restart, to be the home for this function. Yeah.
Thank you again. so much, Ms. Cochran, and thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. Councilmember Dewar, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah. With great gratitude, I would like to make a motion to approve agenda item, let me make sure, B20, I think it is.
Second.
Sure.
Motion in a second.
And move forward with the Housing Navigator.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And a second by Council Member Jordan. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. There's no one opposed. The motion carries unanimously.
All
Thank you,
right.
Madam Clerk.
With that, Madam Vice Mayor, transitioning out of your consent agenda into public hearings. We are on item C1. This is a public hearing for the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report for HUD grant programs. This will be a brief presentation from Monica Cochran. She'll be available to answer any questions. Madam Vice Mayor, it should be noted for the record, as this is a public hearing, that proper notice was given and no correspondence was received. Additionally, we do not have any public comment on this item. And with that, I will turn it over to Monica for her presentation.
Thank you.
You. Let's see, I'm gonna try to share my screen, so hopefully this works. Can you guys see the?
Yes, we can see your presentation, Monica, so the floor is yours at this time.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Madam Vice Mayor, council members, city manager. Today's presentation is an overview of our annual consolidated performance and evaluation report. This is a report that we bring forward every year. The CAPER is due to HUD annually using, usually in September, but with the pandemic this year, it's due the end of December. The CAPER reports activities, accomplishments, and expenditures for our CDBG, home, and ESG programs for the program year, which coincides with our fiscal year. This year, for 2019 program year, we received $2,212, well, 2,212,688 in CDBG, and we spent $2,034,205. In this slide, you can see. Oh, sorry, I'm using two screens here. It's getting a little. I want to move. There we go. In this screen, you can see the projects that we spent money on during the 2019 year. This is not necessarily representative of projects that were in progress, out for bid, things like this. These were ones typically that were either funded during that year or had expenditures during that year. Most of the programs, or most of the remaining funds that are on here, have either been spent or will be spent shortly. You will see there's still a high amount of general administration for 2019. Those have been spent down since, but because we carry over money from year to year, we use prior year's general administration funds first. In home funds, we received $1,346,517,000. And then we also received $269,858 in affordable housing trust funds. And the expenditures were $1,178,523. So with those home funds, you can see that there were several projects that had work on them that were completed in this year. Home differentiates a little bit with CDBG, the way that we report in this particular report. And these are projects that were complete in the 2019 year. So of these projects, you can see that there were 256 projects that were either rehabbed or constructed. Those were the affordable units. So 256 of affordable units for that 2019 program year. In these funds is also our ESG funds. And in 2019, the program year, we received 184,310 in HUD ESG and 35,000 in state ESG. we put 110,586 towards shelter operations, and 59,000 went towards rapid rehousing. This is one of the funding sources that we use for our portion of the city, or the city's portions of operations for the shelter. This is a pretty short presentation. So the CAPER, it requires a public comment period. That is something that's required by HUD. But one thing that's not required is that we bring this report forward to the governing board. So I'm wondering if I don't know how beneficial it is, and I wanted to kind of see what the thoughts of the council were. I kind of feel like that it doesn't match a lot with what's really going on and what I guess the expenditures in the IDA system, which this report reports on, are a little bit different than what we reconcile with our CAFR, just because of the cash and accrual basis. So if the council would like us to keep bringing this forward, I'm happy to do so. I'm just wondering if perhaps maybe a better model would be when we bring our action plan forward in the spring, that we just report on our actual accomplishments and real expenditures for that program year. It's just a question for council. Whichever you think is best is good. And at this time, I will open it for questions.
Thank you. And I can see, I think we probably should leave the screen up, but I can see that Council Member Breckus has a question or has.
Yeah, I mean, I have two comments, and to your question, I think it is good to bring it forward. I really do. I think re-educating us, this is so technical, and every time it appears before me, I become more and more educated and informed on it. So I do think it's good. I think it also lets us know the snapshots that, I get the accounting. And I also want to say is, giving us a special opportunity to provide comment is welcome. I think I was recently, questioned, as was, I think, Ms. Dewar, when we participated in a public workshop as board members on Tumwa, and it was like, yeah, they get, but the Tumwa people were like, well, it is a public workshop, but maybe they, shouldn't put their governing head in. And, you have workshops, and it is very typical for in the HUD framework for elected officials to participate in those workshops. But I think the public has a hard time knowing why an elected official sometimes is participating as a member of the public. And when I know this is on the agenda, that makes me think, oh, I don't have to show up to those workshops unless I want to hear what the public says. But you usually report that off to us also. So you asked a question about process. I'm giving you my thoughts. But the question I had was on that administrative that you're holding on to and using year over year, back years. Mm-hmm. At some point, you're only going to use so much administrative. That administrative can be used for studies and plans, can't they? Planning studies.
They can, and it's used for that from time to time. We also use it for some consulting services, and then also with a contract we have with Silver State Fair Housing for the affirmatively furthering fair housing activities that's required through HUD. So yes, there are scenarios where it doesn't work, but it can be used sometimes for studies and plans.
Yeah, and that's my experience, before I came to this job, that money often is used for that. And I just, since you are sitting on a pot of, and you reaching into back year money, the council time and time again says, well, we want to plan for this, or we haven't implemented, the master plan through this because we need to do another plan. I know the big one for me has been, when are we going to do an economic development strategy? And when is that plan going to come? Because people want us to participate in economic development, but we don't have the policy for it. So, if we're sitting on $150,000, we can engage a consultant to do an economic development strategy, run the process, deliver the product out of that funding source, or, a specific area plan for a growth area to identify the infrastructure needs. So, I don't know. That's something I may want to pursue a little bit more. And that's my comment for the public record is if we're using previous year administrative for current year activities, I'd like to explore using the administrative for some of the council's planning priorities.
Thank you, Councilwoman Breckus.
I have a point to that if I could. I just
Okay,
wanted
go
to
ahead.
also say that we do have a pot of money because we had several vacant positions. We were working, I think I had for a whole year, 2 vacant positions. So part of it is that, and those are staffed up now. So we would have to do some analysis on that to see how much extra we're going to have going forward. But for certain projects, that definitely is a possibility.
Thank you, Ms. Cochran. Is there others that need to speak or would like to speak? I do not see any other names on.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'm sorry,
Thank you.
the way the screen's laid out, I couldn't get to my participants to raise my hand, so I'm raising
Not a
it this way.
Yeah, not a problem. Go ahead.
Okay. Just in response to your question, first of all, thank you, Monica, for showing up. If you could go back to the page you were just showing, that'd be helpful.
Sorry.
I don't necessarily need this in this form, but I think it's incredibly useful to get this document in this form. And what I would like to recommend as just a thought for going forward is to give us a quarterly report on with this is presented beautifully. This level of font, this level of detail works really well. So that we can just have a better feel for how things are going with the program. And if there are monies that are lagging from 2017 or 2018, 2019, that we can have that conversation with you and talk about, how can we help you? How can we get the money out into the community in a more effective way? If things are getting stalled, like you don't have your positions, we should know that and we should be able to address it, because if needing the positions is essential to getting the money out, then that's a really high priority for us, because we don't want these funds stacking up and we want that money into the hands of the people that need it. So I would like to see this, and this is really maybe for you and our manager, a short presentation with these level of slides right here. And the other thing I had to ask you, in addition to the administrative money, was you do have the 2017 Evans land acquisition. I wasn't sure which Evans land acquisition that was. Could you just say?
Yeah, this was a project that did not come to fruition because at the end of the day, the owner did not want to sell the property. And it is right behind the CAC. And it was thought at that time, it's a very small 2 parcels. And
this
it was
thought, for where they were going to have the gym or the picnic area, or is that right? Or
it was just identified for extra homeless services.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so, but I mean, is this money that we could, let's say, put towards implementing the campground at the new, Nevada Cares campus, for example? It seems like a great use of it. It's for homeless issues. Just today, I was pinged by probably 4 or 5 people on social media on different projects related to that. And the campground is a pretty, it's not going to take a tremendous amount of infrastructure. It's going to take some bathrooms and such, but it could get set up fairly quickly since the CHAB, the Community Homeless Advisory Board, just approved it. Maybe this is ready money, $250,000 to help stand that up. Just a thought.
These funds actually were part of since they're already allocated for acquisition, they're part of the funds that went towards RHA's portion of the purchase of the CARES campus.
So these have already been reallocated.
Yes, they just haven't been spent yet. And so this report just is, a shot in time for the program year. So they are allocated now.
So maybe it was remaining, maybe we just need an as update. You printed this on 12/9, but maybe we just, as of July 1 or whenever this goes back to, maybe that would help.
Okay, I could do that like on a quarterly basis. That was really why I had the question, because this is for the program year, so it only reports through June 30th. And so it's everything as of June 30th. And but I will continue to bring it forward. I just asked because it wasn't required, but it's been our normal practice.
Well, and I'm going to reiterate, I would rather see it in this format, which is really well done, than a list, like a typed list that, is more dense.
Okay.
And I would love to, if you still have money from 2012, 13, 14, 15, I don't know how long you're allowed to keep those monies, and you could bring it up to date at the quarter, then we would really have a good snapshot. I think that would be great service.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Dewar. Are there any other council members that wish to speak? I don't hear. Thank you so much, Ms. Cochran. Appreciate.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Move to approve submission.
Second.
There's a motion by Councilwoman Breckus, seconded by Councilmember Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And could we take the screen down, please?
I'm trying. Sorry.
Thank you, Monica.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I think we already had that. I think everybody approved it. And so, Madam Clerk, thank you. We'll move on.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, with that, moving to item C2. This is a bill introduction. This will be read by the city attorney. And while we're transitioning over Jamie Schroeder and Jeff Mann to be able to answer questions, give a brief presentation, I'll have the city attorney read the bill.
Good morning, Madam Vice Mayor. This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7162, case number TXT 21-00001, residential construction tax, ordinance to amend the Reno Municipal Code, Title 18, annexation and land development, Chapter 18.14, residential construction tax for parks, playground, and recreational facility improvements to add definitions, modify procedures used with planned unit developments, and dedication of park land, allow for alternative development options, and implement minimum financial security mechanisms to ensure construction of approved projects, together with other matters properly relating thereto. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One thing that I haven't asked, and I need to do this, I'm trying to get into this routine. I do have to ask if anyone has disclosures. Any council members need any disclosures? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure. Then we'll go ahead.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I can just interject before you turn it over to Jamie for her presentation.
Yes.
I did just want to note that as this is a public hearing, proper notice was given on this item and no correspondence was received. Additionally, we do not have any public comment on this.
Okay, thank you so much. So staff presentation is Jamie, there she is.
Good morning, Vice Mayor, City Council. Can everyone hear me okay?
I think we can.
Great. Thank you very much. Before you today for consideration is an ordinance introduction. Staff came before council back in October to make some updates and changes to the residential construction tax ordinance. I am going to turn this presentation over to Jeff Mann, as he is our resident expert on residential construction tax. And for the record, I would just like to note that this is Jeff Mann's very last council meeting, as he will be retiring in January.
Well, we're sad about that, but happy for him. Is Mr. Mann here?
Good morning, Jeff Mann for the record, with Parks and Recreation.
Thank
So
you.
as Ms. Schroeder said, this is a follow-up to the October item where we discussed changes to residential construction tax. Only 3 minor changes to the ordinance since that initial meeting back in October. One was to add some definitions for trail and trail system pursuant to council member request. A second was modifications to the PUD section based on the public comment received in October. And since we no longer have that same public comment, I'm assuming that those concerns are no longer an issue. And then one minor change, which came from the Planning Commission. It wasn't required, but we changed the requirement for a developer to do a development agreement from a shall to a may, because there could be instances in the future where a full-on development agreement is not necessary based upon council's proposal or a developer's proposal. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I do have a short PowerPoint presentation if you'd want to see that as well.
I'd
Yeah.
like to see the PowerPoint.
Okay, then we'll go ahead with that. Thank you.
Is it showing up?
Yes.
Okay, so just briefly, as an overview, the text shown in red are changes from the October introduction to this item. So we've added the definitions for park and park facilities, defined what a neighborhood park is, what residential dwelling units are, developed open space, residential construction tax. And then, as I mentioned, we're adding definitions for trail and trail system, and that's using the U.S. Forest Service standards for class 3, 4, or 5 trail systems. And that's pretty much the industry standard for trails development throughout the U.S. We have items talking about what the non-tax development would be, and this basically updates or includes in the ordinance what has been staff interpretations over the past 25 years. So things like a remodel or restoration or an expansion of an existing dwelling unit are non-taxed. A dormitory built by the university on government property would be non-taxed. A change from October, we removed the entire section on PUDs to clean it up, and it's now replaced with the 2 sections for refunds for amenities and alternative treatments. And that addresses the issues raised by Mr. Ponyu back in October. Some of that language is moved to refunds for amenities, and this is an instance where a developer, say of a planned unit development, builds and maintains a park and sets up an owner's association for maintenance. And if they've done that consistent with the direction in the ordinance, then they could be eligible for a refund of their residential construction tax. And that would be based on a park development agreement approved by City Council. For parkland dedication, we removed that entire section that addresses our issue that we had a year ago on having to pay for land that we might not have wanted to pay for otherwise, and it's replaced with the section on alternative treatments. And under this section of the ordinance, any developer that wants to do anything other than just pay RCT would then submit a proposal to the city, which staff would then negotiate and bring to City Council for final approval. And then the one change initially we had that this shall be constructed or processed in conjunction with a development agreement pursuant to the development agreement section of the code. But we changed that to maybe, because there could be instances where the full development agreement process is not required, but it would just be a park development agreement. And then we added this construction security, which mimics what we would typically put in our park development agreements, but we codified it in ordinance so that it has stronger enforcement. So some possible examples of what we could see in the future. So in the case of a developer that builds and sets up an association to maintain a park, they would submit a request for a refund of amenities. So we would do a park development agreement with that developer to bring to City Council for approval and possible refund. In the case where a developer builds a public park and they want the city to maintain that, then they would submit that as an application for alternative treatment. We would negotiate those terms and bring them to City Council for possible approval. In the situation where a developer dedicates land for city park use and expects to be reimbursed for that, again, that's an application for alternative treatment. We would negotiate that and bring the results of that negotiation to City Council for possible approval. And then in an instance where a developer just wants to donate the land to the city for a future park at no cost, that isn't necessarily an item addressed through the ordinance. We just bring it to City Council for approval to accept donated land. And that could be done as part of a tentative map. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? I can't tell. There we go.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, Council Member Dewar.
Okay. Jeff, could you put up that slide again, please?
The examples?
No, your PowerPoint. You just went through. I had questions on the PowerPoint.
I think maybe the city clerk took it off.
Ashley?
I did. However,
That's
Jeff,
me.
you can go back to screen share mode if you'll hover over the Zoom app, and you should be able
There
to
it
bring
is.
it back up.
Okay. Could you go back to page 2 of your PowerPoint? Okay. So on this, okay, page 2, please. Okay. On this, one of the things when you brought it to council before that I requested was that we have established an open space corridor as one of the definitions. I see that you added trail and trail system, which I'm really pleased to see because that wasn't really defined anywhere. We have tons of trails around Reno, different types of trails. But the two things that I was wondering about and actually asked at the last conversation was that we set up a definition for open space corridor, and you say developed open space. So I wanted to make sure if those are the same or what's different, I guess.
Well, open space alone, that's undeveloped, that's just a corridor between, points A and B would not be RCT eligible unless it's developed with some sort of park amenities. So that's where the trail or trail system comes.
Is that per statute?
Per statute. Because
Okay.
it's open space, which is not part of a neighborhood park, is not RCT eligible. Because the
But
purpose of
so this
RCT,
developed open space has to be part of a neighborhood park?
yes. Yes,
So
the purpose of
RCT
the purpose of RCT is to construct neighborhood park amenities. So open
Okay,
space
and
by
that's it.
itself, yes.
Okay, all right. Well, I didn't know that, so that is helpful to know. Because my related question was, if we were going to identify this as an open space corridor as a new type of definition, then I wanted to make sure possibly that we had one where motorized, i.e. all-terrain vehicles or something could be used. So do we need to set up those definitions in another section of the of the park ordinances? That it's not a neighborhood park, clearly, it's meant to be a corridor.
I think that might be something that's probably in a different section of Title 18. So I'd have to work with the planning manager on where
Okay.
that would be appropriate.
All right, I didn't understand that when I asked this question last time, and I don't know if you knew it either, but now we know it. So I guess I will make that ask to Title 18 if you think that's where it belongs. And then if you could go through your slide, I had 2 more questions, I think. On this one, the PUD exception. So what I want to really understand is what is different. Like what I thought we were trying to deal with was a case where a developer comes and they say, I'm going to donate this piece of land, even if it is going to be taken care of by HOA, but they want reimbursement for that land. And I thought we were trying to get away from that, going to require them to dedicate the land and then make the amenities RCT eligible. So could you just explain this?
State law does not allow for us to require a developer to dedicate and to donate land. So there's a difference between dedicate and donate.
Okay.
So we cannot force a developer to donate land to us under the statute for RCT. If we require them to dedicate land for purposes of constructing a public park, we are then obligated to pay prevailing wage market rate for the cost of that land, which is the situation we found ourselves in a year ago. And that's the parkland dedication section, which was the old 1814-406. So we're removing that entirely. It's not necessarily related to a PUD, just in our case it was.
So just to recap, I'm not sure I understand the difference between forced to donate, but I'm not sure forced to dedicate. Is it allowed to dedicate or forced to dedicate?
We can require that a developer dedicate land, but that obligates us to pay the fair market value for the cost of land.
I understand now. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And then the next
Thank-
page, okay, I'll come back.
Let me go to the next council member and then we'll come back. Council member Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I always respect the planning commission's view, but we see the world differently than they do sometimes. And I think the development agreement is the way to go, to keep it embedded into the development agreement. And I'll tell you why. I am most comfortable working within the statutory framework. And the statutory framework is the development agreement when you want to have the concurrency of development with your infrastructure. And we know park is an infrastructure. And so, that's the issue, is we're going to need a park in this community. We don't have one identified. It's not an infill site or whatever. So we need to go into a relationship with them. And it's just so much more legitimate to have it under that statutory framework than in negotiated parameters, which is what this May does. And I've long favored the development agreement function and want to see us go there as a city. And I think that gets to some of Council Member Dewar's, kind of questions and issues. Is it this or that? So I really do want to see it under the development agreement apparatus, so that it's understood there's reporting obligations, the duration can be shorted. It's just a much more non-negotiable thing that puts either party at a bad place. And I think we just did this Daybreak reimbursement for an affordable housing trust. When Daybreak went into lawsuit against us, they claimed that was unlawful, and now they're in one. And so I just don't want to keep the council into an area where, people can point to certain techniques that we use, tools that we use that don't have the statutory framework. I think it's a policy question. It's also a legal one, but the development agreement is the protection for everyone. And I thought it was unfortunate that the planning commission did that, but I think they don't get into, see it from our end. So I'd like to keep the shall in there on a development agreement.
Thank you, Council Member Breckus. Council Member Jardin. I'm going by memory of who had their hand raised.
No, that might have been on a prior item. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other council members have questions? Thank you. Okay, then we'll go back to you, Council Member Dewar.
Thank you. Staying on this page, Jeff, what I want to make sure I understand. So eliminates requirement to pay appraised value, but do we reinstate that requirement another place?
No, we do not.
Okay, so what problem do you think we are solving with this? What issue or problem in your mind?
In our current ordinance, we implement the section of the state law, which deals with parkland dedication. So in our current chapter 1814-406, we have a segment which states that the city is obligated to pay fair market value for cost of dedicated land if required by the city.
Okay.
If we remove this section, we no longer have that enabling ordinance.
I mean requirement.
Requirement, correct.
So would we pay something less possibly? Is that what you're saying?
We could, yes. Then it's a straight negotiation.
Okay.
So the developer comes forward
from
and
the appraisal issue, and we can negotiate it. And to Councilwoman Breckus's point, we could, the way you've set it up is, or by the Planning Commission, we could either include it in a development agreement, or what would be the or what?
Well, regardless of whether we follow the development agreement section of the code, if a developer comes forward and asks for anything else under alternative treatment or refund for amenities, there will be a park development agreement.
Oh.
Yes, we will still have a park development agreement under either of those circumstances, because we need that for city council to approve.
Some kind of agreement,
yes,
maybe not titled development agreement.
Correct.
Okay, and then could you just quickly go to the other sections of your PowerPoint? I think I only had one more question. No, but going back, going down. Yeah, so the alternative treatment, what you really mean is like a park development agreement.
Yes. This is where a developer comes to us and asks for anything other than the normal, which is they pay the RCT.
Okay, and then everything's on the table. You're saying we can negotiate on that always on
Yes.
the land dedication.
Yes, because
Okay.
then we're negotiating based on their proposal.
Yeah, this is much better. And then can you go to the next? So this is just your summary or some examples. Application for alternative treatment. I mean, that's very formal sounding, but you're saying a different kind of park agreement.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then I think that was the end of your, isn't it? The end of
Yes.
your presentation. Okay. Well,
Thank
I'm
you.
very supportive. I think it takes us a good step forward and gets us off this train of having to pay fair market value. I mean, for you, that's the biggest thing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Gives more flexibility.
Thank you so
Okay,
much
thank you.
for Doer. And
Thank
thank you so much, Jeff. Let's go with, before you leave, we want to make this motion. And so,
I'm happy to make the motion.
thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Yeah, I'll make the motion on this item C2 to move forward with the ordinance, adopt the ordinance introduction. Approve the ordinance introduction, excuse me.
Thank you, Madam. Okay, there's a motion and a second by, pardon?
Discussion.
Okay. There's a motion and a second for discussion. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I'll support. I think it's unfortunate. And I didn't really see that staff fleshed it out when the planning commission was going around. I think they were looking at a different aspect. I think I'll support it, but I really think it's a missed opportunity. It's improving it a little bit, our processes, substantially, but it's still keeping us in that negotiated terrain, which you really don't want. It's not good for the development community. It's not good for the city. The recordation of the development agreement is really a best practice, and it gets everyone in the mindset that it works within the concurrency framework that we set up in the master plan. So I think it's a missed opportunity to let the planning commission's discussion go there with the introduction, but I'll support.
Thank you so much. So there's a motion and a second. And before we go, thank you so much for all you've done, Mr. Jeff. I'm going to call you Jeff. Thank you so much for all your time and effort being with the city, and just really appreciate you. And I know everyone else does, and congratulations on your retirement. And I know that you aren't going away. I heard that. So thank you. All
Does
those
that
in
mean
favor of the
moving
motion-
away or not going away?
He's not moving away. I'm sorry.
Yeah, good.
He's moving away. And I've heard that he might be very helpful still in the years to come. Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Let the record show that everyone is in favor of this motion.
Madam Vice Mayor,
Yes.
before Mr. Mann clicks off here,
Yes.
I did just want to give a special shout out for the West Park. West Park looks amazing. Wouldn't have happened without you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And neither would Mayor's Park.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let the record show that the mayor is here and has voted on this motion. And then we'll move on. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
All right. Madam Vice Mayor, it's noted for the record that Mayor was with us for the entire presentation, did vote in the affirmative of that. Moving on at this time to item C3. This is a resolution to amend the Parks and Recreation section of the FY 2021 fee schedule. We do have Jamie Schroeder still available to answer any high-level questions if council has any. Should be noted this was a public hearing, proper notice was given, and no correspondence was received. Additionally, we do not have any public comment.
Does any of the council members have discussion?
I would like to just see the presentation. I know she has a summary.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Schroeder?
Again, yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Jamie Schroeder, Director of Parks and Rec, for the record. I don't have a formal presentation because the changes to the fee schedule are pretty minimal. So specific to the Parks and Recreation pages, we are simply adding a $65 fee to start a cornhole league. Per council direction at earlier meetings, there was a desire to try to provide some more socially distanced and COVID compliant activities for our community. And so we have used some CARES Act funding to purchase some cornhole supplies. We took the idea from other parks and recreation agencies across the country. And so with adoption of the change to the fee schedule, we will be able to start this cornhole league in a matter of a couple of weeks. It should be noted for the record that it is not just Parks and Recreation fees that are being changed. There are some administrative deletions of duplicative fees in some of the other departments. So I just wanted to make sure that the elected body was aware that that was happening as well. And the other substantial change, if you will, is we are reducing the fee for firewood. When we applied the CPI to that, it made it a strange amount, which was difficult to administer as we do not keep cash on hand at our park maintenance facility. So we are reducing that to an even amount. And that is all I have I am ready for questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? Council Member Breckus? Thank you. I do see your hand. Thanks.
So a league would imply teams. And so in the parks or our facilities, what are the current gathering regulations in place by the governor?
The current gathering is 50 people max or 25% of the occupancy rate. And for all of our Parks and Recreation operations, we are in compliance with that. Specific to the Cornhole League, it will be indoors since it's going to be offered in the winter time. However, when we submitted our plan to OSHA, they recognize that we will be far under the attendance caps, and cornhole is limited to 2 members per team. And so at most you will have 2 people socially distanced. And then of course there's, I think it's 21 feet that the boards are separated. And then the bags are as such that you can sanitize them.
Maybe this is a different discussion, but I thought the gathering was 10 people.
It's 10 for private, but 50 for what government uses.
I don't know, maybe that's a different conversation. I'm not comfortable with 50 people gathering in our facilities at this point in time, unless it's, you know, to provide childcare for essential workers. That's just me.
For specific to cornhole, we will not reach anywhere near the 50 for the gathering, because we have only purchased, I believe, we'll have 5 boards in play at any one given time. So 10.
That's 5 times 4, 20. How many people do you have in any facility right now indoors doing anything?
I would say our largest capacity at this point would be the swim teams in the swimming pools, but even then it is restricted to, I think, where we have left it based on all the OSHA regulations and CDC recommendations is we have 5 people in a lane at one time. And they are all, interestingly, socially distanced within that swimming lane. So everything is meeting all the current requirements and guidelines.
What about pickleball?
Pickleball at Neal Road Recreation Center is limited to 3 courts. And so you can only be there when you're actively playing, and the reservations are 45 minutes at a time. So
Okay.
at pickleball, you would have 3 times 4, so 12 people at one given time.
Okay, well, maybe I'll take this up with the manager offline, but, you know, the governor's always given us more ability to go than his gathering. And even if he didn't. We can do whatever we want in our facilities. And I'm getting a little nervous about the indoor gatherings because, you know, I think he's gone with households, no more than 2 per household and 10 in a private house. And it would seem to me if a private house is that limited, that a public house should be maybe. But I mean, I can support the standing up of cornhole because it does look like a good activity. But I do have concerns about what I understand operationally we're allowing to occur inside our facilities at this time.
Councilmember Breck's very valid. I just want to make sure for the record, it's stated that our Parks and Rec crews have made sure that we're adhering to all the different rules and guidelines, whether it's a state governor directive or CDC. You know, the programs that we are providing, we are only providing because we know we can safely do so for both customers and staff.
Well, but I mean, I want to amplify off of that, if I may, is ultimately, it's a policy decision or an executive decision for us, you know, and these guidelines are fast emerging. They're different across the country. I mean, what you're in compliance with today may not be what you're in compliance with tomorrow.
Thank you, Councilmember Breckus. Councilwoman Jardin, did you have a question?
Yeah, and my only comment was that I think Jamie and her team have done a really good job of the facilities and their safety mechanisms and the things to keep people as safe as possible while still affording our population to get some level of exercise and activity in, you know, large facilities. So I don't want to start by property sort of starting to mess with the numbers outside of what the governor's definitions are at this point. Now, if he changes something again, then obviously that will change all things and they will trickle down. But unless we're going to start looking at all of our city operated facilities and modifying all of those, I'm not in favor of kind of doing one-off sort of things.
Thank you. I think there's no other questions that I see. Is there someone that will make a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion by Councilmember Jardin, seconded by Councilmember Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Hi, Madam Mayor.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Would you like me to continue?
Sure, we are what, on C4?
We are on item C4, Mayor and Council. This is a public hearing and an ordinance introduction. While we are moving over Arlo Stockham and Jeff Borkhardt to be able to give brief presentations and answer council questions, I will have the city attorney read the bill, please.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7163, case number TXT 21-00002, renovation zoning code update. Ordinance to repeal the existing Title 18 Annexation Land Development Code in its entirety and adopt a new Title 18 Annexation Land Development Code of the City of Reno, of the Reno Municipal Code, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, I will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given on this item. We did receive various correspondence. We received this from Kimberly Rodemeyer, Mike Rowley, John Krompottic, Charlene Yang, Thomas Glynn, Art Ringel, Francisco Vega with the Health Department, Brian Thornton, Gary Cecil, Stephen Endicott, Dallas Hulsey, Monica Stevenson, Mike Snipes, Marie Margolo, Tracy Wilson, Amy Levy, Trey Abney on behalf of NAOP, Alexis Motorex on behalf of the Nevada chapter of AGC, and Tom Polikalis on behalf of the Sierra Club. These are all various items of support or support with concern. Those have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. Additionally, we do have one voicemail of public comment from Brian Thornton, and we will play that now.
This comment is for the December 9 council meeting. This comment is for the December 9 council meeting, agenda item C4. City Council of Reno. Our region is being rapidly impacted by climate change. The city of Reno temperatures are rising faster than almost any other city in the U.S. Wildfires are becoming endemic as temperatures rise and precipitation patterns change. Over time, the Truckee River water flow is at risk as Sierra snowpack becomes erratic and reduced. Reno has taken a leadership role by adopting greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals and a sustainability and climate action plan. The proposed renovation, zoning, and development ordinance section 18.04, Article 2 sustainability rules are an important step for Reno to make progress on its plan. I urge the City Council to pass this provision as part of the new zoning and development rules. Article 2 specifically makes progress on reducing greenhouse gas emissions from buildings and from transportation. The provisions offer substantial flexibility to builders and developers. They encourage development of new jobs and stimulate a growing green building industry. Reno can be a regional leader in this industry, which will spread and grow as state and national legislation develops along similar lines. Reducing the risk of catastrophic impacts from climate change is urgent. The research and science offer a clear imperative that we must eliminate fossil fuel usage over the next 10 to 30 years to avoid the most devastating consequences of climate change. I urge the Reno City Council to implement Article 2 without the late addition of a 12-month voluntary adoption period. We don't have time for this transition period. We need to move forward now and continue to strengthen the rules over time. Reno should consider adding a provision to require regular, more stringent updates, perhaps in line with the release of new building codes. Some provisions should become mandatory, for example, eliminating the use of natural gas for heating and hot water in new buildings within the next 5 years. Or the points needed should increase on a schedule, such as 5 additional points every 2 years, so that the building community can plan ahead. The time for action on climate change is now. Respectfully, Brian Thornton, Reno citizen and retired mechanical engineer from the building energy efficiency industry. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment that was Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment on this item that was received before 4 p.m., the business day prior, which was yesterday. Council will note that additional comments have continued to come in. Those have been submitted to council and will be included in closing general public comment, as is our normal practice. With that, I will turn it over to Arlo for his presentation.
Did it get posted? I just wanted to print it out so I could follow along. That's all.
I believe it has, or it will be shortly if it hasn't. We just finished that up this morning. So I think Lisa's listening. If it's not up, could you put it up, please?
Just a clarification within our system confines. I'm checking right now to see if it was posted prior to the meeting starting. Once we have put our meeting into motion, our system does not allow us to do any updates into the system as it creates inaccuracies through the record. So that will be something that Lisa will update later. However, I am seeing that the posting is online, Councilmember Dewar, so you should be able to go to reno.gov/meetings.
No, I know how to find it. Thank you. I just said, I've been looking all morning, so I hadn't seen it up to 5 minutes ago, so I'll look for it.
We can also send it to you individually to make sure that council has it in front of them.
That'd be handy.
Good morning, council members. For the record, Arlo Stockham. very much my honor to be here today. Jeff Borkhardt along with me. As I pull up my screen share here, I really want to start by acknowledging all the work that's gone into this process. It's been an incredibly heavy lift for the planning division, for all the other staffs, for our technical working group volunteering their time, and really everyone who's participated over the last 28 months of this planning process. A development code update of this nature is pretty complex and quite a lift. So with that, I will dive in. What we have planned today is essentially to organize our discussion into 4 parts, where we'll do a very brief presentation outlining the provisions and the recent changes to each code chapter. We're not planning to go into the same depth that we went into at your 2 4-hour workshops that we held over the last 2 months, and then open it up for discussion and direction to us in each of those 4 sections. Because this is the adoption hearing or the ordinance introduction hearing, we are requesting formal direction in the form of a vote for any changes to be made in each of these discussion sections. And then at the end, we'll pull those motions together for the ordinance introduction. As this council knows, this has long been a city council priority, 3 of them actually, including a focus on affordable housing and streamlining the planning and building process. This is also one of the 8 priority initiatives from the Reimagine Reno Master Plan. And the policies and provisions of those priorities are integrated into this code update.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a quick process question?
Yes,
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Arlo, are you wanting us to go through all sections of an update and then ask questions or give comment, or would you prefer after each section we provide you feedback and comment?
What we'd propose is after each of the 4 sections, we have discussion and direction on the content of those sections, just to keep it organized because there's quite a bit in here.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
So I would go through a few introductory slides and then I'll present the first 3 chapters before the first discussion point. We're now on our 14th City Council review meeting for the substance of this code, 28 months into the process. In addition to the initial stakeholder input, we went through a full round of code direction, kind of at the topic level, what we should be addressing as a priority. We went through a full round of review of the initial draft ordinances through the end of last year into early this year. And now we're completing the full round of review of the updated consolidated draft. So there's certainly been significant discussion and vetting of the content in this document. The Planning Commission has had a comparable number of meetings, and we've had several dozen public and stakeholder meetings through this process. So we're up over 60 public meetings that have been completed as part of this code update process. These are the meetings during the 3rd phase of review. You will recall the council had 2 special meetings to review in detail the content of the ordinances. Prior to that, the Planning Commission went through a similar process and provided recommendations to you. And prior to that, there were public presentations and feedback. All throughout that, our technical working group has been meeting every other week to review the content and provide recommendations as it's evolved. Assuming we get to an action to move forward today, the adoption hearing and second reading of the ordinance would be on January 13th. And the new code would go into effect immediately thereafter. We do have, I should note, quite a few projects that have been doing their pre-application planning based on the new code. So that is relevant. The various reference documents are the same as you've seen before. Exhibit A is the complete draft of code reflecting direction we received from council at your last workshops. Exhibit B is a redline version of that same document. Exhibit C is the table of public input, D, the table of revisions, and Exhibit E, the list of potential future amendments. I want to spend just a very little bit of time on that Exhibit E list because it's important. As anyone who's really been involved in planning and ordinance development over their career knows, you really can't address everything in one process. Organization is important. This process is focused on implementing the master plan and the council priorities, new design standards, simplifying the zoning framework, those types of topics. It has generally stayed away from other topics where it really warrants a deep dive and some complexity. So this is the list that's been developed over the process of additional topics that aren't part of the scope of this project, but that there's interest in looking into. The first 4 of those additional items are in process: the package alcohol ordinance, the MGOT amendments, the tree protection ordinances, and then the rezoning requests associated here. For the remaining items, we plan to come forward in the first quarter of next year for a prioritization process on what to move forward with additionally. Planning Commission review, they did have their final formal recommendation meeting. There was unanimous support for adoption of this document. In addition, there was a split vote to include 5 additional modifications. These are not new issues. These are topics the Planning Commission has suggested in the past. They wanted to formalize their recommendation to include. I will touch on each of them when we get to the appropriate section of code, but it's the sustainability ordinance, it's the hours of construction, 2 of our very hot topics, trip reduction ordinance, interest from the Planning Commission in reviewing annexation applications, and interest from the Planning Commission in expanding the findings for abandonment. Exhibit F is the duplicate version of the code with those Planning Commission recommended changes included, and their meeting minutes are in Exhibit G. So I'll start into a very brief overview of the first discussion section, chapters 1, 2, and 3. Chapter 1 are our general provisions. They address kind of the legal foundation, they address non-conformities, they address enforcement, and also the transition from prior regulations. The significant amendments are really some fairly modest relaxation of restrictions to improve non-conforming single-family homes, as well as replacement after disaster, as well as a 12-month phase-in process for the new code. So following adoption, applicants will have a choice of using the new code or the old code for a 1-year period as we transition into full use of the new code. 2 changes emerged from the workshop process, both at the City Council workshops, requiring a conditional use permit for any expansion of a nonconformity in a flood hazard area, as well as removing the streamlined process for expansion of nonconforming uses in the same building. The Planning Commission did not have any concerns with those adjustments. Chapter 2, zoning district. The biggest change is organizational, a much simpler, easier to understand framework. Other amendments of interest include consolidation of the mixed use districts, really no significant changes to residential or non-residential districts, some targeted reductions in residential setbacks from alleys and arterial roads, expanded standards for the SPD and PUD districts, replacing the overlay districts with comparable development standards, and establishing a gaming overlay district. Exhibit D is the list of modifications, fairly minor corrections and clarifications, but also the one significant one was removal of a building size limitation that had been proposed for the IC zone. There were no changes identified through the workshop process. However, at the request of council members Dewar and Breckus, the Historical Resource Commission had a follow-up meeting last week and did recommend some changes to their prior recommendation, including retaining the HL district overlay. We have kind of a comprehensive discussion planned in the historic resource section. So we'd maybe suggest that discussing historic matters be deferred to the 3rd discussion topic. Chapter 3 are the land use regulations and the land use table. Some refinements, again, like chapter 2, it's really organizational improvements are the biggie in the form of a consolidated land use table, some targeted changes to land uses and use standards. Exhibit D has quite a few revisions, mainly to address really nuanced issues associated with the consolidation of the mixed use districts that were worked out with a number of property owners affected by that change. And there were no changes identified through the workshop process. So with that, that gets to the conclusion of my presentation of this first section. I will open it up for City Council questions, discussion, and any direction for changes if you have any. To facilitate this discussion, I'm going to stop share so we can all see each other.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilman Jordan.
The doer or Jordan?
Oh, Councilman Jordan, sorry.
I thought you were looking at me, but then I thought maybe she.
All you.
Thank you very much. And Arlo, you know, we took a pretty substantial step with the Nevada Cares campus last week. So this isn't something that we could have probably deliberated or discussed before that action was taken. I'm just curious if there's some needed modifications as it relates to services provided at the campus that we want to maybe catch. And if you want to look at those and maybe bring them back with the next one. I mean, does anything come to mind? I don't know, dog kennels or food service or.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Our youth-specific standards for homeless services were really drafted around the Record Street site and some specifics of that site. It does make sense to take a look at those in light of the new Nevada Cares campus, and we would certainly support bringing forward a discussion item and potential amendments to those specific use standards in light of the Cares campus that we now have.
Great. Just didn't want to, you know, I'm not suggesting we go back and like redo everything we've been working on for years and years, but this is something new. So I didn't know if there was something there. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Durr.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Arlo. I know you guys have put a tremendous amount of work in this, and there's a lot of great stuff. This section includes the zoning districts, which is 150 pages of your document, of your 700-page document. And you and I had a meeting yesterday where I tried to understand a little bit more about the difference between the zoning district, the use regulations, and so on. It was kind of confusing. I will admit to you, I was still struggling, but my biggest concern is just trying to understand what level of detail we're going into with the zoning. And let me give you an example. So again, it's 150 pages of, you know, trying to square up new zoning type codes. And as I recall, a couple of those include the industrial property. So just bear with me and let me make sure I ask my question correctly. So we had on the table a proposal for a transfer station out at Mount Rose Highway. And they had come in for a zone change from one type of industrial to another type of industrial that would allow a transfer station. And as we began talking about that, we ultimately continued it. But you guys had said, well, we will put in a special use permit required for transfer stations so that the zoning could go forward. But if they want to put a transfer station there, they specifically, they would have to get a special use permit, which I think would be heard at the Planning Commission. And then if there was challenges with that, it would be appealed to the city, that special use permit, but just for a transfer station. So my first question is just what other kind, when we change from industrial, like in this zoning code, are we losing those divisions of industrial and just making one category called industrial that's available for all uses?
No, we're not. The industrial districts are staying the same. There's still straight I, the heaviest industrial. There's IC, industrial commercial. IB is being renamed to mixed employment, but essentially it's the conversion. And then we have the airport districts are classified under the non-residential districts. So
Okay.
those are staying unchanged, and we did, based on the discussion at prior meetings, we've added in that a transfer station, anywhere it's allowed, does require a conditional use permit approval from Planning Commission.
So do you know, just, I'm using this because cases and examples are easier to understand, is, do you know what that's zoned now and what they were asking to zone it to?
Yeah, this was one of the nuances associated with our mixed use overlays. Right now it's zoned mixed use, but the overlay within the Redfield Regional Center is an industrial overlay. So they're zoned mixed use / Redfield Regional Center / industrial. That does convert to the industrial district. It's most comparable to that. In our current code, the industrial district does not require an SUP for a transfer station, but it will under the new code.
So what I'm wondering is, what are some of the other industrial uses, since we've taken care of transfer stations? What I'm particularly worried about is we've had a lot of conversation at council about aggregate mining, whether it's out at Verdi, potentially this site, I went out to visit it, was a place where aggregate was mined and was processed. And that's a very noisy activity. And the rest of the Redfield is scheduled to be housing right up next to this site. So do we have a special use category for like aggregate mining within industrial also? And it looks like you're researching that. And just so you know, my preference at this time would probably be to leave them what they are, which is, I guess you said mixed use, and not transfer them to industrial. And I want to make sure if we adopt this today, they would be transferred to industrial. Is that correct?
Yes, to your first question of do we have conditional use permit for aggregate? Yes, we do. It's a permanent use, is considered a mining operation. It's also allowed as a temporary use in all districts associated with construction. We also have conditional use permit for asphalt and concrete batch plant.
So what I'm wondering is if this got recategorized as industrial through these 150 pages, and I don't know exactly what page it's on, what other kind of uses? So we've got aggregate covered by a special use permit. That's good. It sounded like it. You're going to propose transfer station be a special use permit. Do you know what other kind of uses are industrial? So before we change it, and it's again embedded in the Redfield district, which is in that area primarily housing, I want to understand what other kind of industrial uses. For example, up the hill, industrial is geothermal. And I'm not sure if geothermal itself requires a special use permit, but I think some of the things they did with geothermal required a special use permit. So just to really simply ask this question, can you just give us an example of some of the other uses that are in industrial?
Yeah, it's very comparable to the overlay. This is actually probably more restrictive with the conversion. Different types of uses in the industrial district. You know, we have our color shading here, but conditional use permit for chemical processing or manufacturing, collection station, crematorium, custom craft manufacturing, wholesale bakery.
So does, like, for example,
manufacturing, it's kind of the full suite of
crematorium
it.
require a special use permit, for example?
Crematorium does not. No, it doesn't. And I don't believe it does currently either. That overlay really largely reflects the industrial uses, but it also allows some commercial and residential uses. It's kind of a weird mix. And they have some process streamlining as part of the current mixed use district where it goes straight.
So just to cut to the chase, my concern, and maybe this has an easy fix. This covers the city. What I want to make sure is that we understand what we're rezoning and what those uses could be on those places. Usually when we have a rezoning, we have a detailed conversation about what we're rezoning, why we're rezoning, what's next door. Is it appropriate? Comes to council, not to the planning commission. I mean, both comes automatically to the city council. A special use permit would not, it would have to be appealed. So I guess what I'm just asking, is, this is just one example. I have a second example, and I will wait to come back to my turn because I've already used up some time, but I think you understand my issue is I don't know all the properties that are being rezoned in a different way to allow different uses, what's next door to them, and is that appropriate sort of on a global scale? So that's just be mulling on that while we have other people ask.
All right, thank you. All right. Councilwoman Breckus, and then I'm going to stay to 3 minutes.
Okay,
So,
I'm gonna,
Madam Clerk,
okay.
you can keep me on point. Thanks so much. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll start my clock too. I just, since he introduced it generally, I just want to state generally from my perspective, getting the zoning code redone was always a priority for me when I sought this seat in 2011. And here we are in almost 2021, we're getting it done. I am maybe 40% happy with the product, and that's being generous when I hear that this has been before us 14 times. And I know I put in hours and hours outside of the 14 times it's come before the council, participating to some degree in the technical work group, watching planning commission. But I think we need to move forward because we're at the point where it's gone on so long, and some of the participants are coming in, and there's someone in the public record who said all of a sudden, wow, planning commission, now this new concept is going to look at annexations. I mean, I've got notes from 2018 when I was bringing that concept up as input. And a lot of the concepts that I thought would improve just never made it in, didn't make it in, we're not going to get tackled. And I think it's time to move in. But I want to say one of those was the one that my two colleagues just brought up. And I, just want to say, before I get into that is, writing code for one specific use, whether it's the CARES Act facility or transfer station, is not a good way to create a regulatory framework. And I've known that we've had problems with that, and for 3 years have been bringing up a refinement of how we look at the public facility zoning district, because those are always tricky. They're always custom. You're only going to have one shelter, maybe two in a community, two transfer stations in a community, but you put it under a broad concept of defining the public facilities and going in. That concept that I probably have brought up a dozen times in different forums never went anywhere. So it's got to be out there in the future. But, so I think we have a few things hanging out there. But, and it's not anyone's fault. We had a change in city manager. I don't know what changes have gone on in community development, but seems like a lot because I always am seeing new people there. I think the group that was brought in was maybe not as diverse of opinion view that could have been, and then COVID hit. So I'm disappointed. I've done other code updates. This one's been real challenging, 45% happy on the outcome. But anyway, I know we have some making points. And it is interesting to me, I've got 6 seconds left, of what are the ones that are hanging before us, because they're not as material as some others I would have liked to seen, but they're before us, and I think we need to do our job and make calls on those.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Breckus, and I also appreciate you watching time. Really, I do. Thank you. Okay, any other council members? Councilman Reese, and then I'm going to ask you a question, Arlo, if no other council members have anything, or at least on this first round anyway. Okay, Councilman Reese, I think you're on mute. And by the way, I love the Christmas sweater. You look fantastic. I love it. Is that a llama?
That is a llama. It's not your mama's llama.
Not your mama's llama. I love it. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I really want to just sort of put a fine point on this. And I think Councilmember Breckus highlights for me something that is important to me, and that is this concept that we get to in government about making the perfect the enemy of the good. I'm not sure I think the number is as low as the 40s about what is, right and good and resolve with this. I really think we're at like 90% and picking up steam. For my part, this has been an education like drinking from a fire hose, because I don't have the steep background that my colleague, Councilmember Breckus does, or the history since 2011. I am sort of coming into it with my own fresh set of eyes. And what I recognize is that there are parts about every subchapter, and there are elements that continue to cause concern for me, in as much as, you know, I can think of an example somewhere that might not fit exactly on all fours with some portion of it. But in my mind, those are things that we can go back and work on with time. As I think Mr. Stockham, you pointed out, we're going to do some of that in 2021. For my part, I have spent enough time working with and wrestling with the things to know that what is identified as in our packet and presentation materials as Exhibit A is something that I am prepared to move forward on today, knowing that it's not the finished product. It's that we have to get something on that's taken apparently since 2011 to get to this point. You know, I think that that is sort of a function of a lot of probably things, but I'm prepared to move forward on the items identified in the most recent red line version, which I identify for the record and for the public as the Exhibit A materials. And if there are things outside of those specific things that any particular of my colleague believes needs still further refinement, I'm up for the task, but I think we just have to get something done, a final product that we can then work on moving forward. So I'll be happy to move forward with it today.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Reese. Okay, I'm going to go to Councilwoman Dewar if we're going into the second round. So
Right, I thought you said you had a comment though.
I'll go after you and Councilwoman Breckus. So go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay, I don't have a clock, so just bear with me and just give me just raise your hand. So my ask to Arlo, based on what he said earlier, the same as you're going to look at Nevada Cares campus and see if there's any changes, perhaps a recommendation would be that a transfer station is so important that rather than having to go to the planning commission and then be appealed to the council, maybe like most zoning, it would go to the council. So it's just something to think about while you're looking at these other changes that were proposed. I don't know that it should be on any one individual to get it to council, because I think I want the planning commission to weigh in. I want the benefit of their knowledge and information and the public to bring their concerns at that level so that we can address them if it gets to our level. So something to think about, okay? And then the other item I have is that some time ago, we rezoned a portion of the Lake Ridge property from a PUD, an SPD actually, and we rezoned it to commercial on the representations of the developer that they were going to incorporate a revised athletic facility, if you will, and they were going to add some apartments. And so we went forward with that. I put a caveat on that saying that if it did not go down the way they thought, that I was going to ask for a reconsideration of the zoning back to what it was, and any new developer, any new development could come forward and pick a zoning category that they felt fit their development, how they wanted to do. So my concern at this point, and I'm prepared to do that even as soon as the next meeting, but my concern at this time is that in this zoning district, I think that there's different levels of commercial. And my biggest concern at the time going to commercial was that it would open a whole range of uses, that we could have a shopping center there. And we discussed it on the record. The applicant said, no, they wouldn't. My concern is some different applicant might. And I want to understand, how does this affect this property at all, if at all?
The two commercial uses, our heavier commercial uses, CC and AC, are nearly identical. Those are being consolidated into a general commercial district, which retains the nearly identical provisions. The differences are a few additional uses are allowed in AC, and those uses all require special use permit review. So by virtue of the consolidation, there's no significant change on what could or couldn't be done on that property. I
Well,
think
let
it's
me ask you-
fundamentally a discussion of whether it should be commercial or not, as the council previously rezoned it.
Well, what I recall you telling me some time ago is that there was an increase in height allowed in this
No
commercial
increase
to
in height.
65 feet. No?
No, the height standards stay the same. There are, I believe, 4 additional uses in AC that require a special use permit to be able to be approved. The distinctions are really limited to that. They are so close to identical.
Okay. Well, just for the body, my general concern is properties that have been a highlight of ours. These are just 2 examples that have been a focus of ours, getting an automatic change in a zoning that then might enable other uses. And they both have been controversial. So I just wanted to daylight that, register my concerns. Maybe I will look at this after, we move forward. I don't know how you're planning to incorporate Councilwoman Jordan's questions about Nevada Cares Campus in a second amendment, maybe an adoption. I'm not really sure your process. So I will join in that process, whatever you're anticipating or and thinking about.
We do have, just very briefly, the map amendment requests. Maps are changing by conversion table. The changes are limited to the consolidated mixed-use districts. So it converts to the most comparable. We have a list of requests that have been coming in through this process to consider different designations, and we're planning to bring those forward in the first 3 months of 2021. So requests.
But for the interim, they would have this. If we adopt this, they would have this, and then it would be later changed to something else.
Yes, within the next 3 months.
Okay.
All right, moving along. Councilwoman Breckus. Nothing? Okay. Arlo, one of the things that I really wanted to look at, because I think I've had a lot of conversation about it. Plus, I think it's really important. It's timely and sort of moving into the future, is the sustainability piece. And what I would really love to do is have our own separate special meeting on that. There are a lot of people that want to weigh in, and I really want to come up with something even more comprehensive. First of all, I want to say, I think you guys have all done a phenomenal job. I know you've worked on Title 18 for so long. So Jeff and Arlo, I mean, you guys, I think, I'm not even sure you sleep. So I need you to know how grateful I am. I think you guys have done a tremendous job. So I'm very, very supportive. That's the only piece that I would love to be able to pull out and really have a robust discussion and bring so many partners to the table. I mean, it's comes down to electric vehicles, to, certain building aspects. I mean, there's so many things, amazing things that I think that we can do with sustainability. So I really would like it to be much broader. So, but everything else, I think you have done a phenomenal job. You've done a phenomenal job on that too. I'm just wondering if we can have much more of a robust discussion and bring stakeholders together, because obviously I think that is going to be, as we move into the future, something that we have got to really understand and also pay a lot of attention to and put a lot of time and energy and effort into. So anyway.
Thank you. Organizationally, that's going to come in the next discussion section, and we have some information to present on that. It's certainly been one of the hot topics.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So what we were hoping to do, if it works for the council, is to kind of get some form of agreement, or if needed, a vote on adjustments. In this section, what I heard are really 2 specific things to, well, I guess Councilwoman Jordan's revisit the Nevada Cares Campus. That would kind of go on the list to do post-adoption, and we'd come back with an item specific to that. So it wouldn't be a text change right here today. And then the second was Councilwoman Doerr's suggestion to require City Council approval as well as Planning Commission approval for transfer stations. We have a few uses where that is done currently, where there's an extra provision that requires council review. So if the council as a body wanted to do that, that's a real easy text change we could do. So those are the 2 I have on my notes here. If we could kind of get some form of formal direction, that would be great. And we'll tackle sustainability in the next discussion section.
I just wanted to make sure that it's out there as we get into the next discussion.
Arlo, could you just say, like you said, there's some other examples that would follow this path, or this path could transfer stations could follow their path. Could you just give us do you know offhand, or?
I'm trying to remember, Jeff may need to help. Was it adult businesses, I think, was one? There's just a few.
That go straight to city council, or at least go automatically to city council?
Yeah, there's just a couple special use permits that automatically go to council.
Does this make sense to others? I mean, I wanted to flag it because it has, you know, the minute it came up, we got about 130 letters in 3 days. You know, whether it's in Ward 2 or any other ward, you know, is this something that we need to weigh in on, or do we want to wait for an appeal? That's the basic question. And we could guarantee, given 130 letters, that there probably will be people that want to do an appeal. So I just...
Wait, I'm sorry, I don't understand what the question is you're asking.
So I had said, could we, for transfer stations, instead of just have it go to SUP to Planning Commission, after it goes to Planning Commission, could it automatically go to council for final approval like several other uses? Or do we want to wait for appeals on those things and see who appeals and what they say and get into a contentious process, like, you know, at an appeal level? So I can do it either way, but I think we already know, so I just thought I'd daylight it.
Well, here's my thinking on this is we have a lot of things that we put in the parking lot. And, you know, since 2018, I've stood down one very important to Ward 1, which is short-term rentals. And the review appeal process is not in the code. So now we've got other concepts coming forward of the CARES Act, a specific property text code amendment need, which is, might I add, under development review right now, you know, our own project. That sounds like that's getting fast tracked. Waste transfer stations get fast tracked. I think we need a separate conversation where all the parking lot items are there, all 30 of them, and we decide at that time what the priority is for staff energies. So we can look and understand who the constituency is for what, because it may be, you know, I don't know, someone's interest that the CARES Act or that shelters can be the first amendment to the text, but, you know, it may be that 50 people have been waiting on short-term rental ordinances because their property is impacted by them or they use them, you know, they're not at the table and they get pushed back a year because, you know, we're not having that as a comprehensive decision. So my preference and request to what Mr. Stockham just said is anything that doesn't make it in today comes back at a meeting in January, maybe when we do adoption, if this goes forward, with everything in the parking lot listed and the council sign off on the priorities and the timelines for those. That's my preference. Because I'm uncomfortable. If I don't want for myself to bring in my things that are in the parking lot today and get very specific. But if other people are, then I'm going to throw those in. But I think
this is just a procedural thing that has already been in, and Mr. Stockham said he could deal with it very expeditiously, doesn't need hearings and all of that. So,
all right, you guys, I want to make sure that we're continuing our process and discussion. So I want to keep us on track. And I'm certainly hearing you, but I think we're starting to talk over each other and that's not going to be helpful. Okay, with that being said, Arlo, how can we help you? My thought is I want to be very careful about bringing things back to council that are necessarily things that we need to bring back. I think that just creates more time and energy from a staff level and also from a council level that might not be necessary. So I would recommend that we wait for an appeal. That's just my thought. So with that being said, I'm
okay. I mean,
that would be my motion.
I'm not going to push back. I wanted to daylight it and let people know.
Sure. Yeah. And I'm glad you did. I think, you know, there are sometimes that might, you know, be the case, but I would say more than not, I don't think so. I mean, there's sometimes that very, you know, rare circumstance, but I think for the most part that if it doesn't come into appeal, there might not be any reason to continue to, you know, waste, or I don't want to say waste, but dedicate staff time and council time to something. So
Okay.
I guess that would be my motion. So I'll ask Councilman Reese, go ahead.
My second to your motion.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion and a second, and I will give discussion. Councilwoman Breckus.
I really don't understand the motion because the issue you were talking about, an appeal, I wasn't even tracking that. So can we have clarification on what the motion is and the action is? On this
My understanding of the motion is it was a motion to move forward with the text as written in Exhibit A for this section of code.
Now, Exhibit A is specify to me or go back.
Exhibit
Yeah.
A is the draft of code that reflects the council direction that we last received from your workshop. It does not reflect the additional changes suggested by Planning Commission, although in this section of our discussion, there are no differences. The Planning Commission didn't recommend any changes here.
Right.
So the motion is to move forward with these 3 chapters as recommended by council, which is identical to what's been recommended by Planning Commission.
Could you show up again the PowerPoint presentation that references that? The slide?
I'm pulling it up, one moment, please.
Because I've got the document here. I can look at that too, but.
Trying to navigate here, it seems a little frozen. It looks like I'm having some technical issues with, there we go. We're having some network challenges, it looks like.
Arlo, we can bring up the presentation on our end in chambers, and then you can just guide us through where you need us to go if that works for you.
Of course. But the short answer is Exhibit A would be the adopting document, you know, reflecting the final ordinances as recommended by council in your workshops.
But it's only 1803, 1802, and 1801 at this point.
Correct. For those
Yeah.
3 chapters, we'll have the discussion of our next chapter. Ashley, if you could advance, I think it's 3 or 4 slides in where we have the exhibits listed. A little further. There we go. Go back, please. So the Exhibit A is the entire draft of the development code. It reflects the council direction we received at your workshops. Exhibit B is the redlined version of that same document, so you can see the changes. So that's really what we're working off of, is the direction previously received.
Well, could I be recognized here?
Go right ahead. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Mayor talked about the sustainability section, and the minutes of the Planning Commission about that and the discussion did not seem to track with my recollection of what the council direction was on that. So is the sustainability sections in these? They're not in this.
No, they're not this. No, they're not.
So right now we're doing 1801. And I went into the office and picked up my packet and didn't get an Exhibit A. So, but it's general provisions, zoning districts, use regulations. No.
That's correct. And our next discussion topic will cover the development standards, which includes sustainability and several other hot topics.
Okay. I mean, I can support this, but I just want to reiterate, I'm very disappointed the way the industrial zoning went forward. I think that has been such an intense activity with what is being built and the impacts of those. And I wanted to carve out, I mentioned this in 2019, I wanted to carve out for industrial zones where you get those large warehouse distributions, and it didn't go. And I think that's a big mistake, because it's not only for the construction and development, it's how you manage those zoning districts. As you go forward and those buildings become obsolete over time, the public facility, which I think my colleagues are bringing up and want to, maybe continue with just special, text amendments just to certain uses, I think was an error in not being able to look at the public facility in general. So I think there were some misses in here, but there's also some good, I think, usability that was brought in. So I'll support the motion.
Well, okay, and I'll.
Okay, thank you. So go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, just on that note, and so I'm gonna just re-register my concern in automatically rezoning this property I'm talking about, just picking it because everybody knows it. It's embedded in a housing development. If we were to, for example, allow a big box distribution on this site, we will have the same challenges of the industrial right next door to the residential. And I guess you're saying they would have to get a special use permit for residential adjacency, or those I thought were done away with and just go to staff now.
Several questions. I guess, first of all, we already have an industrial interface. I don't think it's directly adjacent to residential, but it's nearby. So that's kind of already in place. We have pretty dramatically expanded the development restrictions on industrial uses, especially in proximity to residential. That's going to come in the next chapter. There's significantly expanded buffering, landscaping, additional setback requirements compared to the current code.
Okay.
I'd be happy to sit down
that
with you offline and look at some of the very details of that.
I'm going to tell my colleagues that I'm going to support this motion, but I'm also going to do a deeper dive and make sure I fully understand it before the approval over the holiday, and I will daylight any issues at that time.
Okay, thank you. All right, that being said, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay, moving on, Arlo, there you go. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to cross my fingers that presentation works better this time. I'm right here at City Hall, so we should be fine. Go back to our normal format and maybe that'll be smoother. Okay, development standards. This is really going to be our discussion topic. It's the most significant substantive chapter of the code. I'm going to give an overview, kind of one article at a time. There are a number of hot topics embedded in here, and then we'll open up a similar process of discussion and direction. Come on, please. Don't fail me here. Okay, Ashley, it looks like we need to go back to your approach. This just is not coming up. I apologize for that technical issue.
Between the two of us, we will find a path forward. So at this time, we will pull up the presentation on our end, starting with the 1804, I believe, is the section in which we are on.
It is, thank you. Someday we'll get to meet in person again. Yes, if you could please advance to the 1804 section. Two more, I think. Okay, next slide, please. So the first article in this chapter involves our natural resource protection standards. As you may recall, these are pretty substantive topics and most of them are on the project list to look at separately. So the changes are pretty targeted. There were some discussion topics at your workshops and some modifications made based on that. Those are shown here on the table. The first one involves additional volumetric mitigation in the critical flood zone. The Planning Commission was supportive of that. The second council change was essentially a prioritization of wetland avoidances over offsite or onsite mitigation. The Planning Commission was also comfortable with that. The third change was a Planning Commission recommendation to expand our wildfire hazard standards to supplement the state and county WUI standards with additional local requirements for a vegetation management and fuel loading plan in the urban wildland interface. This is a topic on the list to evolve further, but what this would essentially do is require every project in the WUI to come in to have a vegetation and fuel loading management plan as part of their application that would be reviewed prior to approval. And then the final change was a council recommendation that the commission was also comfortable with, dealing with the fencing standards adjoining the Virginia range for feral horses, essentially mirroring the conditions of approval applied to the recent Daybreak approval. The second one, Ashley, if you could advance, is the sustainability ordinance. Very big discussion topic. We've been through quite a few different meetings on that. If you could go back, we skipped forward here. So as you may recall, the Planning Commission supported this with some fairly minor refinements. There was a lot of testimony, and at the last City Council workshop, the outcome was to use this as a trial run for a 12-month period to collect more information in terms of how it relates to various projects before we move forward with full implementation. There were also some concerns that it was somewhat more onerous for non-residential development than for residential. So some adjustments were made following a review by the technical working group and a second review by council to relax those requirements a little bit for non-residential. The Planning Commission did formalize their recommendation to include this ordinance without the 12-month voluntary compliance period. And this is the topic the mayor mentioned, perhaps working on further. So this would be a good point to get direction on that once I'm through the other slides. Ashley, advance, please. Articles 3 and 4 are grading and hillside development standards. There's some targeted process streamlining, which we ended up being only for hillside developments under 10 acres in size. That is done in conjunction with significantly more stringent design standards for grading and hillside development. In particular, the biggies there are the slope treatment standards and the hillside architecture standards, but there's some others as well: noxious weed abatement, location of slopes, etc. The one workshop revision was to retain the current requirement for a Planning Commission public hearing for cuts and fills over 20 feet or 10 feet respectively. That would be done through our major site plan review process, which is the same process as we have for special use permits today. We'll talk about that a little later in Chapter 8. Next slide. Article 5, street utility and services, has some very targeted changes, some changes to achieve consistency with our Public Works Design Manual. Probably the biggest change is wider sidewalks in residential areas, expanded from 4 feet to 5 feet, and then some other clarifications on how we handle sidewalk waivers. The Exhibit D revisions, one workshop change from the City Council, that was to require formal notification for homes that are fronting larger roadways, that would be collector or larger roads. They would get a notification on their deed before they buy the property that the roadway is planned to be a larger non-residential type roadway. And the Planning Commission was comfortable with that change. Next slide, please. Article 6, the real significant changes in this article are expanded standards for street connectivity, as well as vehicle, pedestrian, and bicycle connectivity. That's all focusing on implementing the master plan sustainability policies to have a more connected region for all forms of transportation. One revision, a fairly nuanced minor one from the Planning Commission, to add an additional location to the list of locations where pedestrian connectivity is required, so that pedestrian connectivity would be required at all emergency access roads, in addition to the other locations already listed. Next slide, please. Article 7, off-street parking and loading. This is one of the more significant sections where changes are intended to facilitate housing and remove some barriers to housing that we currently have. We have a tiered rate of minimum parking standards to kind of replace the patchwork that we have in place right now. Expanded offsite and shared parking, removing parking maximums, and a series of other related changes. We really haven't had a whole lot of concerns or input raised during this last step of the process. This was a very big discussion topic during the initial drafts. So the one change that came out of the workshops was to include our trip reduction standards in our business licensing codes. So it applies to all businesses over time rather than on our development codes. The Planning Commission recommendation included a request to initiate that amendment immediately rather than potentially have a lag. So that's what we have in the parking section. Next slide, please. Article 8 is our landscaping section, also addresses buffering, screening, and fencing. The changes here, I want to thank, among others, the landscape architects who put in a lot of time to do some very technical targeted refinements to this article. The changes are really intended to enhance conditions for tree growth and expanding our tree canopy. It includes smaller trees at planting, but significantly expanded requirements for tree rells and soil preparations. Also, more landscaping required in parking lots and some planting standards for parking lot landscaping and some standards enhancing shade tree requirements. Pretty nuanced refinements in Exhibit D. One change that came out of the workshops was to expand the requirements for landscape plans to identify all trees greater than 8 inches in caliber. Next slide, please. Articles 9, 10, and 11 are parallel articles dealing with our site and building design standards. These are very significant from a design standpoint. Article 9 is for residential districts, 10 for mixed-use districts, and 11 for non-residential districts. They address the same design topics, but in a different way, appropriate for different areas within Reno. 2 changes came out of the workshops, both Planning Commission recommendations that City Council was supportive of or didn't have concerns with. The first one was to disallow cluster development density increases on hillside developments. This was formally recommended by Planning Commission, but I know some of the council members brought it up as well at prior meetings. And the second change was to strengthen the density increases for multifamily housing with small unit sizes to better support housing affordability. That was a Planning Commission recommended change, a pretty big discussion topic, and no concerns were raised by council. Next slide, please. Article 12 is generally unchanged. Those are our technical improvement standards for new development. Article 13 is significantly changed our lighting standards. Right now, it's about a half page in length, very limited. And what is proposed is a model dark sky lighting ordinance. It's been well received, very few comments or concerns, a lot of support. Exhibit D is just kind of technical clarifications, typo cleanups, and no changes came out of the workshop process. Next slide, please. Article 14 is another one of the big ones, residential adjacency. This article includes significantly expanded regulations for non-residential development in proximity to residentially zoned property. Those enhanced standards are rolled out in conjunction with some process changes. The special use permit requirement would be replaced with a site plan review requirement. So that retains the same public noticing and appeal process, but it's a 30-day administrative decision initially rather than 60 days, so somewhat quicker. Along with that, however, is the area where discretionary review applies is expanded to be not just adjacent to residential, but also properties within 150 feet of residential. That's because resident or non-residential near homes can also be pretty impactful, even if they're not directly adjacent. Probably the big discussion topic here were the hour of construction standards near residential areas. You may recall that this is a topic frequently conditioned on projects, case by case. It was initially proposed as a code standard. The Planning Commission in their workshops recommended a significant strengthening of the regulation to prohibit construction on Sundays and on holidays, and also reduce the allowed work hours. That raised significant concerns among a number of people about the impacts of doing that, the costs, the extended construction timeframes that would result. The council direction was to continue our current process to address this case by case through the development review process. The Planning Commission reiterated their recommendation to include this in code. So this is another of those fairly significant topics. I think several of our public commenters commented on this, as well as the sustainability section. Next slide, please. Housing, a new article to essentially consolidate our housing standards. One change came out of the workshops, again, to strengthen the density bonus to incentivize affordable housing. Planning Commission recommendation that City Council did not object to. Next slide, please. Okay, I think we're at the end of the fairly brief presentation here. Maybe we can stop our screen share and turn it back to Council for discussion and any direction for adjustments.
All right, thank you, Arlo. Great job. Okay, who would like to go first?
Well, I can go first. It's not like I
Okay, go
want to
ahead.
go first.
Go ahead, Councilwoman
Okay.
Dewar.
Could you go back to the slide where you said a density bonus for clustering development? I wanted to understand, I mean, the idea is to leave more areas open, have more public space, but how much more dense can they get?
Well, this is pretty nuanced. I'm not sure the slide's going to help. It is in, where is this one? I think it's in articles.
I don't know. If you don't need the slide to explain it, that's fine.
Yeah, probably the slide's not going to help. What we have now is a cluster development ordinance where through a review process, projects can propose smaller lot sizes within the overall project density. And if they do that, they can get a 15% density increase. This is generally applicable. It's been in place for decades. The idea is to incentivize the preservation of open space and reducing disturbance of development. The concern that was raised is when you overlap that on top of our hillside development ordinance, the benefits don't really exist because it allows them to do smaller lot sizes. The open spaces should probably be open spaces due to hillside development anyway. So the change is that no density bonus would be allowed if it's a hillside development. They could still cluster.
That's very good. I like that. I think that's appropriate protection. That's an example I was worried about, is that, I've seen it attempted to be done in hillsides and it's not really working because the hill is steep. Right. And okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Breckus.
Sorry, I turned on a little heater in here. I needed to turn it on. Let me put my timer, Mayor, on. So a couple things is with respect to the cluster development limitation, I think it was a modest step. If the council is going to continue through our master plan policies related to infrastructures and service delivery and then even development requests, to continue to go up into hillside areas where in the new reality of the climate emergency puts people in danger with fire. I think this was just a modest way. If we are going to see suburbanization continue on our hillsides, it maybe can put fewer people at risk. So that's one. I did not know about the lighting. I think that's very good. I had a constituent meeting yesterday with a person in the sphere of influence in the Mayan area who was actually complaining about one of the newest apartment complexes constructed in Ward 1, and just, you know, as an aside, mentioned how light intensive it is. And so I think that's good, because I have recent, you know, commentary on a new apartment complex that is very blinding to adjacent people. Hours, I have a question about the construction hours. Does it then default to the standard business hours elsewhere in the code that are, I think, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. and if you go outside of 11 p.m. you need a special use permit?
No, they're regulated separate from business hours because it's a construction activity. Essentially, it's limited by the noise and odor and vibration regulations, things like that. But our practice has been to require conditions of approval kind of applicable to each site when we have an interface of concern. So the council direction previously was to, I think the term was used, if it isn't broken, let's not fix it. That process is probably working just fine, and we don't need to codify it here and potentially create unintended consequence.
Yeah,
So that's where we have.
I mean, Ward 1 is not an area where this comes in as much because there's not a lot of, it's pretty much built out, not a lot of earth moving. I think the vibration and noise is more performance based and very hard to measure. I would argue a good middle ground, you know, because we've heard from those folks up in Somerset, but I know the development communities also had concern, is to tie it to have the same hours of business operations. You want, and that gives you the tools when you don't go through to the planning commission or city council to do it administratively. And those, as I recall, are 7 days a week, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. And through the planning commission, city council could go further and deeper, but at least we're going to stop it there. I think that's very fair. And someone wants to go further on those big concrete pours, there's a mechanism for that. That's my perspective on those. With the sustainability, I'm above 3 minutes, so I'll hold those comments until my next round of questions. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. The construction hours, this was a fairly lengthy deliberation at our last meeting, correct? And this is something we already, I don't want to say put to rest, but we certainly deliberated and took a vote on. Am I missing something?
Nope, that's correct. And the draft Exhibit A reflects the direction we received from the council.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure something had changed, but nothing has. Okay, thank you.
And truthfully, that applies to this entire code. We went through this whole round at the workshops. So this is, everything you have in front of you reflects the direction you provided at the last workshops.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thanks. First of all, I'm not going to speak about sustainability because I support the mayor's proposal to have a separate workshop, and I hope the motion reflects that. I've gotten so many comments about people wanting to move forward, so I'll just leave that for a future date. I want to thank you, Arlo, for taking a small step forward on the trees, but a bigger step forward on the landscape maintenance. I know you told me that you're going to get right to it in the parking lot, and so for my colleagues, this has been, I know that several of us have been waiting for things for a long time. This is a very long time. We're going on over 5 years. So I hope that we'll get right to work, roll up our sleeves and complete the tree protection ordinance, which has changes in Title 18, but also possibly Title 8. And so I hope we'll bring that forward fairly soon. One question I had on it with this, you have the tree inventory. I'd like to change that to 6 inches. I don't think I said 8 inches when we discussed this. What they really should do is a tree inventory on the site, regardless of size. And then the mitigation aspect should apply to the larger trees. So that's how I would recommend is this, that you require the tree the tree inventory, not restricted to size. You want to know what trees are on the site, what kind they are, and so on. And then the mitigation provisions would apply to these larger trees. So I don't know where the mitigation is. I assume it's in the section right after, but those would be my recommendations for a small change. just remove the 8 inches from tree inventory and address the mitigation. And then finally, I had written in several, after the Pine Haven fire, we got comments that some of the houses went on fire because their fence went on fire. It was a wooden fence that then was next to the building, and the building went on fire. And we could have prevented that. And I wrote in a suggestion that we require either stucco or metal, non-combustible materials in your houses. It sounds like we have within 5 foot, you can't have a combustible, but we have that recommendation, and these houses still went on fire. So I probed a little further with the fire marshal, and I never did get a full response. He just said it would be good to have this 5 feet away from the house. And I said, even 10 feet away from the house, you know, if you're trying to protect your structure in an area that is susceptible to fire, including along canyons. And I didn't see that change. And could you just address that and the trees? Thanks.
I can. The exhibits in front of you again reflect the council direction. I know in discussing with the fire chief and fire marshal and other planners, we are proponents of a comprehensive look at wildfire safety and defensible space. It can get to be a pretty complex topic of how you balance, you know, things like, you know, good vegetation management. What we have in there now, recommended by the Planning Commission, is a fairly generalized requirement to address fuel loading and vegetation management with each project. And then a more comprehensive ordinance update is on that list of potential future projects.
Is that where you address fences?
Yeah, it's inclusive of fences, but it would also include flammable vegetation next to homes and things like
Right,
that.
but I heard the flammable vegetation, I didn't hear fence. So.
Yeah, that would be fuel loading. Really anything that can burn would need to be addressed in those plans.
So that would be in the parking lot?
No, that would be implemented immediately. The parking lot would be to develop more specific standards for fencing, for vegetation, for whatever it may be at a future date. But in the interim, we would have these requirements for each project to come forward with a fire safety plan, and that would be reviewed as part of the project review.
Okay.
So that's a long way of saying I think it's inclusive of your concern on fences, but also inclusive of other potential fire hazards.
That we have in now, but we're going to take a deeper dive later too.
Correct.
That's what you're saying. And then are you okay with this tree change? Just do the tree inventory, you know, you'd have to visit every tree and measure it anyway. So why waste the time? Just do your tree inventory. Are you okay with that?
I don't have any objections to that.
Okay.
I know we're going to be working on further amendments with the tree protection ordinance.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
Okay, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, just I want to follow up on Ms. Jardin's comments, which I think were follow up to mine. Is I do recall the discussion on the hours of construction, but I was unclear when I left that if they applied to the general business operation hours. I think it's very modest that if a professional office or a retail store has to come in for a special use permit to go out past 11 p.m., so can a construction project. And I think that's very, very modest and gives the people who raise so much concern just some middle ground of what they were asking. But I do want to talk about the sustainability section. The experience this summer of being basically locked in my house for almost 3 weeks while our air quality was among the worst in the world, just fortified to me the statements of the public commenter that Reno really is experiencing climate change. We're in a climate emergency. That can't wait for more committee work. I'm sorry. I think these provisions that came forward that the Planning Commission majority sent to us on the building are very modest. They've been over at Henderson for a long time. I remember when they adopted them. There's other things we could do, should do, but these are very modest. So If the council takes a skip on this, I think it's a big step back from our commitments in other areas, our climate action plan, our master plan, to addressing the climate concerns that are coming forward. And I'll be very sad. And I'll be very sad to watch that, because I know, and I received all the letters from the building community too, that just doesn't want to take this step forward. But, you know, the climate emergency is impacting us, particularly, you know, the most vulnerable among us. So I cannot support this if the motion includes not going with the Planning Commission recommendation on those sustainability package. Thank you.
Just for
All right.
clarity, Madam Mayor, were you recommending like a workshop in the very near future just to, it sounded like to enhance?
Yeah. Well, first of all, everyone should know I am very passionate about climate change and signed on to climate mayors and the climate agreement. So you need to know, first and foremost, Jenny, I take this extremely serious. I also want to make sure everyone is at the table, because what I'm seeing is only certain sectors are coming up with ways that they can be sustainable. I think it's our entire community coming together and working together on this. I think we are in a climate emergency. I absolutely agree with that, but I disagree respectively with Councilwoman Breckus completely. I think she wants to just push this thing through, and I think it's wrong. So I think it needs to be a much broader discussion, because we've worked hard on a lot of climate initiatives, especially with Lynn and other people in the community. Now more than ever, this is something that we need to put on center stage. And I believe that. And so I don't think it should just be through Title 18 in this manner. I think it needs a whole other stage to be, to be really looked at and looked at in the right way. That's just my thought.
But are you thinking pretty quickly? I mean,
yes,
so it could,
absolutely. I'd like to, yes. Now, I don't know when that is. We're going into break and all of that. So I want to be cognizant of everyone's schedules and holidays and all that. But I would really like to see something pretty comprehensive. There's some really innovative things other cities are doing that we have never even looked at. So I think it would be a really great opportunity to do so. That would be my motion, to leave that piece out of it. Everything else, I'm good with, Arlo. I think you've done a really good job.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second, and then we can do discussion for 3 minutes, and then we're going to move on.
Yeah, I'm not going to support pulling out the sustainability. We can sign up for all these ceremonial agreements we want. We can participate in on all the online forums and talk about climate change, but the rubber hits the road when we have votes and actions and regulations ahead of us, investment decisions. And this is one of them that has been so vetted. 14 meetings here, lots of working groups. It's what's come out to us to address the environmental, the sustainabilities, the great threats among us. A skip on this at this time and put it up to committee work with all the other to-do lists, to me, is skipping out on a commitment to address this issue. And it's very sad, because we do a lot of talk, but now it's time to walk. And the motion doesn't include going there. And it's a
Councilman Reese. Thank you, Councilman Breckus. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I disagree with my colleague, Councilmember Breckus, and I'm not going to let her sadness impact my decision and vote on it. I have made a commitment to this community to engage in the sustainability conversation in a way that is much more global and holistic than just passing off the buck to saying that this is going to solve it. I've had both groups on the, we'll call it the climate folks, and also folks on the builder side who say, hey, we need a little bit more time to make sure that this is fully baked. And there are some things that I think that could be improved on it. And so it's one of those things where, my colleague from Ward 1 wants to say, I support the Planning Commission, but only if they agree with me. Or I support these 14 meetings, but only if I was at the table. Or those things just are not the way that we should be conducting ourselves, I don't believe. And so I am supportive of the sustainability efforts that our community has made. But I also know that for those to be successful, we need to have everyone at the table, and we need to make the broadest vision that we can. I have not been convinced that the Henderson model is the sine qua non of sustainability, to be honest with you. I think that it is, a fair amount of it is also just window dressing. It is not anything that is particularly like groundbreaking or changing in its nature. And no one has been yet able to tell me, and which I've asked for the last several meetings, what does this mean to specific types of projects and developments? And so until that is done, I cannot say that this is the model to go through. I understand that most home builders are likely unaffected largely by the Henderson thing, but I'm wondering why not? And so we have to ask ourselves, is this really the model? Is Henderson the example that we should be holding ourselves to as people move forward in the development process? I just am not convinced that it is yet, but it would be through those additional stakeholder meetings that we could be able to learn that. And so don't misread my intentions here. I'm not siding with the development community. I'm not siding against the Sustainable Action Plan. I'm saying we have to do the best we can by our community, and that involves asking our community and bringing them into the table and to the discussion of it. And so I'm not performative in any way. I'm not saying I like you, Madam Mayor, have committed to signing on to various programs and action plans. And those are not window dressing to me. Those are a commitment that I make and I hold myself very much to. So I appreciate your leadership on this.
Thank you, Councilman Reese. Just remind me, I don't remember there was any ever discussion on Henderson's sustainability. I don't remember that.
Well, it's just the idea is that the example upon which we sort of based the sustainable index is coming out of there. I mean, obviously, imitation is the most severe, form of flattery, in as much as, we're looking to other communities to see what they're doing. And the example that we have closest to home has been Henderson. But I don't, again, know that our folks in this community have really dialed down enough to know that that is the gold standard. I'm not sure it represents that. And so I'm continuing to work on understanding what it is and how it would be.
I don't remember having any even conversations about that. So
we haven't really.
Again, I think that proves my point. Getting everyone to the table and looking at it comprehensively. So, okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. First, Madam Mayor, on your motion, did that include just a tree inventory and not limiting it to certain sizes? Did your motion include that change? I mean, I never came up with an 8-inch change.
Sorry, you cut out. Say that again.
I'm sorry. So I had requested that they drop this 8-inch limitation on the tree inventory. I had never suggested that. No one in the field had ever suggested it. It was just supposed to be a tree inventory. Is that okay to include in your motion? You made the motion.
Yes.
Yes.
Right ahead. So
number two.
Include that.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that. Number two, I want to say why I'm supporting the direction the mayor's going. So in the interim, last few days, I've received a lot of comments on the sustainability. Also last week, along with Councilmember Reese, we were on 2 separate panels related to sustainability. And on my panel, I spoke to the issue actually Councilman Breckus brought up, which is that we did our strategic plan. We spent a lot of time on our master plan, all of which had sustainability threaded through them. Then we did the sustainability plan. Nothing in there put the pedal to the metal. Nothing said, now's the time to implement. This does. And in talking to the people in this field, many of them have been wrapped up in the state's effort to finish their climate action plan and haven't had the time to really focus on this the way they wanted. And when I asked somebody, well, would you like to have us defer this to January? They said that would be amazing. Because number one, they'd have more time, but number two, and these are activists in the sustainability field. Number two, our manager has promised us that we're going to have public comment starting in January. And a lot of these people need to be able to speak to the issues, not just write us letters that we then have to pore over. I'd rather hear directly from them. So A, I'd like to give them some more time to make their case. B, I'd like to hear from them directly. And I think it would give us a great opportunity. But I don't want to lose focus, because the point is the recommendation from staff or somebody the working group, whatever, was to wait a year to implement. I definitely don't want to do that. I definitely want to make it clear. I do not want to wait a year. And I would put the tree ordinance, even though it's part of sustainability, after this. I think the sustainability as a complex whole is incredibly important, and we should be focused on it immediately. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure I understood the motion. So the motion is to go with option A with 2 modifications, the slight modification to the tree inventory, and then to pull out sustainability to work on a bit more. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And I'm supportive of that. I wasn't sure some things got kind of lost in the discussion, and just as, you know, kind of a side note, I don't know that we all value very much everybody's differing positions and opinions, but I don't think we need to make assertions that somehow we're wrong in our differing of opinions or don't value the overall objective. Quite the opposite. I think we value it very much. So I don't like the inference that somehow we're not doing our job or not doing it correctly if we have a differing set of opinion on something. So I'm supportive. Thank you.
Could I ask a
Well, and I would say, you know, overall, this council is very supportive when there's typically a council member. I mean, we just saw this with waste management. Councilman Dewar and I, you know, we needed some time with waste management, and, you know, I mean, typically this council is supportive. So I would ask other council members to also have the same respect for others too, when it comes down to that. And you can just respectfully vote no. You can respectfully just vote no. Anyway, okay, we're moving on. So I have a motion and a second.
I'm sorry, could I ask for a clarification? I get the sustainability is not going to be in there, you know, as the planning commission recommended, but I don't understand the tree caliper issue. What are we doing with the caliper of trees?
Okay, so the proposal was to do a tree inventory, but limit it to only trees over a certain size. And that was not my intent when I brought it forward. It was to do a tree inventory on the whole site. So Madam Mayor agreed, that's fine with her. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I get it. So there will be trees of a certain caliper. Well,
no, they would not. No. They would just overall analyze the whole site.
Yeah,
not limited to certain trees.
Well, that sounds like a nice.
All trees need to be counted. So
yeah, that sounds like a nice step forward. But okay, I'm clear.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously.
So
never mind. Yeah. Oh no, Councilwoman Breckus is a no. So okay, perfect. Motion carries.
Ashley, could we do the tag team presentation again, please?
Yes, we will pull back up your presentation for you. I believe we left off somewhere along the lines of slide 19-ish.
Our next section, while that comes up, it's going to be chapters 5, 6, and 7, dealing with, we're going to move about 2/3 of the way through here to the 1805 slide. Ashley, if you could. This section of our discussion deals with signs, chapter 1805. 1806 are our subdivision regulations, and 1807 are historic resource ordinances. The sign ordinances, as you may recall, we're generally staying away from opening up those ordinances. It's on the list of potential projects to look at in the future. A couple changes, very minor items. We modified the temporary sign regulations in accordance with a recent Supreme Court ruling to be more content neutral. Pretty nuanced changes there. And then the second change is converting to a map-based system for our billboard regulations. That does not make any changes to where billboards are or are not allowed. It's a more understandable, easy to use system to maintain our current regulations. No significant changes through the workshop process or in Exhibit D. Next slide, please. Our land division regulations, these are a lot of technical requirements, are generally unchanged, and no changes came out of the workshop to this chapter. Next slide, please. Historic preservation has been a recent discussion topic. I have 2 slides on this. The draft in front of you implements the very detailed master plan implementation measure, where certain changes were identified during the master plan update process. Those are being implemented in code through the sections listed here. A whole suite of changes to both better protect historic resources and make the process a little easier and focused on issues of importance. I'm not going to describe every nuance change, but pretty significant updates here. That whole package was endorsed by the Historical Resources Commission and the Planning Commission. There were 3 minor changes in that endorsement, which are reflected in your document. No changes came out of the workshops. However, this was a discussion topic at the last City Council meeting. Ashley, if we could go to the next slide. Council members Breckus and Doer coordinated a follow-up meeting of the Historical Resources Commission last week. Out of that discussion, there are some additional changes being recommended from the group. The first 2 are somewhat significant. The last 2 are more nuanced, not that major in my mind, at least. The first recommended adjustment is to retain the historic landmark overlay in addition to the listing requirements. You may recall that we essentially consolidated the process to designate a historic resource and to apply the standards in the draft. The recommendation is to retain the overlay, but to implement it through a streamlined process where the HRC would recommend the overlay as opposed to the Planning Commission. So as I understand, that would kind of do away with the double step process we have now, but keep the issue in zoning. My understanding of the intent of this change would be to give a tool to address historic properties following the demolition of a structure, as opposed to essentially automatically delisting when a demo permit is approved. The second change is a work program to develop ordinances moving forward. I would say this is the most significant change of the package. The concept would be to allow creation of a historic district on our local register with something less than unanimous consent. Right now and for decades, our historic resources ordinances have been voluntary. People sign up to be a listed historic resource. There's no mechanism for people to apply those regulations over a property owner objection. This would essentially allow entire districts to be formally designated as historic overlays with something less than unanimous consent. The language is, it's not in your Exhibit A. It would have to be a vote to change to include this. But essentially this potential change would be developed in conjunction with language already in there to develop a more meaningful incentive program over the next year.
Arlo, I have to stop because that is not correct and I want to correct the record right now.
Okay.
Jeff was there. They did not vote for this. They said they were going to work on it over the next 6 months, but they did not vote on this.
Oh, Arlo, you're on mute.
You're not hearing me?
Oh, I didn't. No, I didn't hear anything you said. I'm sorry.
Am I back on?
Yeah, you are now. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, I just got a message. My internet is unstable, so hopefully I don't go away.
Okay.
I apologize if I mischaracterized that. That's what I intended by saying.
Maybe you could confirm with Jeff because he was there and I think that was his.
I don't think he heard you, Councilwoman Doer.
So, Councilwoman Doer, what Arlo mentioned is correct. The way the language is worded is that we will come back and revisit. So over the course of a given period of time, we will work with the HRC to develop a program that would allow this.
Yeah,
so
but I mean, it's not in the Title 18, correct?
Correct. I think we're saying the same thing. I characterized it as a work program to work on it. There's no language in the code right now But the recommendation was to work on further amendments to address that topic. So I think we're saying the same thing.
Well, except it's not in the Title 18, and isn't that what you're asking us to approve? So I'm just trying to get clarity here. We're not
So-
approving work programs today or budgets or anything. We're just approving Title 18, right?
Correct. The one change, well, the first change here on the slide would be an
Yes.
edit to Title 18.
Yes.
The second change would be a work program. How we'd implement that is we would add it to the list of additional topics to be worked on. The third change is a typo, no big deal at all. And the fourth change is an additional sub-item 9 under the power and duties of the HRC to play a significant role in the renaming of public facilities. So that was the suite of recommendations that came up out of the follow-up review from the Historical Resources Commission.
Yes.
And I believe this is my last slide before we turn it back to council for discussion and direction.
I'm sorry. I didn't understand. I apologize. I didn't understand you were just talking about the meeting. I thought you were saying what was going forward from the meeting into Title 18 recommendations.
Yes. So I think the big discussion topic here is the historic preservation ordinances. And again, if the council wants to implement the recent recommendations of the HRC, that would need to be an action. That's not reflected in the documents we distributed prior to this meeting.
So if there's any questions, I mean, I was there through the whole meeting. I thought they came out to a certain point. Madam Mayor, if I could just, I guess, say a point about what they were saying.
Go ahead.
Okay, if you could just go back to the last slide, that would help. My understanding is I thought they brought up a really good point. I was mostly there to listen. What they recommended is they said a historic site has a house, yes, potentially, or some kind of building. Could be an old manufacturing factory. It might have a wall, might have historic landscape, might have a historic signage, might have historic monument associated with the property. What they wanted to do is make sure that if a house or a building was demolished, one more thing, there might have been a historic something that happened there. Let's say the mayor that gave the key to the city on that site. It was a very momentous event. Or let's say the university took the deed to be a land grant college on that location, and that added to its historic value. They wanted to retain the historic landmark overlay because their job is historic preservation. So their job is to look at everything with history, not just one thing. But at the same time, they recommended a streamlined process, which everybody wants, and it wasn't exactly, my understanding wasn't to replace the Planning Commission review. It was to add the fact that they themselves could initiate an action, declaring something historic or initiate a district, and it would take out several steps in the process. So it wasn't to take away from the Planning Commission, but it was to add them as another participant, which would in fact streamline the process. So that was my understanding.
I mean, I'll just, Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead.
Well, on the 3I issues, the land divisions, which includes the subdivision activity, is really the section of code, other than the procedures, that I advocated for a change, kind of thinking parameters that was pretty much substantively left untouched. And I'm disappointed about that. I think that some of our subdivisions that we're building are not as high quality as even we had before. And some of that could be challenging land conditions, environmental conditions. Some of it is in my view, lack of connectivity with other areas. I'll just mention that West Meadows Estate, when we had that subdivision up above that, people came through and were, talking about that. I'm on a subdivision and now I'm a connector to another subdivision. What's the integrated plan here in these outlying areas? Some of that can be through the zoning code. Some of it is really done in your better, more fine-grained planning that's area specific. Having said that, back to the HL, I participated in most of the meeting. I'm the liaison. I do advocate, and they once they understood it, I think did agree that we keep the HL designation. We only have 15 or 17 of these. And generally the people who bring these through are very excited, and they love being able to talk about their properties at different forums. So I'm excited about it. I think it's the right approach to have on your zoning map something that shows that these marry up to these great commitments that people do voluntarily to restrict their property rights on their property, because they're really just coming to it with some emotional, personal desire to preserve those properties. So I support the motion of this with the inclusion of what the HL, maintaining the HL overlay.
Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. I know it's hard to catch people when that's up on the screen. I guess my question to Arlo is, so the Historic Resources Commission came up with these additions or modifications or recommendations. Have these gone back through with some of, I mean, this has been a 2-year process. I'm not saying I'm not supportive, I'm just saying that I don't know what I don't know. And do you have to have all properties in agreement on this? Is this going to be a conflict point? I have the realtors, I just don't know I don't know what I don't know. And I'm just fearful of good intentions may restrict the ability to purchase, to sell, to modify, I don't know. I don't know what the ramifications might be of this.
Your question, these are new issues that came up last Thursday or Friday or whenever the meeting is. I've had a few discussions by phone, as has Jeff, but no, this has not been vetted through any of the review process that the rest of our ordinances have been reviewed through. The most significant change in here is the potential future move to not potential for non-voluntary listing. We've always had 100% voluntary ordinance. That's a big deal, but that's also proposed not for implementation now. It's proposed to look at in the coming year, and that's appropriate. I would be very uncomfortable implementing that today. The HL overlay is new in terms of their discussion here. I think it's a little extra administrative time and cost for everyone, but it's not the same type of kind of very significant change like the districts would be.
So I'm wondering in that light, because I had not recalled seeing this before or hearing this, and now that explains why, because it just kind of came up. If this isn't one of those that we push to a more expanded deliberation as we move forward, I'm not comfortable in supporting this since it just came up last Thursday, and I don't know outside of this one body that, again, I don't know what I don't know and what other factors might be lingering out there that might be supportive, might be in opposition, and might present a problem. I don't want to, I'm not comfortable moving forward and adopting these recommendations.
Arlo, sorry to cut you off, Councilwoman Jordan.
Okay.
I think you raised some good points, Councilwoman Jordan. And I guess, Arlo, can you sort of explain the one thing I would say, just working with some historic homes in my past, you know, is it possible to bring, when they want to be modified, to bring it based on the home? Because sometimes there are homes that honestly, first of all, you never think they were historic, but second of all, you would never want to put large amounts of money in them to bring them to that historical value. Some, yes, but not all. So I guess my fear would be, in that sense, with that, I think to Councilwoman Jordan's point, when she says unintended consequences, I would imagine the fear would be maybe that people don't purchase them in the fact that they are really expensive to renovate or to come up to those standards. Does that make sense, Arlo?
Arlo, may I jump in? I
Go ahead,
think address a couple of these because I was actually at the meeting as well. So I think there's two issues here. The 100% voluntary component is not changing at this time, and it will be examined at a future as a future.
Okay.
So that's to address that point. That is not included in HRC's recommendation, other than to explore it going.
Sure. Okay. Okay. Good.
The second piece, so because it stays 100% voluntary, in addition to one of the recommended changes that the HRC had was to streamline the listing process while also maintaining the historic landmark overlay. And so essentially they would serve as the Planning Commission's role to initiate the zone change with the recommendation for the historic listing. So it would basically be 3 meetings. You would have HRC, City Council, City Council. And so that's the streamlined process that was discussed at the meeting. And we have discussed that with our legal team, and it's fine to do it that way. And so that would streamline the process. It would meet our goals. It would maintain the HL overlay so that folks would know that their property was listed. In addition to that, I think we're going to be maintaining the language to require that ordinance be recorded on the property so that when somebody purchases the property, that they're able to see in their title report that they are a historic property as well. So there's multiple different protection levels there that people are informed.
Well, and then to the other side, maybe like in Newlands, right? Like when someone purchases a house in Newlands, they know they're purchasing a house in Newlands. They know it's historic, right? So it also, sort of the flip side of that is you want it to maintain the character and history of what sort of the neighborhood was intended for, right? So that's a very mature neighborhood. So with that being said, like it's pretty clear cut. Now, in other places throughout the city, it might not be as much, right? So I guess there is a lot of conversation to sort of be had, in sort of the distinction. So I appreciate that. I guess I'm just trying to think it out loud in my head right now, but I appreciate you clarifying. So that's good. I'm good with that as long as we're going to have further discussion. Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. And just to be clear, because a lot of people, most of us haven't participated in this. The conversation was about a historic district. We have 3 historic districts. That's all in the state, in the city. The conversation was, should we require, it requires 100% today of all people to agree to enter into that historic district. That's today's world. So nobody's adding this. What the proposal that they want to talk about is requiring less than 100%. And they want to talk about, that's not in Title 18. It's not proposed for a change here today, or, it would be months down the path. They have to spend a lot of time on it, but it's a way to potentially get more historic districts. So we're not voting on that today. We're not even considering it today. And I'm a little unclear why, Arlo, we brought it up today because it's not even on the table for us, but they did discuss it. But number 1 is the maintenance of this historic overlay. We already have this in our rules. The proposal was to get rid of it. The proposal in the original ordinance was to do away with the historic overlay. What they asked was to retain the historic overlay. That's all. They're not adding a new thing. They're saying we want to retain what we have. We think it's more protective of historic resources. So, that's what I got out of them. So I want to do, I think most of us want to do, there's only 17 historic homes, even though Mayor, you mentioned Newlands, those aren't historic homes. They're in a district. Part of them are in a district, but them themselves are not historic homes. They have nobody's voluntarily offered up their home. There's only 17 homes on the city's list out of thousands of homes in the city. So we're just saying, could it be 18 or 19 or 20 homes on this list? That's all they're trying to do is get a few more homes. So that's the difference.
I guess I was just really trying to make a distinction. When you are in a certain neighborhood, there is criteria, right?
Well, no, not really. I mean, there isn't.
Well, but there,
could I clarify here? There's a couple layers of distinction that might be not getting captured in this discussion. What we have now, we call conservation districts / historic districts, Newlands, Wells Avenue, and Pounding. Those are not on the local register. And the framework in the master plan and code is to go in and look at design standards that would be applicable to the neighborhood to kind of maintain a similar character.
Yeah.
So that's basically where we are now. This next level of protection is if these districts are going to be listed on our local register, that kicks in the requirements for certificates of appropriateness and special demolition permits. Essentially, you need to get special approval from the HRC for any exterior improvement you might propose. It kind of takes the level of regulation of designs and construction to a whole nother level. Instead of being kind of a commonly applied design standard, it's a lot more process requirement and a higher level of protection.
But Arlo, that's not in here today, right? Just
no,
to
that
be
would
clear.
be the discussion to develop over the next year.
Future, not today.
No, and the only thing I want to clarify too is I would think this would be something that once it's put in, it's moving forward and not retroactive, just so that you don't scare people and they're like, oh no, what's happening in Newlands? Right? Okay, I just want to clarify so everyone knows. Okay, anyway, thanks. Go ahead, Councilman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And maybe, is it majority owner consent related to the modifications, or is that something that would be discussed as you go forward?
It needs to be decided whether it would be majority or maybe a super majority of 3/4 or 2/3 might be appropriate in this type of case. Those details would need to be determined. The reason we brought it up is essentially, should we add it to the work program of another project to include?
Something to be done with them, not to them, I guess is my comments. Okay, thank you.
Well, Madam Mayor, to move things forward, I guess I would make a motion to make these small amendments that the Historic Resources Commission requested. The retaining of the historic overlay, it's not a new add, it's a retain. The addition of a little description of their duties and their roles. And I think that's it. Is there another one, Jeff?
And we would add the district discussion to the work program.
Okay, add the district discussion to the work program.
And then there was one typography.
Okay, and a typo.
It was.
Okay, I would make that motion.
Okay. I have a motion and I have a second.
And it's also for the signs and the land division sections.
So motion, second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Okay, thank you. I know this is a long agenda item. We're almost through. One last section. Ashley, if you could pull up presentation again. We're primarily going to deal with the process changes here, as well as our rules and definitions. To the earlier discussion, we do have detailed definitions in Title 18 of open space, of neighborhood parks, and of a whole bunch of different categories of park and open space. So that is in Chapter 1809. 1808 is our big chapter dealing with procedures. There are several changes that are pretty significant that have been in the package for about a year now. I'll briefly describe those before we have our discussion. The first significant change is updating some of our process requirements as shown on the table here. One of the bigger changes is to differentiate land use approvals from approvals that strictly focus on site design. An example may be a conditional use permit, which is the same as our special use permit today, would be for a transfer station, something where the use may or may not be compatible with the area. Whereas a major grading project, it has nothing to do with the land use, it's a design issue. That would go through the site design review process where we have a major site plan review or a site plan review. Procedurally, they're exactly the same. The only difference is the findings. The findings for land use approvals focus on land use compatibility as well as site design, whereas the findings for site design approvals focus on just that site design. one example of the goofiness in our code now, we have a finding for special use permits related to window placement and privacy. And we're trying to apply that finding for grading applications. It just doesn't make sense or fit. So this is pretty consistent with what a lot of communities do. We have a public hearing process version of the process, as well as an enhanced administrative process. In making these changes, we've been very focused on implementing council's prior direction to prioritize public notification and not reduce that. So going to this enhanced administrative, it still has all of the same public notification requirements. It still has appeals going to city council. It's not like a straight administrative approval. It's just saves 30 days on the process. So that's the first suite of changes. Secondly, 2 new processes that have been fairly well received, similar to variances, but different. Major deviations and alternative compliance. Those would both be public hearing processes, just like a variance is today. Ashley, please advance. I'm trying to advance my own. This is really the list of process streamlining at the end of the day of what's in the code in front of you. Some pretty minor changes to streamline improvements to non-conformances. We discussed number 2, the grading and hillside development, enhanced standards with a streamlined process for smaller projects under 10 acres in size. Residential adjacency, going from a special use permit to a site plan review, but also expanding the applicability to not just be adjacent, but within 150 feet, and an exemption across major roadways, freeways, and arterials. There's number 4 is a fairly nuanced change for minor additions to small buildings. This helps with small business additions. It still has the cap for a by right expansion of 20,000 feet, but instead of limiting it to 10% of a building size, it would allow 20% of a building size. This would allow a small restaurant to do an expansion through an expedited process, whereas right now, you know, a Walmart could do a 20,000 square foot expansion. Number 5 is increasing the thresholds for discretionary review for multifamily in certain districts, the multifamily districts and the 2 commercial districts. These are more aligned with what our neighbors in Sparks and Washoe have. So by right without discretionary review would increase from 5 to 20 units. Then you'd go into a minor CUP at 20 units and a full CUP at 100 units as opposed to 50. This is intended to help facilitate some more housing, small project housing, pretty nuanced change again. Number 6 is a topic that we just got a number of public comments on. There must be someone going door to door in some of our downtown residences. We hadn't really heard any concerns raised about this prior to the public input list for this meeting. The change is fairly targeted. It's to allow indoor operations at night in our downtown and urban districts when separated from residential zoning from 300 by 300 feet. This was advanced initially to kind of help small businesses get established with a little less of a process and to recognize that downtown Reno and midtown, you know, really are 24-hour environments, pretty targeted. Concerns have been raised, it looks like, by some downtown condo owners about noise. I would just say that, you know, noise standards do still apply. Certainly along Sierra Street and Virginia Street, we have a lot of 24-hour uses. But if council wants to kind of undo this streamlining, it's a pretty minor thing. It's not like we have a groundswell of people saying we need this. It was just one of those targeted process streamlines that went in conjunction with the enhanced standards. And then there's targeted changes in the land use table I felt we need to mention, increase and decrease requirements. Next slide, please. We ran all of the projects that have gone through the process in the last 12 months. We reviewed what process would be required under these updated ordinances. You can see, I think there were 16 projects that triggered a special use permit for various triggers. And out of those 16, 14 of them would have the same process. And the 2 that don't would have the enhanced administrative process that's being applied for residential adjacency. So these changes are not massive, I guess is my message there. Next slide, please. Additional changes in the chapter are updating our findings to really be consistent with best practices. They're not that great right now. So all of the findings have been updated. Reinstating our SPD zoning, but with additional criteria and limitations. Adding criteria and limitations to our PUD zone district. This was one that was brought up, a lot of discussion at a prior council meeting. Including probably a biggie here is the opportunity to revoke PUD approvals if there's been a period of non-development. Essentially, there'd be a 5-year review and reconsideration process for new PUDs. By law, this cannot be applied retroactively, so it would be moving forward or applied when PUDs are amended. Next change, annexations, language to generally require concurrent review with master plan and zoning changes. And lastly, some expanded historic documentation requirements applicable to all older buildings that are proposed for demo, not just historic listed buildings. Exhibit D includes a suite of fairly technical changes. The one biggie was sponsorship by a city council member for development agreements, which I think was fairly well received at the workshop. The related change for cuts and fills lives in a different chapter, but it's applicable to process. And then we've added to the work program list some further examination of appeals, call-up and referral procedures, and boundary survey requirements. No additional changes were identified in the workshops. Next slide, please. There were 2 additional planning commission recommendations that were not raised at their workshops, but they did bring up and include in their motion passed 4-3 at their final meeting. These are not new issues. I'm sure you've heard these before. One is to add a new requirement for planning commission review of annexation applications. And the second is a recommendation to expand our findings for abandonment applications. Right now, the finding mirrors state law. It's pretty broad, but also pretty inclusive. So it gives council pretty good discretion to approve or deny based on no significant impacts to the public in essence. Next slide, please. Rules and definitions, a much better organized and comprehensive chapter for rules and definitions, largely retained from current code with some targeted modifications. There are some refinements in Exhibit D, generally nuance changes, maintaining protections that we have in our current code related to setback encroachments, height exceedances, the airport definition, and the definition of an aggrieved person. And no additional changes were identified in the workshops. And I believe that's my last slide on this topic. We can probably close this out and open it up to council discussion.
All right, go right ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay. So one thing you didn't mention, Arlo, was that you're also changing the appeal process fairly significantly. You are recommending dropping appeals for going to a hearing officer and coming straight to council. I'm just going to record my concern that I think it's going to increase our workload at council. A lot of these appeals have been getting managed or evaluated by a hearing officer. It's not enough for me to vote against it. I'm just recording a concern. We'll see how it plays out, but we may want that hearing officer step to do the work so that it isn't all in our lap, evaluate it. Number 2, and this is, I think, pretty significant. It's a very small word change, but right now appeals say that they have to be lodged within 10 calendar days. That typically includes 2 weekends that are, 4 days. If it includes a holiday, nobody's at work. The problem is that the public is often seeking clarification on the process, but nobody's at work on the weekends and on holidays and so on. So my small recommendation would be to just go to 10 working days instead of 10 calendar days. It's very common through most appeal bodies to go on working days. So that would be a change I would recommend in this draft. So that's one. Two, on the appeal process, what I'm getting concerned about is that sometimes an appeal will come in and the applicant's already started work before the appeal process, and there's no tolling of that work. I'll go back to the Lake Ridge if I must, as just one example. An appeal was filed. They went ahead and demoed the building, even though the appeal was filed by the public. They were determined to be aggrieved parties. There was a whole hearing, but meanwhile, the subject of the appeal was gone. Same thing sometimes has happened with trees. A building permit will be issued and it includes impacts to our street trees, and the tree will get cut down before the appeal's done on the building. Another example is grading, big grading. I'm not worried so much about small grading, but appeal could be issued on grading. For example, they're grading, but appeals filed, and it sort of nullifies the whole impact of the appeal process. So my recommendation would have, don't start until the appeal process has run. The Reno Regulatory Agency, that's what we said. We said you're hereby put on notice, and that is on a number of our permits that are issued by staff. And it says that, but on some permits it's not. And so I would love to see the uniformity so that people are put on notice. Don't start, you have an appeal process, and any decision from our agency, whether it's by the building official, by a planning director, by the council, by a planning commission, has an appeal process that goes with it. So last one is council member. We brought this up at the last meeting. The council member should be able to pull up an application without having to file a major appeal or recuse themselves. It was a process in this city council before. It was used infrequently, but it was used. And I'd like to see that reestablished. We already voted on that at the last meeting. We discussed it. We said we wanted it in the draft, but I don't see it. So those were my 3 concerns. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, this is the area of the code that I've spent the most time commenting on, and I'll just echo some of my hesitations on the way it's been shaped up. And I'm someone who's worked on this code since 1998, so I have a lot of experience with it and its iterations over the couple decades. And I think some mistakes are being made or repeated, and one of those is this distinction of administrative approvals. I think it's kind of an administrator grab that will be regretted. And the first time it'll be regretted when an administrative decision is made in someone's ward on something that they feel full consideration wasn't given. And all the constituents are saying, what happened here, why, how? And that could have been mitigated through, rather than disbanding the hearing officer role, in having a neutral party that isn't the community development director be the hearing officer. Because right now, the big problem with this is this community development director is the gatekeeper. This needs this approval, my staff told you this, but also the decider. And that arm's length really was necessary, particularly if you want to go with streamlining of approvals to an administrative nature outside of the planning commission and city council, which isn't a bad idea. And I advocated for that very early. So woe be to all when that comes through. That's a big issue for me. I also wanted to point out a little bit of what I think is not accurate depiction of the record. And that is, could we see the slides of the the approvals that we've done in the last 2 years or so, and show how those are going to planning commission again?
I think it was just the last 1 year.
Last 1 year. I want to call out a distinction because it wasn't called out, and it is material to me. And that is, yes, they still may be going to hearing like some of the tentative maps, but they're not going hand in hand with other sort of approvals that go with them, like the cuts and fills. And the threshold of determination is very different because we're getting rid of special use permits for cuts and fills, correct?
No, that's
No, we
not
put it
correct.
back.
That's retained.
Okay, okay. Well,
And
but
they
also,
would stay bundled as well. There's,
okay, okay. What about the, okay, there is one though that, can you bring up that list again? Because it gets to my point and concern of the 10 acres or less on hillside development. And that's one that I object to also. So let's look at that list. But while that's coming up, I didn't catch before the aggrieved party. How is that? Because we have always had this issue of standing and—
They said no change.
Well, that's a problem. And that is a problem because it always comes up. The largest homeowners association in Reno came up on an appeal, formal, of the body, and they were kicked out for lack of standing. That was silly. They should have their day in court, or, to petition the council. And it was my own ward. I wanted them to hear from them. I wasn't decided necessarily supportive of their motion, but then we went into court and some handshake deal was made, but it was a big mistake. And I'm sad that that's not getting picked up. But, sometimes you have to learn by repeating an example and employing things. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of this administrative modification is going to be reversed because it was reversed before. The indoor stuff is really a problem, I think, but I don't represent downtown, but I do represent Midtown. And I know that when you get a change of use from a building to a bar activity, that it can become very problematic. And I think it should have to go through the special use permit. And I'm also concerned about the 20% property increase.
Time.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm going to come back to you, so don't worry. Okay.
Madam Mayor.
I can't, Ashley, can you give me the, or
It's
hold on.
Councilwoman Jordan.
I can probably look on here, but we never use it. I usually just look for your hand. Okay, go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you. I didn't press the little blue hand because I never know.
Yeah, don't do that. I'd rather look at your face, so go ahead.
Okay, so Bonnie likes the blue hand and you don't like, okay, we'll try to keep straight. So I kind of wonder, because I'm hearing what Councilwoman Breckus is saying about these hearing officer decisions and how they ultimately oftentimes end up in the courts. And maybe there's a different way, or a suggestion of a different way. Is there an opportunity for the city to engage, I don't know, a retired judge that hears these items? Because then it's an arm's length from city staff, but it's also just an arm's length from the courts. So if and when those issues get to the courts, there's some level of a judicial sort of reading of it. It just seems like we spend a lot of time in the hearing officer process, and then it gets to the courts anyway, and then it comes back down because of some ruling and some decision. It just seems like there could be a better, and these are complex things. I mean, these are, I know the selection of I don't know why a retired judge would be critically important, but almost like you engage an expert witness. This would kind of be in that vein. I don't know, just food for thought. I don't know if it has any legs.
I like it.
It's like we spin on these complex issues through the hearing officer process. Rocks get thrown. Oh, you're on the staff, so of course you sided with the staff. Oh, we're going to, and then it ends up in court anyway. And then, I don't know, and then it sometimes gets kicked back down and we end up getting it to council. And I don't know. I just feel like there's maybe a better process.
let me try on this, because you're right, it is a complex topic. There's two categories of approval. One are essentially building permits, things that are allowed by right. There's not a discretionary review with findings. If you meet the rules, you're good. If you don't meet the rules, you're not good. Those have and will continue upon appeal to go to an outside attorney, just as you've discussed. A hearings examiner is the first step of review. Some applications typically then go direct to court from there. The category that we're really dealing with in Title 18 is the discretionary review process, where it's like a special use permit with findings. There's kind of a range of discretion where it's not like, yes, it complies, no, it doesn't. There are findings, there's kind of that gray area, is it compatible? We've floated and discussed several different options for the handling of those cases. The general concerns from many of our applicants is that our process requirements and the time required to get through those requirements are a major impediment to building, especially for small projects.
Yeah.
Because essentially there's 3 steps. You have an administrative decision, you have a hearings examiner decision, and then a city council decision. So there was great interest in finding a way to streamline. At the same time, there was great interest in maintaining public notification and appeal rights, so it doesn't just happen that if someone objects, it can go up to council. So that's kind of the basic framework that we're working under. In the initial draft we put out, and adding to the challenge, our hearings examiner is an attorney and not just truthfully not very well versed in land use and kind of design considerations. They basically do findings of fact. And we've rarely, if ever, had a project get appealed to a hearing examiner that doesn't get appealed again to council. That's pretty much never the end of it. So the idea here was to speed up the process so the appeals would go direct to council. It would speed up the process. It would also maintain kind of the protections for residences to have that council decision. In our initial draft, we had in there what we called a land use hearing examiner, which I'm very familiar with from my prior work up at Lake Tahoe. That's what they use extensively. We put that forward, it worked, but it wasn't very well received. A lot of people thought that was just another layer of process and another additional person involved in the process. And that was kind of negatively received. And what we have in front of you now, which is direct appeals to the city council for discretionary decisions, was the result of this. We do have on the list of additional topics kind of further work on the topic of appeals and call-ups and referrals and this whole category of issues. If we are gonna move towards something different than what's drafted, I don't think we're prepared to do that right here today at our council meeting. That would probably be best as follow-up work to include some stakeholders. So I hope that helps. We kind of have the process you discussed for some applications.
It does kind of help. I just know this is, and maybe to your point of the delay in the time, and we all know that additional time and delay costs construction costs to go up, which ultimately at the end of the day gets passed on to the consumer, and God knows our housing and construction costs are already significantly too high, which is back to my, to the comment that Councilwoman Dewar said about, putting a pause on things until a potential appeal of even a demo permit. That concerns me in that the construction process would come to a screeching halt, and that the appeal would be used as just a stall tactic. And then not to say that there's not some that obviously don't have lots of merits, but if there's some condensed process, then maybe there's a middle ground. But I just worry that already lengthy and expensive processes would get worse. So
we had a similar discussion during your workshops, and the direction we got out of that was to kind of bring back these suite of process issues through a distinct process. That's why they ended up on the to-do list and not major changes here, because I know there's differing views on things like standing and things like call-ups and referrals and those different options. We heard many different viewpoints from the council members at the workshops.
Madam Mayor, oh, go ahead.
Go right ahead.
know what? I'm sorry, when I can't see, I see Mr. Reese raised his hand and I'm already gone once, so I'm gonna yield your acknowledgement of my request to speak.
Thank you, Councilman Breckus. I appreciate that. All right, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, and I apologize. It's hard because there was transferring back and forth between screens. I guess to your last point, Mr. Stockham, about standing, and this is as good a time as any to have that conversation, given the comment. You know, we got a decision recently on a standing case that Mr. Shipman and Mr. Hall's office shared with us. And really what it said to me beyond the case that it was about was simply that we can't as a body just ignore the standing issue. I mean, basically the court in that case really focused on the standing issue. And I would like us to figure out a path forward on standing, even if it's not in this process today, because not everyone has standing. And ultimately we are not doing our job if we simply kind of gloss over the standing issue and go right to the merits, which was this case that was decided here in the last week or so involving the water rights issue, the DeMartini case up in the North Valleys. And again, my reading of the case on the merits, everything was incredibly well done. And yet the court was, I think, tacitly admonishing us that we're not in a position as a body to waive standing or to just ignore standing issues when they arrive, because the courts are going to have to deal with them. And they basically, the court in that case, Judge Freeman basically, I think, was indicating that we have abdicated our job if we don't address standing. So I don't know if Mr. Hall or Mr. Shipman would like to speak to that, because I'm not sure it is entirely resolved by the discussion we're having today.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, Councilmember Reese. We've been wrestling with the standing issue for a number of years, as this body knows. And so, yeah, I mean, I think, especially in light of the decision that just came down, we'll look at it again and see if we can get some better practice in place, or at least something for the council to consider. I totally agree. And it's been tough, but we'll see what we can.
Well, Mr. Shipman, I don't blame you or Mr. Hall. I'm saying that I'm taking the blame on our body. We are sometimes very quick to say, everyone has standing, you get standing, I get standing, oh, we all get standing. And that was what Judge Freeman was saying was really wrong about our action in that particular case. And so I just want us to come back to understanding it. And if it can't be done in this process today, Mr. Stockham, I just think it is worth pointing out that as it relates to standing, we don't have the ability to just pass that or punt on that issue. We must address it, and not everyone has it. And so, and again, you gotta, and if we just got the decision. So if everyone has not had a chance to read it, I would pay very close attention to the minutia, which is what we lawyers are good at looking at, on the standing issue specifically. Again, the merits of that case are different for me, and I'll leave you to explain those when we have the opportunity. But the standing issue is the one that worried me the most.
And to be clear, what's in front of you now essentially retains our current approach to standing, where you would make a standing determination prior to hearing each case on its merits, and on the list of future work to discuss and debate further and consider changes.
If I may, Madam Mayor, I haven't read that case, but when I introduced my concern that we're doing 40–50% of what needs to be done, this is an example. Is at some point we became a locomotive checking boxes. That's a mixed metaphor. We really want it moved expediently and things are getting missed, and that's part of my concern. Now, I will say on the other side, the hearing examiner concept that came through very early, we had discussion on it. I've used that, you know, really wanted to see that. That train did leave the station. Mr. Stockham is right. We had discussion on it. We took a skip on it. I think that was wrong. I continue to think that's wrong. The modification was not to use the hearing examiner, or the hearing officer, which I still think we could. I think we can just hire hearing officers, you know, one who has that land use criteria, but I'm not going to fault anyone on that. We did deliberation on that, but we never really got to the standing. And that's how I feel this effort is just not getting us where we need to go. And it's unfortunate, but I will say on my other comment, when I didn't get a chance to go through all those, that list of all those projects in the last year, between the first and second reading of this, I will go through with staff, because I think I talked about that at our last hearing. Would this one have gone through for this condition or that condition? So I'll open those up and look at those with staff. But procedurally, you know, we're not doing the appeals. We're going administratively further than I think we have to. We're not wrestling with standing. I'm just, you know, but we're 3 years into the process. So, you know, it's just unfortunate.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I know we're kind of harping on the standing thing. And here's something that I've often, you know, at the end of the day, the city's not making widgets. We're not selling something. Our time is our asset in which we provide. And what I've always been very perplexed by is that at the point of a hearing of an item, we're deliberating the standing of the individual who has brought it. And I just think of back it up and all of the time spent to get the notifications, to put the packets together, to get the meeting scheduled, to get staff, and you've got a room full of staff. I mean, I almost feel like at that point, we're all there. So what we're gonna, you know, we all gathered at our 6 o'clock and staff has spent all the time. So now we're just gonna say, nope, you don't have standing, we're gonna go home. I think that's why we get a lot of, yes, you have standing, because the time and resources has already been expended to get us to that point. I feel like there's got to be a better process where legal or somebody does a read of that before it gets a bunch of staff resources expended and everybody gathering to hear it to determine whether or not they're standing. There's just got to be a better way. I know we are beating a dead horse on something else we need to talk about more extensively, but I feel like maybe there needs to be a deeper legal opinion provided before staff goes down the path of setting meetings and getting materials and noticing and all of that, because that's a lot of resources.
So I could just very briefly, if I could, you may recall we had a memo prepared with like a dozen or 24 case examples of how different communities handle this issue. In my opinion, they all have pros and cons. There's no magic bullet here. Some communities just simply say everyone has standing. A lot of communities do what we do and essentially have a determination with each case. And some communities do what's just been discussed, where essentially staff or the attorneys make a determination of standing. That can work, but the downside of that approach is it's almost always appealed and it drags out and it gets up to council anyway to hear an appeal on the standing determination. So there's pros and cons of each of the methods and probably warrants some further discussion.
Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I could say a lot on this standing. I have some pretty strong feelings informed by about 40 years of having to make these kind of decisions. Right at the moment, I'm not in favor of delegating the duty to attorney or staff because they're not sitting in our quasi-judicial position. And it's going to go from us potentially to a judge. To your point, I look forward to reading the case. So I don't want to spend my time on that. I think we should have a future conversation. I don't think it should speed up in front of sustainability or trees or some of the other things on the list, but I do think we deserve that conversation. I have 3 questions and a couple recommendations. Very quickly, you mentioned grading, different findings. Are those, do those include things that would affect the stormwater, the drainage? I mean, the grading's about the drainage. in part, right? They're clearing to build, but they're also clearing to create their drainage systems. When is that discussed in the site plan review?
We're kind of crossing over two things. The grading permits are not a discretionary review. It's like a building permit. We approve, we deny, we can't issue conditions of approval. That's where a lot of the technical details come in. We have some targeted pretty significant updates to the standards, but not to the process. So the process for review of permits like that and appeals. The major type grading activities that trigger an additional review before anyone can even submit a building permit, that's what we're really talking about here. So for example,
that's what I'm talking about.
Side under 10 acres in size would be able to go straight to a grading permit rather than having the initial public hearing.
So that was my next question. When you said projects less than 10 acres could, even in hillsides, could go to this grading permit, my question there is, are people going to come and chop their 40-acre project into 10-acre pieces and get underneath our hillside and other standards? Or what's to say they come in for grading permits under 10 acres? They do this all the time with parceling and subdividing. They'll subdivide to a level and then they'll increase it later. What's our protection to ensure people don't take advantage of that?
Well, we have a kind of a serial application thing where you can't do both. But in practice, I don't think we've ever had, to my knowledge, under 10 acre in size type of special use permit. And the hillside developments that come in, almost always trigger other tentative maps and such.
Okay.
But
I just wanted to daylight that because I was just concerned that we're creating a new situation, the unintended consequences world, where we're trying to do something to help people, but we're also undermining potentially, not necessarily, but potentially another standard that we have. Lastly, I talked to you at length about the noticing, and I understand the desire to speed up timing on review. So just so people know, projects that used to go to Planning Commission will not go to Planning Commission. Many of them, they will go to staff. They won't be reviewed in 60 days. They will be reviewed in 30 days. And a lot about that is good. The part that I'm concerned about and that I've talked to Arlo about is that it's tough enough for the public. I mean, we want to speed things up, but we also, as Arlo said, don't want to discount our public process. What Arlo asked a new member of his staff, what does the county do on this? And what the county does is they have a notice out to the public that comes in within a very few days of the project being submitted. They said 4 days, and it just says, hey, a project's been submitted in this area. It's all the people that get the regular notice. And then they get a notice at the end saying, here's the decision, or we're about to make the decision, last 10 days. So I talked to you, you said you had no objection if we added that two-step noticing, so that as we reduce the time public has to find out about it, consider it, potentially call you or write you or send an email to inform you about an issue, that you have time then to process that. It's not coming in on your 28th day. This is really a thing I want to be able to help staff not have to deal with all these concerns at the last minute. So my recommendation, I've had two that I wanted to hopefully, if we make a motion on this section, push forward. One is just to say an appeal is 10 working days, like most judicial processes, legal process, other community process use a working day. And I wanted to have this notice that we've received a project. So that puts everybody on fair notice. The timeframes are much shorter. It's going to be harder to find out about stuff. You and I talked about a lot of other things we can do to help the public that require work programs, analysis, computer programming. I'm leaving all of that on the table, and I'm simply asking for these things.
I do want to, I guess on the 10 working day, I want to make sure from our legal team that comports and is consistent with NRS. Maybe you guys can take a look while we're finishing this discussion, or if you know that answer offhand.
And then noticing.
And the noticing, so what the county does, they don't have that in code. It's kind of an additional supplemental notice they do that's kind of based on commission action. I think the main thing is that quick in the process. We'd want to we'd want to tread cautiously on kind of turning it into a legal requirement in case there's an error in that notice.
I don't care, as long as you do it, if you want to do it voluntarily and do it within 5 days. I mean, but the county's managed to do it. It doesn't have to be in code, but my gosh, we're reducing time lanes to facilitate development. We have to not cut our public out in this process. And I don't think your intent was to cut out the public. Your intent was to timely review projects. And that's why I'm recommending it. So I would request that you consider that. I mean, whether you want to do it administratively without a requirement, but I do think we have to, if we're going to adopt this now, you know, or at the adoption time, that you should institute this process. They said it costs $200 for all the noticing. It's pretty de minimis. So
yeah, we'd be more comfortable with that as council direction. We would need to increase our application fees. The $200, we looked at it a little more. That works in rural areas, but in our more urbanized areas where we do greater notice, we also have a larger notice radius than the county, so we do more notice than them. Realistically, it would probably be $400 or $500 addition to each application fee to cover those noticing costs, or we could.
Well, are you asking, I mean, maybe I don't understand at the county, do they do the noticing, the staff versus the applicant?
It's essentially tacked onto their application fee, and then it's noticed like we do now.
Okay,
but it would be
it's the same.
The downside of it is added application fees. We'd be more comfortable kind of not making it a formal legal requirement, just in case, you know, the final notice is the formal legal one. And
my only concern about that, just, I'm sorry, Arlo, I'm short on time. My concern about it is then how do you ask them to pay for it? I don't understand.
We would have to build it into our fee schedule.
Okay. I got you. And then what about the working days? Did the attorneys think about that? Many administrative processes have working days. So what's the thought there?
For the record, John Shipman. So the question is the 10 days, whether that's enough and whether we go.
I'm not suggesting, I'm suggesting just working days when people are working versus calendar days, which is an example. We just had Thanksgiving. Those were 4 working days plus some weekends. Those people, you know, anybody trying to file appeal in that time would have 3 days, you know, 3 working days. I mean, it's just, especially for reducing the time frame for review.
So I think what's in the code, I think is fine. If council wants to extend it, that would be, you know, policy call for council to make.
Okay. All right.
So, yeah, policy decision.
That was, go ahead.
No.
Well, I'd like to recommend it as a way to help our public cope, even if we're not going to change the appeal process to have it run, if we're not addressing the council member pull-up, if we're not addressing the noticing, we're not going to get into standing. At least we should, you know, give them 3 extra days, which is what this would turn into. So that would be my recommendation, Madam Mayor, if a motion is made on this section.
All right, I'm going to send it to Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, I'll move to approve staff recommendations with the proviso that Councilmember Dewar has just suggested as to the recommended number of days for noticing. I think that bridges the gap between what the body seems to suggest it wants in this particular instance, and also accommodating my colleague who's made a very good point on this issue. So that would be my motion.
All right, I have a motion and I have a second from Vice Mayor Weber. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. All right, we are going to take a break. I think everyone needs to get up. We probably should have done that a while ago, but we were in the middle of discussion. Councilman Delgado, how are you feeling?
Hey, Mayor, I'm feeling a lot better. Thank you. A lot better.
A lot of people out and worried about you and wanted to make sure because they didn't see your beautiful face on the last council meeting, so they were very concerned. So I wanted you to just tell the public that you're doing okay.
Super thoughtful. Yeah, so many people reached out. I didn't, you know, just shows you how grateful I am about it and all the friends and family around me. So, but very, very lucky. I know a lot of other people have had it, and it's been a lot more tougher on them. So it's just nothing to kind of shy away at, but definitely Sarita and I are healthy now. We're on the mend. Just got a slight little cough here and there, but our kids are healthy as all healthy can be, running around, causing trouble. So that's always a good thing. But definitely lucky and blessed to be healthy now and to be right back at it. So thanks to everyone that's reached out to us.
Well, good. I'm so glad. You look great. So
I think I have less hair. I was getting the hair back, and then I'll blame it on the COVID.
We all do. We all have less hair in 2020.
Exactly.
Don't worry about it. It's all good. All right, Oscar, good seeing you. I'm so glad you're back. And we will resume. Let's come back at 3. Sound good?
Sounds good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. Maybe, okay, 3 o'clock. I was going to say 3:15. Is that better? Because I know some people have to go out and grab lunch. Is that better for staff?
3:15 is fine.
Okay, 3:15. All right.
Can I just double confirm that those motions were adequate for moving this ordinance introduction forward, or legal?
Yes.
Do we need?
Yes, Arlo, go forward.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Conquer and
Appreciate
go
all your
forward.
time on this.
Okay. All right. See you back in an hour. Thanks, everyone. Madam Clerk, can you hear me?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I can. Whenever you are ready, we
Okay.
can call your meeting back to order.
All right, fantastic. Take us into the next item, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, transitioning to item D1. This is discussion and potential direction regarding the HUD Emergency Solutions Grant and CDBG funds. This will be a brief presentation from Monica Cochran. And at this time, I would like to note for the record, there is no public comment, and I would like to remind council that we do have quite a bit of an agenda to still get through. So I will do my best to keep us on track.
Okay, that would be great, Madam Clerk, if you would just make sure, if we're going over time, if you remind me. Okay.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. With that, Monica, you may begin your presentation. You can start your screen share whenever you're ready.
Okie dokie. And I think I'm getting a little better at this, but we'll see. There we go. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members, City Manager Monica Cochran for the record. This presentation is going to be some proposed uses for the funds that were allocated by HUD for coronavirus relief. The HUD funds are identified as CV funds. So this table lays out the CV funds that we received from HUD for CDBG and ESG. There weren't any home funds allocated in the CARES process. You'll see that CV1 funds were allocated as part of the Reno Ignite, or Reignite Reno, sorry. So those funds that we're talking about today are the funds that are in the last column, which is titled non-allocated. These are these are available after the general administration is deducted. So it's the very last column for the funds that we're talking about today. I just want to also note that while these funds are generally following the eligibility of the respective program, the purpose really is for them to slow or stop the spread of infectious diseases such as COVID-19. So they just can't be used for different things that we'll normally use, say, CDBG funds for. For the CDBG process, we're proposing to allocate these funds to ensure we can shelter individuals in a safe manner. So this would go towards shelter operations and help mitigate some of the increased expenses that we're seeing with, increased capacity, social distancing, things of that nature. The next slide is the proposed budget for the ESG CV2 funds. To put the amount of ESG funds that we got to the allocation into perspective, we usually get about $200,000 a year. So this is a lot more money than we normally get. In the first round, we received about $670,000 that went towards rental assistance. This table breaks out the different programs we're proposing with the additional $3.5 million that we received in a following round. And in the following slides, I'll explain more about each of these items. So first, I'd like to identify eligible uses of ESG funds. They're typically used for individuals that are at 30% or less than area median. So shelter operations, rapid rehousing, street outreach, case management, those are things that we would typically use ESG funds on. I'd also like to say that HUD is really encouraging jurisdictions to use these funds to get people housed. So rapid rehousing is really something that they're pushing. So the shelter operations portion of the ESG that we're proposing is to use a part of it for shelter operations, also with the CDBG funds to help cover the increase in operational costs. Typically, our portion of shelter operations have been covered by grant funds through the HAND division. And we know that for at least this fiscal year, our portion is about double what we contributed last year. So allocating these funds to operations would help us cover increased expenses over the next couple years while things are changing and we're trying to figure things out. And if going forward, we end up not needing to use all of those funds for that, we can always do a plan amendment and allocate them elsewhere. So then we get into the rapid rehousing. Rapid rehousing is a program that helps individuals who were formerly homeless live independent as possible for up to about 24 months. The model includes case management, wraparound services that will help the individuals hopefully self-correct and be more able to live in permanent housing or move to other supportive housing if that's what's needed for them. So what we're proposing to allocate funds to two separate nonprofits to expand their rapid rehousing programs. First is the VOA Restart program, which is the largest of our COC housing providers. And Restart focuses really on our most vulnerable, hardest to serve and hardest to house population. These are people with some mental health issues and or substance abuse. The proposal is to fund the program for about $1.3 million for up to 2 years. This will house 40 individuals, including rent, case management, and a housing navigator, which we discussed a little earlier. The second is Safe Embrace, whose focus is helping survivors of domestic violence. They're also one of our COC housing providers, and they would provide rental assistance for 8 households for up to 2 years. They already have other funds for case management and those sort of things. The next component would be Bridge Housing. And Bridge Housing provides temporary housing to individuals experiencing homelessness while providing a gateway to permanent housing. For this Bridge Housing pilot program, we're proposing to utilize the old family shelter as a location to house these individuals as their case managers and the housing navigator are working with them to transition into permanent or permanent supportive housing. A portion of the funding would support additional caseworkers and to supplement the funding that we receive from Anthem for the housing navigator position. First, we'd really like to start with our veteran population as it seems it'd be a natural fit for this program. We currently have a contract with the VA and it's a natural pathway for the veterans in the emergency shelter beds to go into transitional beds. And so this is a great place that we think we could start and then expand it a little bit for other people that are coming out of the community queue that are housing ready. And lastly, we're proposing to use about $165,000 to fund 2 outreach positions through the VOA Restart program for up to 2 years. We've talked about it many times about how important the outreach component is. And throughout this pandemic, VOA has sent out staff for most of the time for the clean and safe efforts, but those staff also have other primary duties. So it'd be really beneficial if we could get some outreach monitors, outreach workers that would be dedicated solely to this and can coordinate efforts with other outreach staff from other organizations. So I try to keep it quick and brief. And now I'll open it for discussion. I know you guys are busy, so hopefully I didn't talk too fast. And Madam Clerk, if you could pull on Hetty Reed in case there's some questions that would be more suited for her to answer, I would appreciate it.
Okay, thank you so much, Monica. I appreciate that. Can you kind of explain how you identify these people that you would provide housing for? How, kind of give me an idea of how that funneling works, or how do you decide? What does that look like?
In this pilot program, we would start first with the veterans. We have 2 contracts with the VA One is for emergency shelter beds and one is for a transitional housing program. So they're transitional beds and then emergency shelter beds. And one feeds the next. So then the transitional housing beds could feed the bridge housing, and then working with the housing navigator, some of those folks, depending on, kind of where they sit, they might be worked with just to get into permanent housing, maybe a roommate situation, maybe on their own, whatever the case may be. And some may go into permanent supportive housing. They would work through the community queue, through HMIS. But I will let Hetty explain that a little bit more if you would like some further explanation. HMIS and coordinated entry really is her bailiwick.
Okay, yeah, that would be great.
Hi
And
there,
also,
Hetty.
let me just ask you really quickly, are you working with the Veterans Resource Center as well? And maybe Hattie, you can weigh in on that. So go ahead. Thanks so much.
Sure. So Hetty Reed for the record. I apologize. My camera's not working at the moment. So we have an existing community queue. It's part of our coordinated entry system. So that system, it's through our homeless management information system, which is HMIS. And we have a matchmaker that works, she works at Catholic Charities. And so she actually works when housing programs have an opening to match the person that best fits that opening. And we have a standardized assessment we use. It's called the VI SPDAT, which gives people a score. And that's how our community queue really works. So we assess folks, they go on that queue, and the folks with the highest score are housed first. So with this program, we would be looking at folks with not the highest score, but more the middle score that we really haven't been able to serve because our programs are geared more towards the highest score. So those folks that are scoring kind of in the middle haven't had a lot of service options. So this would be a great opportunity for those folks who just need a little bit of support to get some housing.
Okay. Hetty, let me ask you this. So is it just veterans or
So
others?
the veterans have their own kind of by name list that's run through the VA. And then we have a community queue that is not veterans as well.
Okay. And if it's not veterans, then how do you identify them?
So we would use that system with the assessment and the scoring system to identify those folks within the scoring range that we're working with to place them in the bridge housing.
But where do you find those people?
So they'd be on our community queue, and they get on there a variety of ways. So you can access it through a shelter case manager or case managers throughout the community. A lot of folks have access to do the VI SPDAT assessment. So we have multiple access points with one community matchmaker.
Because that's been sort of the issue, I think, is that a lot of people, in order to access services, have to go through the shelter. And we know that many of them are not in the shelter, correct? So that's what always kind of worries me. And then what's the highest score on the SPDAT test?
It goes up to 20. We haven't seen that. The highest we've seen is about a 17, 18. But the highest right now are about 14, 15s.
And that's, I mean, I know what 14 looks like, and it's pretty severe.
Yeah, and so those folks are really more geared toward a permanent supportive housing program. This program would really target folks that are scoring more like 9, 10 that just need a little bit of support to get stable.
Okay, thank you. All right, sure. Councilwoman Breckus.
Just a quick question, kind of follow up to the mayor's thinking is, what about up in the jails? Do you ever, is that a place if someone's on a hold or, about to be released, do you work up there, or do those folks have to go through an agency?
So this is really for folks experiencing homelessness. So if someone was experiencing homelessness and also in jail, they may be on that queue, but we don't work directly with the jail because one doesn't really equal the other necessarily.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's just if they are both, that's a place. They don't fall through the system. If it's a homeless person who ends up at jail for a you know, an offense or something, is there a way that they get scored?
We don't have assessors at the jail, but they may be on the list through another, through an assessment through another service provider.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
That's a good question. I wonder if they do have the HMIS system at the jail. I wonder, does anyone know that, Monica?
I think that they're using Good Grid, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was part of the whole push when the county HSA went towards the Good Grid system, was because many of their different county providers were also on the same system.
Okay. Okay, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Cochran, Ms. Reed, I appreciate the thoroughness of the staff report and the presentation. I guess what I want to be able to do is highlight for our community the kind of the good work that you're doing, but it's hard to parse out from this the existing programs from the new. And so I would just like you to be able to share kind of the part of the program that's new, because as I understand it, the ESG CV2 allocations would allow us to do 2 different rapid rehousing programs and then some persons, right? So can you just distinguish between existing programming and what this allows us to do that's new?
Sure. The bridge housing program would be new. And we already have.
That's using the old family shelter service site at the
Correct.
Record Street location?
Correct. So we have that, you know, a framework set up for that. So that would be new. And that's the part that I was talking about. And I apologize if it was a little confusing. That was the part that I was talking about, starting with the veterans, just because we already have that natural progression for them to go into some transitional beds, if you will, which would be the bridge housing. The rapid rehousing portion, it's not new. It's just additional funds that could provide money for extra families or individuals. So those ones are existing. And then as far as the outreach, these would be new outreach employees that can help with, you know, some of the clean and safe efforts, or you know, any other efforts that are happening in the parks or the rivers or wherever else people are staying. So that's happening, but not at this level, just because people have other primary duties.
Well, Ms. Cochran, I guess my point ultimately is this is awesome, and the work that you're doing is awesome. I want to make sure that we are sharing with the community the commitment that we're making, so that they understand, because some of the, you know, the ESG, CV2, CDBG, the acronyms that we attach to these programs really don't tell the story of the people for which you are going to help serve in this community. So I think it's something worth shouting from the rooftops. And again, I think you and your department are carrying a pretty incredible load, given that the city is really not supposed to be in this necessarily this space, but we find ourselves there anyways. So congratulations to you all for the hard work that you're putting in. And I am absolutely supportive of the program and the projects that you've identified. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're very excited that this opportunity has come to us with these funds. We just usually don't get this much ESG funds, and they're geared towards a very, you know, 30% or below area median income. So it's really for those that are experiencing homelessness or you know, at risk of it. So we're pretty excited to, you know, have some funds to put towards something so important.
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask one more question. Let me ask you this, Monica, if a council member, because this happens quite a bit, and I'm sure every council member will be shaking their head, that a lot of times people reach out to us, or we identify on the council level, sometimes people in the community, whether, I mean, there have been times where you're just driving by and you see someone that needs assistance, and then you find out a little bit more about their history and their background and who they are. Or there are times where I've had people email me that are homeless, just, various situations. Is this something where a council member or anyone for that matter could identify someone and bring them to your attention and be able to help get services to those people?
Absolutely. I get copied on those emails a lot or different calls, and we reach back out to the individuals and see what it is that we can do to help them, whether it's a referral somewhere, a shelter bed, maybe a different agency. Sometimes the shelter isn't the place for them. Maybe it's just they need a night somewhere. So those are a case-by-case basis, and we really do try to help when those come to our attention. So
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much, Monica. Okay, any other questions? Seeing that there are none, I think Councilman Reese gave me a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Thanks,
so Monica.
Thanks. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, transitioning to item D2, this is a presentation and potential approval of the RTC fiscal year 21 and 22 interlocal cooperative agreements. This time we will transition over John Flansburgh to be able to answer questions. Additionally, we have Carrie Koski, and we will also be moving over Brian Stewart from RTC.
Good afternoon. Glad to be here today. This is our program of projects with the Regional Transportation Commission. Brian Stewart is here to present, Director of Engineering. Just as a reminder, this is the annual program of projects that comes forward. It talks about the major work that we have going on in Reno and some of the larger projects, as well as all the programmatic items. So with that, I'll turn the time over to Brian, and Carrie and I are here to also help with questions. Brian, take it away.
Good afternoon. Thank you, John. Good afternoon, Mayor, City of Reno Council. Good to see you. It's been a while. Everybody's in little boxes, but here we go again with respect to that. So I will try to share my screen and provide a quick PowerPoint that gives you a little bit of background just on where we're at and what we're doing. This is a routine action that we come to every year, and I must ask forgiveness because we are a little late in the 21 coming, and so I'm hoping that you can find that in your hearts to forgive the tardiness of this, but we can still move forward with the approval of the ICAs. So the interlocal agreements are really just agreements that detail out the roles and responsibilities as we complete projects within the City of Reno. So let me share. Okay, can you see that?
I can see it, Brian.
Okay. Super. So this is just a really abbreviated presentation, gives you a little bit of background, and I'll get into it for our 21 and 22 cooperative agreements with the City of Reno. So basically, RTC evaluates and approves fuel tax funded projects in conformance with 373.140 of NRS. Our board, the Regional Transportation Board, has to, they establish the priorities of the Regional Transportation Plan, how that work relates to other projects that are already authorized, the need for the project as compared to other items, and then the money available. After RTC evaluates that and approves the program, the Board of County Commission has to approve the expenditure of that fuel tax on projects. So we are able to complete that yesterday as the county approved the items for the ICAs as well as the POP. The last item is the agreements. So that just, like I said, details out the rules and responsibilities, the roles and responsibilities as the RTC delivers the projects and works with the cities. I got my little pictures of myself there. So the payment in the Regional Transportation Plan, there is categories of programs of which we fund an annual budget. One of those is the pavement preservation and reconstruction side. We provide $18 million to the region with respect to this program. The idea is to keep our regional roads in good shape. This is through two systems of how we work. We do preventative side, which is basically keep the roads that are in good shape by doing the slurry seals, the crack sealing, and dealing with those regional roads. And then if a project falls below a certain pavement condition index number, which is 55, then it can be a more robust fix. But that robust fix obviously comes with higher cost. So by balancing that, we move forward with a good system and a good project region-wide that addresses that. And so about half of the program, 6.5 million goes to the pavement preservation side, and the other is the road reconstruct side. So the other program that we have is what we call our traffic engineering spot projects, traffic enhancement projects. These are evaluated through the Traffic Operations Maintenance Committee, of which is all the local jurisdictions experts and subject matter experts in transportation, and they identify needs within the jurisdictions, and then the committee evaluates those on a yearly basis. We try to move forward with those projects and the different funding cycles. So you'll see new traffic signals sometimes, some turn pockets, some just upgrades to allow capacity and to allow our systems to flow a little bit better. Again, it's coordinated through the Traffic Operations Maintenance Committee. We also have our traffic management and intelligent transportation systems. So that is basically to collect and disseminate information. Through our region, we do lack this, and there's a lot of fiber and connections that just aren't there. And so this project helps connect those within the region so that we can do messages out to the traveling public. We can do traffic flow cameras. These fiber optics will be able to go into traffic operation systems and centers, and then we can make changes to the signal timing to allow it to flow better and to deal with. So it's an ongoing project. We usually put about $1.25 million or $1.75 million into the program. Again, this is coordinated with the Traffic Operations Maintenance Committee as the projects are developed. We also have our pedestrian connectivity at the transit stops. This is a big program, as our transit stops are lacking in many locations. And so we've made a commitment here in the last 3 years to really move those forward. You can see in the photograph here, this is on Mill Street, of what it basically does, the program. So we take a facility that is lacking from ADA and being able to transition transit users from the street onto the bus nice and safely and in a compliant manner, and improves that. So this is a 3-year project. We'll see a lot of these coming out this year as we got backed up in some acquisition process, but there'll be probably about 45 to 60 of these go out in this coming construction season. All right, a couple of the bigger projects, just to give you a brief update on those and where we're at. So Audie Wells, most of you probably are familiar with that project in that corridor and what we're doing. So it's a project that will improve multimodal, including pedestrian ways and bike facilities from 9th Street to Pyramid Highway, both in the city of Reno and the city of Sparks. We're at the 90% design is complete. There's a couple of cross sections that are shown on my graphic here that sort of detail as we face challenges through the corridor, but we're still establishing those areas where those certain users, whether they be on a bicycle, whether they be on foot or in a vehicle, have their designated areas so that it becomes a safer corridor for everybody to enjoy and could provide alternate ways to get around our community. The Sky Vista project is a capacity as well as a reconstruct project. This important project will provide 2 more lanes, a lane in each direction. Right now the facility is 2 lanes, and so we'll go to 4 lanes. to alleviate some capacity and all the development and things that's going on up there in that area. Limits are from Lemon to Silver Lake. We're looking at doing a roundabout at Silver Lake. We're still in probably 50% design right now. Working through some of the details. We work closely with the Public Works Director and the city engineer to come up with a good project and all the details that are needed. That we're proposing to start construction of Sky Vista in 2022. Lemon Drive's another large project within the city of Limits. Again, it's a capacity project. It's broken into two separate segments. I'll talk about the first segment first, and that's the limits from 395, US 395 to Military Road. We were able to work with NDOT and found some funding so that we could move the intersection, actually the interchange of 395 and Lemon into our project. NDOT is providing $10 million of funding, which is sufficient enough to cover the construction of this diverging diamond interchange. And so that makes it nice that we can get that capacity taken care of while we're doing our regional road capacity improvement there up to Military. So we're adding lanes, so there's a additional lane in each direction, and there'll be multimodal improvements with respect to a multi-use path that will be provided so that people can choose to walk in that corridor as well. That project will be advertised in midsummer of next year, and then it'll be a 2-year project because of just the magnitude of that diverging diamond interchange and how that works. So we're excited to move that along and help alleviate some of the congestion issues up there, and working with our partners of state and Segment 2 isn't quite as far along. We're still working with both the county and the city as far as moving the project along and going through the alternatives and what needs to be done, knowing and working with the Swan Lake Recovery Group and ensuring that what we do up there to provide a reliable transportation system to meet the capacity is taken care of. So that's just going to basically pick up at Fleetwood and then go up into the area of Chickadee as far as some capacity improvements, and there'll also be multimodal improvements, meaning there'll be a multi-use path or some sort of sidewalks and whatnot to be able to provide those other transportation alternatives. And then I just ended on a quick map that shows mainly our bigger projects that within the region. So it also shows Sparks and what's going on over there, as well as the county and some of the projects that are there. So you'll see some of the new projects and then all the others. And I'm happy to answer questions on these projects if we want to go into detail, but I know we're pinched for time, and but we're just excited to continue to work with the city and make these investments into our transportation system on these great projects. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Brian, and nice to see you. It's been a while.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, go right ahead. Who would like to weigh in? Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus, and then Madam Clerk, will you please keep us on schedule? Thanks.
Yeah, let me just start my stopwatch so I don't go over the 3 minutes I'm allocated to ask questions on this important issue. Number one, you said that we do this every year, Mr. Stewart, but I thought last time this came back to us, it was represented that they were doing it on a 2-year cycle.
No, it's every year. I am a little late. As you'll see, there's 2 ICAs in the action item. There's a 21 and a 22. So we come every year. We should be coming at this time of year, maybe even a month before, as the programs develop and that we understand which projects we're going to start breaking out of those programs.
Yeah, I mean, I objected when I recall it was explained that they're going to do a 2-year POP. And I said, I don't think so. I think a POP is a 1-year thing. But having said that, couple problems is one, I have past year POPs because I've kept them all since I've been on the council since 2012. And I usually get the tables of the preventive maintenance down to the street level. I didn't see that this year. So there's that. And then the second one is confusing to me. You said this is in the framework of utilizing fuel tax. And I think you're meaning state fuel tax at that point then, correct? But I thought this exercise of an annual POP was really the origin of your designation as an MPO, and then follows under a lot of the, as we know, an MPO is a federal designation, and then a lot of the United States Code requirements for your compliance as an MPO. So can you clarify that?
Yes. So what the POP is, the program of projects that you see before you, is following NRS 373-140. So it details exactly out what the RTC board does. And it is with respect to the fuel tax, the RTC or Washoe County fuel tax. We do index, the region indexes the state and federal side of the fuel tax also. So we have that responsibility with this. But the action of the POP is actually the fuel tax. It does not have to be with respect to the federal funding that is that may or may not come into the RTC.
Okay, so that's clarifying to me, because I always felt that we were in an MPO compliance process when we did this. I thought the United States Code required MPOs to go back and do these. But let me ask you this, is every year we have the 5-year RTIP on, and we don't just get what you're doing hard project this year, we also understand where you're in design, where you're in feasibility, acquisition, and so on. So I feel today, without the exhibits of the preventive maintenance, and without understanding what you're under design on or acquisition, I don't have the full picture. And I can go into some other examples. I'm at 3 minutes, but there are other projects that I thought showed up on previous POPs that have somehow disappeared in the information that I have before me today. Thank you.
All right, Brian, do you want to respond?
Yeah, I can respond. I mean, what the POP is once a project is authorized to expend fuel tax on through our process, it wouldn't necessarily show up in a new ICA or a new POP because it's already been approved to move that forward. So that's why you probably don't see the other POPs. We're happy to provide project statuses. We work through Carrie and John all the time. We can come before this board, this council anytime and provide a number of details on any of the projects that we're doing.
Okay, thank you. Okay, who's next? No one?
I have a follow-up then.
I'll go to Naomi and then I'll come back to you. Okay, Councilman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to say a comment I said last time, which is we love hearing about these projects. We're excited that RTC is moving forward. My question, and you may have touched on it, was about the South Reno study that you did, which identified a whole bunch of needs. And I just wondered, where are they in the priority of these projects?
Yeah, you'll see, I think we have a TE spot at Veterans, and Long Meadows is on there. That's a TE spot 11, so that's starting design. That came out of that study. As you might be aware, we're in the midst of updating the 2050 Regional Transportation Plan, which we're excited to, I believe, bring to you in January timeframe so that you can weigh in on the projects and discuss that in detail. At that time, a lot of those projects that came out of the South Meadows studies will be rolled into that overall regional transportation plan so that we can find out, where they actually come out as we drop into what you'll see the projects that we'll actively work on.
As a follow-up, thank you, Brian. I guess what I'm asking is, so a 50-year plan, I mean, some of these could get pushed out 20, 30, 40, 50 years. By then, the city will be old, and who knows what will be happening. So I guess what I'm saying is it possible that you can set aside some money? You've got your big regional road project, set aside a basket of money for these fixes. You know, I'll give you an example. When DMV came in, I had their lobbyist actually, or a lobbyist for another group, go to the state and say, we need the street light, traffic light for the intersection at Sand Hill and Double R, I think it was. But there was also discussion of a traffic light at the other end of Sand Hill, you know, because everybody's going to be coming to this place. And there's just many examples of, you know, Carrot is another one that many people brought up in that meeting. You know, Carrot was mentioned numerous times. The roundabout at, you know, at the Maverick at Geiger and Veterans. So how do we get these projects? And you guys were gonna, I know, try to come quarterly. I know COVID interfered, but I think that we would be more prepared to actually bless this list if we had a little prelim, you know, before you just arriving saying bless the list. So that's the, you know, so Carrot and Roundabout, are they anywhere in the near future?
Yeah, they did come out of that South Meadows study, and they're in there. So part of the RTP process, the Regional Transportation Update, is to use a quantitative approach, assign different values based on safety, based on capacity, based on different things, to see where the priorities are. And so that's what you'll be shown a little bit on in January, as part of our process of finalizing the regional transportation plan. The final product obviously will be brought before our RTC board for that plan to be, you know, ratified.
Okay, so I guess my ask is just before you come with the final ratification in January to us, it's again going to be a thing where it's presented at council and you want ratification. I totally get that. But how do we have input into it so that it's not a last minute thing? Sure. Our input.
Sure. It is through
Madam
that planning
Mayor.
process.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And two, you know, those that maybe aren't on the board that don't understand, this board is kind of no different than any other regional board. So when the members of the RTC discuss the projects, and there's always more projects needed than there is money to do them, and we're all across the entire community experiencing explosive growth, whether it's in Wingfield Springs or Verdi or South Reno. We deliberate, discuss with all the criteria that of the data received about the project. So we at great length discuss and deliberate all of them. And a lot of those discussion and decision points from the city of Reno perspective come from many meetings with our staff as well, which I know our staff has met with all of our council members to bring that forward. So just like, you know, Tumwa board makes decisions for regional things across the valley, the RTC board does the same. So it's no different. The representatives that you have on RTC discuss, deliberate, and are knee deep in all these details. And it's a matter of balancing the needs across many
I get it. I just we did a whole study, and studies haven't been done in every part of the town, but it sets up an expectation, especially amongst the residents, that what's going to follow is action. And we have a couple projects on there, which I very much appreciate. So is the recommendation that we should meet with John Flansburgh and he shall funnel our recommendations or requests, shall I say?
I think John just raised his hand.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you. Yeah, just for a little bit of clarity here. Remember, the 2040 plan was just adopted in May of 2018. So it hasn't been that far out. And some of these studies that we've had more recently have taken place since then. The ideal time is to get those projects programmed. One of those projects that came out even earlier was the one at Veterans and Long Meadow. And so that has moved forward on the traffic engineering spot projects. And so to your point, Councilmember Doer, there are programs set up which allowed us to move and pivot quickly to actually include that traffic signal in the traffic engineering spot program, just like we have another one in North Valleys at Golden Valley and Beckworth. To Councilmember Breckus's discussion in regards to the MPO function, there are three main documents that come out of the MPO function of the RTC. and that is the Unified Plan Work Program. And that's where we were able to get information like the South Meadows transportation study in place, and that helps to inform on projects coming out in the future. We have the 5-year Regional Transportation Improvement Program, the RTIP, and that is a document that will come to you and get input as well, and then it's finalized at the Regional Transportation Commission. And the last item is this big plan, is the 20-year plan that's going to be the 2050 RTP, which is just, I mean, a lot of data has been started to be captured, but in January is when it's going to be brought to the council and really have some discussions on what some of those priorities are. So I just want to be clear, those are kind of those 3 big planning documents and how those projects move up toward the front. Today, we're looking at the 1-year item, and it's really the interlocal cooperative agreement between the city, RTC, the county, on how we're going to move forward and what our roles and responsibilities are on these individual projects moving forward.
Right, I know. So are you saying January we get to discuss, or January they want us to vote?
January is going to be a discussion, a presentation, talk about the process, and start pulling in information for input into that plan. It isn't.
Well, that's great. I thought he was saying we're coming to you in January to approve this 2050 plan, and I'm thinking we're not ready. So okay, thanks.
So Brian, the other thing is, I know we had projects in the queue. One, I was curious about, do you have a list of where we're at with those projects that were approved? I think Arlington Bridge was, am I right?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Carrie's like, yes.
Yes, Arlington is actively working on, we're doing a feasibility study to really come up with the real idea of what we want there. So we'll have a preferred alternative, and in theory, we'll be able to move that environmental documentation through quicker because we have that preferred alternative early on.
Okay, and then what other ones are coming up? Because I know that we approved some in the past. Can you just refresh my memory?
Yeah, I can. So Center Street, we're also working on that and trying to really define what that scope is going to be and what it's going to include as far as the multimodal approach, which is
Oh yeah, good one. I'm super excited about that. When will that one start?
Well, like I said, we're really trying to look at the corridor and make sure that we touch it one time, which would include some reconstruct, some other multimodal facilities as well as the cycle track. So we're just getting into the real meat of determining what that scope will be so that we can really get into the details with your staff on what does that look like.
When do you think that will start? Because honestly, like, how long ago did we approve that one? I'm just anxious I think it's such an exciting project.
Yeah, it's started now as far as those meetings and those conversations, and we're going to continue into design. And so we got another probably year of that design and that effort, and then we'll look into taking to the next step would be the final design and construction, probably 23 timeframe before we get there. There's a lot of stuff.
Awesome. I'm super excited about that one. Which other ones? I can't remember. There were a lot, weren't there?
There's a lot. Arlington Bridges, 11 Drive, I talked about, the Audie Well.
And then, and 4th Street, right?
West 4th Street is on the plan. We're getting that ramped up. We've been doing a lot of work with the city staff and understanding what the city wants that corridor to look like, and making sure that, again, we're scoping out the right improvements that would include the best use of that corridor based on matching up with the city's desire and planning documents that they have.
Okay, so when do you think you'll start? Right now, it sounds like you're sort of
just starting the design. So I don't have a schedule for that, to be honest.
Okay, and the only reason that I really want to ask and look at some of these projects, and thank goodness we had Councilwoman Jardin and Councilman Delgado on the board when we were doing Midtown. They kept us on track, which was really great. So I'll be leaning on them because they brought it back and we kind of got to have some say in some of those things, and they did a great job. So I want to just make sure that, you know, if there's something that Councilwoman Jordan or Delgado, you know, want to bring, you know, they've just been really good champions over there for us. So I want to say thank you to both of them and all your work. So I appreciate it. Okay, Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, I think some of the problem here today, and you know, I know you acknowledge you're putting two together, you're late, you don't have those other exhibits, but, and I know it's been a tough year, but it is difficult. And I have the POP from 2018 right here. And for example, you have at that point, you know, Sun Valley Quarter multimodal improvements. You showed it as an $11 million construction estimate, but you also showed 1.5 under design. So I knew in 2018, under the POP, that you were going to be moving into design that year. And I could expect, one would hope, that in 2021 or so, I'd see that on construction. My problem today is I don't know what you're doing in design. And if you're doing something in design, like a $110 million project that I don't know about, it's just going to show up on the POP, and I'm not going to be in an ability to say, I don't think that's our regional priority for design, moving to construction on that project. You know, I find it a problem because, as you said, we never have enough money for everything. And if you're moving the ball, rolling downhill on design on one project, but I don't see it, that's a problem. And I'm very, very knowledgeable of your 2040, you know, your long range plan. Your 5-year plan is the most important one to me. It's the most useful because it also fleshes out which projects are going to go under federal review, which are just going to use state money, very different project considerations. So I'm really struggling on this, but I don't like to bring up ward, you know, obviously always we just go to straight to the projects in our ward, but I recall that the Keystone Avenue Bridge was under design last year, but I don't see it here. I understand a spot improvement at Charlotte's and Robb, or Mayan and Robb, was Mayan and Somerset Parkway, and Charlotte's was a spot improvement, but it's not an exhibit of the spot improvement. So I think you're not really have enough information here to help me say, yes, this is the region's priorities. These are the priorities for Reno this year. So I don't know. I would like to see this come back in January and maybe get married up with your 5-year RTIP.
Would it help if we had a presentation of the POP?
Well, this is the POP. But this is the POP that is not complete to the information that we've had in the past. And that's a deficiency, and it's unfortunate. And, you know, it's only showing half the picture. And I don't think that's right, particularly because these projects get big, long lifetimes when they go into construction or design, acquisition. And, you know, for example, the Forest Avenue bike one, that one, where's that? What is under design? I think this is deficient, and I think we should take a pass and have you come back to our first meeting in January with a POP that fills out what you've got under design, what you've got under right-of-way acquisition, how things are on the 5-year plan too.
But that was my point, was coming back with a presentation on it. Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess where I'm struggling is the program of projects and the detail that Councilwoman Breckus says she's missing has been presented, deliberated, and voted upon by the RTC board. Just, I guess I'm struggling with the representatives that are on that board having already done that work. And if we're going to start saying we're going to bring those decisions back to this board for deliberation and consideration, I'm process-wise, I'm trying to understand, are we going to demand the same thing of TUMWA and regional planning, and we're going to bring all of those decisions must come back to this body? I think that kind of defeats the whole point of the representation on the regional boards. Now, that being said, not presenting the information, whether it's already been decided, voted upon, is a different story. That I agree with. that I think is something that should have been in the materials. But it almost sounds like there's a desire for a process change. And I just want to make sure that we understand the change that is being requested. If requested here would be a process change, I would hope we would request of every regional body and could throw the whole need for those regional bodies to exist.
And Councilwoman Jordan, I think you're right. I guess I was looking more of a broader picture and overview. You guys vote on that there, and and I think you've done a great job. Like I said, both you and Councilman Delgado bringing it to this board. So I would not recommend any changes other than more of a comprehensive update, maybe.
Which I agree. A link to those decision points should have been included. I totally agree with that. I think there should have been more information to say, here's the actions and the decisions that were made and what that means. I totally agree with that. Completely agree with that.
Okay, John Flansburgh, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Brian did present, he went over it kind of fast, I think just in the interest of time. And sometimes when we go fast, we end up taking more time. But there was the overall map. And I guess if I could screen share here just real quick and go back to that discussion. So if you can see the RTC pop map there, it does show, you know, what we talked about, Sky Vista Lemon Drive. Here's the Sun Valley Boulevard 2020 timeframe, Pyramid Highway 2023, Sparks Boulevard 2024, Mill Street capacity, Center Street, Virginia, Arlington, West Forest. So some of those out projects, these are not all the projects, but some of those projects are listed here, some of those larger ones regionally that were being asked. So I just thought that would be helpful just to show it was in the presentation materials.
Okay, that's great, John. I appreciate it. But if they're not all of them, will you just bring them back to show all of them? And then that way we just have an update on them?
Yeah, I think primarily what is being asked here is really that 5-year RTIP and where we were last time. And it just would always be good to have that as a backup material to present how we got to the POP. So
awesome. Okay, great. Okay, Councilwoman Breckus, I thought you had your hand up.
No, I mean, I guess the thought that, you know, this is applicable to Tumwa is not accurate. I mean, we have a statute. It says go do this. It doesn't say Tumwa, you know, have your capital improvement plan go through an interlocal. I mean, it's a completely different thing. I'm just asking and stating that in the past, the POPs have included non-hard construction annual efforts, okay, design. And I use the POP every year to see what's coming on and what's coming off, because there's a lot of moving off the 5 years. Some things disappear, things show up. The Lemon Valley project wasn't in 2 years ago. And there's project splitting, you know, which I think was done on the Southeast Connector. And so, and you know, this interchange in Lemon Valley, because the resources to do projects are so constrained fiscally, we need the bigger picture, and it's not being presented here. And I think design is a project, an annual project. And I think that should be included in the POP today. And also I think the exhibits of the pavement preservation and the spot improvements should be identified at this time. So, you know, I don't see a problem if we're late to hold up and get this right and do it in January where it's completely right. We all understand the full scheme of what RTC is doing in the next year. And then it's a template for doing this annually every year that we can agree upon. This is the information we want and we'll look for in the POP. Thanks.
Hey, Brian. Oh, go ahead, Carrie. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Carrie Koski, City Engineer. I just wanted to make note that in the memo that we did provide for council, in that particular memo, I listed out each one of the pavement preservation projects for the next 2 years and what ward that they will be occurring in, and a real short scope and a construction timeline. As far as the pavement preservation, as far as the pavement, the slurry projects, the maintenance, preventative maintenance that Councilwoman Breckus is referred to, we are working with the RTC staff right now as we are having this meeting to identify all of those candidates and I imagine that we will have those done in probably the next month. I can provide that to the council in a memo of which projects will be on that particular on the preventative maintenance, if that helps.
And Brian, that slide that you showed us, I didn't see it in our packet. Is it in there? Sorry to be a pain.
Isn't there 2 maps that are in the packet, Carrie?
I had one, and maybe it just.
There should be 2 maps attached to the council memo that you received. I believe it was on around the 2nd of December.
Okay. All right.
I can certainly make sure I get those forwarded to you all again, if that will help.
Okay, yeah, no problem. That would be great. Do those also have like a timeline on those?
The memo does, and so do the maps. Yes.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you so much. Nice to see you, by the way. It's been too long.
I know, Mayor, it has. Yes. You all.
All right, any other questions? Seeing that there are none, give me a motion, Councilwoman Jordan.
Move to approve.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
We have discussion.
Okay, discussion.
Thank you. I'm not going to support, I don't want to see this as an indictment of the projects. It's really an indictment of the process. I think the process is design, and it's feasibility studies, and it's acquisition. And if we're only going to think in 1 year's time that RTC is just doing hard work on our behalf, we're wrong. We're not acknowledging what's going on. And I just cannot in good conscience, find out in January that they're under design for a project going out to, Wadsworth, for the lands bill. Or a study. I mean, I don't know. and knowing that they're not under design under the Keystone Avenue Bridge, which is a terrible bridge that I thought was under design. So I can't support the motion. And I'm sorry. And I hope we can, get some of that information more transparent out to the public on we're doing on an annual basis. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, moving on, right back at you, Madam Clerk. Nice to see you, Carrie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With that, transitioning to items D3. These will be D3.1 and D3.2. We will open them together as they do relate to one another. At this time, we will be transitioning over Lori Miles to be able to answer questions. Additionally, we do have the applicant's representatives available for questions.
All right, I think this is Ward 1. I'm gonna send it over to Councilwoman Breckus, or actually, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, we have no public comment on this item.
Thank you. Okay. Presentation, or I will send it. Oh, hi, Lori.
Hi. Lori Miles, City of Reno Property Agent, City Manager's Office, Public Works. Before you're going to see a presentation from the developer. This is approval of terms of selling city-owned property. It was a slight typo. I noticed it's actually 1.99 acres, give or take, once you carve street right away in the alley out, of 3 parcels of city land to Green Street for affordable senior housing project. I know the developers are on here, and I know they have a presentation, so maybe I'll quit talking and let them do their presentation.
Right. I guess it looks like I'm going to send it over. Is it Jim? I'm going to send it over to Mr. Segeo. Or is Dane on here somewhere?
I'm trying to unmute my audio here.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Take it away.
I've also got Maureen Picarella with our partners at Vintage here as well. So
good afternoon.
Share the screen. I'm going to do a quick, some of you may have already seen this, a quick video of what we're proposing for the site. Let me see if I could share the screen here. Can everybody see that?
I can.
And yes.
Okay, all right, let me, it's real short. Let me try. I just want everyone to be able to see what we're proposing on all four sides of this project. That, and then let me open this real quick here. I think most of you may have seen this. A couple slides here with what we're proposing. Similar architecture to what we did at our Vintage at the Crossings project down in South Reno. Here's the location right here between Washington and Vine and 3rd Street with the railroad tracks just to the north. Here's a before and after look. Here would be the site, the existing site right here with 3 or 4 old buildings, and this is what we would propose in its place. Here's our current site plan. Still have some adjustments to make, but this is essentially what it would look like. We're at 163. As you can see the unit count right now, we'll probably land right around 160, which is I think what we put in our proposal. I think a lot of you may have already seen this. And then that's another shot of the site, and then the rendering. So what we would like to do is, first of all, we're grateful to have the opportunity to potentially acquire a city-owned parcel and do something great for the community and create more affordable housing. We've got our current project, the senior one down south, as I mentioned, has anywhere from 120 to 150 person waiting list at all times. We started another senior project on Gentry, which is in the framing stage now. And we're already getting inundated with calls from hopeful seniors to try and land a spot in there. And there seems to be quite a bit of depth in that waiting list. So we're hoping, we think it's a great use for the site. We do contend with the railroad tracks and some demolition and so forth. But we're happy to answer questions, and I think most of you have probably gone through our proposal.
All right.
Madam Mayor.
Hold on one second. Madam Clerk, can you put us back up?
Yes.
So I can see who's out there. Okay. Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I've focused on this property for some time. I think this is the one we did a contest on a long time ago about, envisioning urban living and urban housing. I always thought market rate would be fine, but I've also wanted to see some of the city properties that we had from retract go into deeper subsidy than just what you get with a home and a tax credit deal. Are you going to go in for home and tax credits on this?
Yes, this will be a typical home tax credits and bond financed.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm excited about it. I do want to say something is I spent a lot of time this year on the premises of different multifamily properties and projects. And I think I have an understanding of multifamily design over the years, better than when I was in graduate school looking at multifamily design, in an architect school. But I was on the planning side. And the one up at Kmart, the 11 buildings up there, the old Kmart site.
Yeah.
The design there, in my view, could be better than ones that were even built recently. And I went by very recently your Gentry Street one, and it's going to be smaller, much smaller. And I'm excited to see how that comes out. And I know people like to Christmas tree these projects, but I did notice some deficiencies that I thought were dark corridor entryways. That was a big site with a lot of massing, but on this one, I don't know if the QIP gives you extra credits for balconies, but I think there's some design that could be upped a little bit that I hope the site affords. Just feedback.
Yeah, I think a couple things. One, on the North Reno site, that is a family affordable project with a bunch of different buildings. This one, our senior buildings are typically one building, and it will look very similar to the Gentry site, as well as this will look very similar to the one in South Reno, one building, senior 4-story, which I think looks pretty nice. I'm not sure if you've been able to go through that, but it's not one you would drive by and say that's affordable housing. In fact, that project won National Senior Affordable Project of the Year, which we're pretty proud of.
Yeah,
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah, I don't have a bias against it. I helped draft the QAP one time and understand, the parameters of how they look at it. And it's very site differential, obviously. And this is the first time you're coming in urban. This is almost like the one on Virginia Street at Toma, in terms of the carriage. I think it's called the Carriage House. It's not your project.
Right, right.
But anyway, I just, I'll look. And the one you're saying that it's more like, is it the one way down by Summit Mall or the one closer up by, on Virginia Street over at, South?
Yeah, it's right off the Damani exit. If you're going south, it backs to that Walmart right there. It's on the old Virginia Road front.
Yeah, I'll go look at that. I'm really more looking at the sunlighting and the amenities attached to the private unit.
All right, thanks, Councilwoman Breckus. Jim, I want to ask you, first of all, I've been to that property actually a dozen times, and it's beautiful. So council really should go and check it out. And it was quite an opening.
Hope everyone does.
Yeah, and it was quite an opening that you had. I remember the governor showed up, and it's a beautiful, beautiful project. So Jim, is that the same concept? It looks like it.
Yes.
Okay.
Just the South Reno project, the crossings is 230 units. This is obviously a little smaller at 160, so won't be as obviously size.
And are you going to do the same amenities?
Same amenities, yes.
Yeah. It's fantastic. Okay.
Yeah, we don't have as much, very similar inside the building. I think you went through most all those. We'll have very similar. Outside, we don't, because of the tracks and everything, we don't have as much room to do a lot of the stuff we have in the courtyard down there, but we will do as much as we're able to and stay out of the basement. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, Councilman Reese.
All right, I'm working from multiple screens, so I had to be able to unmute myself.
Change your sweater on us.
Thank you for being here. I guess I want to first start with sort of a general discussion for our body, and then I may come to Mr. Zakeo. But, oftentimes as a body, we are asking ourselves, and people are asking of us, what are we doing to provide for affordable housing? And we've talked a lot in the last year and a half about utilizing whatever tools are in the toolbox. And one of the toolbox tools that we have is where we own the land. We can basically use that land and incentivize someone to come along and develop that land for the benefit of the people who might live there. And so this is one of those cases where we own the land. I think the two appraisals, there were some dueling appraisals. The average of those two appraisals was 19375. And ultimately, the question is, if we're going to discount the land that we have, because the purchase price here is intended to be $625, we have to receive something of community benefit for it. And in that regard, I'm very, excited about this project, to be honest with you, and so that my colleagues know, when I look at the kind of folks that could be impacted by this and the long-term sort of taking this site, which is very challenging, to be honest with you. It has some very old and dilapidated buildings. They have served a purpose for us these last many years by being the site of our overflow shelter, but the area over there needs the re-injection of life into it. And I believe that this building and the concept of providing, in low-income housing for seniors is that thing that we can use, the toolbox tool that we have to incentivize and make that happen. So there are some in the community who will say, you're giving land for less than fair market value. I don't think that that answers the question of what is our role and what we have in the tools that we have in the toolbox. So I'm glad to say that I support this project. I guess my question then, Mr. Zakeo, is who benefits from this project in terms of who would live there? I mean, I like to be able to show people what it means. Are we talking about 1-bedroom units, 2-bedroom units? Is it a single person age 70 years old who is looking for housing but has limited resources? Like, who is the tenant? That's what I need to understand to kind of connect all the dots.
Yeah, I'm going to have actually Maureen jump in here and answer that. She's on our operations side, and she is very well versed in everyone that walks through the door.
Yeah, typically you're going to see on these senior projects, the average age is 65. My sense for this location is we'll get some 55 plus, somewhere in that 55 to 65 range who are actually working downtown. This is really workforce housing. It's low income housing, but the maximum income does allow for them to make some earned income. So that's what you're going to see there is typically our demographic is single person household. The unit mix is typically 1 bedrooms. I think we have some studios as well, correct, Jim?
Yeah.
Yeah, so single person households, really some will be walking to locations that they may be working, but typically they're going to be retired seniors.
Okay, and I want to just make sure that we're putting a very fine point on it, but you're using words that I want to make sure that we all understand. So you've said low income, you've said affordable, you've said workforce housing, and are all of those the same target demographic? My understanding of those terms maybe means something different. And so I'm just trying to make sure, because at the end of the day, I want to be able to say this project will benefit this type of individual who maybe they make X dollars, they're at that 60% AMI. When my colleagues and I were in the agenda review for this item, there had been some confusion about what market rate housing is versus what subsidized housing is, how the AMI works into that. Can you speak to any of that?
Sure. Typically we have a minimum income requirement. So we expect people to be able to pay their rent. So you're not going to move people in that have zero income. You're going to have people that have income and can pay rent. The rent for these units is going to be $896 for a 1-bedroom. And that's going to cover everything. That's going to include all of their utilities as well as their rent. Typically our household is making anywhere between $16,000 and $20,000 a year for these retired seniors who are on fixed incomes. That's what I think will benefit from this particular building.
And so I can just close this out and then I'll defer to my colleague, Councilmember Jordan. When you say $896 for a 1-bedroom with all utilities, how does that compare to current market conditions for persons today? I mean, is that good? Is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think in Reno right now, Jim might be able to speak to this better than I can, but a 1-bedroom unit in Reno right now, market rate is going to be anywhere between $1,200 and $1,600 a month.
Yeah, some of our current market rate rents are up around 15, 16 for the 1-bedroom. And right down the street, you've got the 3rd Street Flats, and their cheapest 1-bedroom is $1,350, I think, up to $1,620, I believe.
Plus, they'll pay utilities on top of that,
right.
including they're usually rubbed back for water, sewer, and garbage.
True.
All right, I'm going to send it over to Vice Mayor Weber. I need to wrap my foot and I will still be on, but I'm going to send it to you. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I think, was it Councilmember Jordan had something, question? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Very excited to see this day come for this project. I know this property is something that we have discussed its possibilities, its potential, and its future for some time. And I know it served a population in a dire need. And now we have made significant steps in that regard. And I feel like this is 160 units that are going to be just life-changing to many. You know, we've seen our houseless population double in the last year, and it's not for many having some level of income. It's just not been enough to be able to get anything. The availability, as you all know, is so low, and then the availability to pay the rent. 896 with utilities is really, really tremendous. So 160 units, I just can't even wait. This is one of those investments. If someone wants to give us pushback on discounting the property price, I would just say all day long. This is what we should be doing more of wherever we can possibly do it. This is so tremendous. So kudos to everybody. Thanks for staying the charge on this. I know you guys did a lot of work, Jim, and I appreciate everything you're doing, and your projects are really, really making a difference. So I'm excited to see this come to fruition. So what is the construction schedule should we get past this tonight?
Well, we're at, as you know, there's only one intake every year for home funds, which is December 15th. So assuming we hopefully get approval tonight, we're in a race to get in the queue for home funds. And then from there, we'll go through our due diligence. And ideally, we would like to start this project next summer, fall timeframe, once we get through all the hearings and everything else. Bond
Fantastic.
Finance.
All
Yeah.
right. I suspect this will be one of those that fills very, very quickly, very quickly. And its proximity to medical facilities is one of the beautiful things. It's on the transit line, it's next to the freeway, and it's got multiple medical facilities.
That's one of the things we loved about it as well. Thanks.
Yeah, it's great. It really is great. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Dewar, you're muted.
Madam Vice Mayor, I feel like Councilmember Dewar might be on another phone call.
Okay.
I think Councilmember Reckes looks like she's the last one with questions before we transition to a motion.
Well, I'm prepared to make a motion. The mayor said it's in Ward 1, so I'll make the motion. And it's a very involved motion, so let me do that. Unless Ms. Miles, do you have anything to tell me about anything I need to know to make a motion?
Not that I'm aware of, no. It's
So
in the outline there.
Okay, yeah. So staff recommends council determine the sales price. The sales price is stated in the staff report. I think it's 505, correct?
625 at its current rate, unless you wanted additional units at lower.
I do want additional rates at lower.
Okay.
I would like to see them go deeper. I understand. Yeah.
Sorry, Lori Miles. There is a cost involved for each additional units. I believe it's like 45,000 for each additional unit below 60% AMI. Is that correct, Jim?
I think it's 40,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we would recommend that if you do want additional units that we can afford, because we do have a few obligations that we have to pay back out of the sales price, that we cap that at 5.
Okay.
So,
okay. That's what I'd recommend that. Oh, I don't know. Mr. Reese is raising his hand.
Councilmember Reckes, I just want to say before you make the motion, and if you'll indulge me for a minute, we spent a great deal of time in our briefing talking about those 5 units and whether going to that 40% AMI effectively did anything of benefit. And my conclusion is that it did not. I mean, it makes it sound like we have done something good, but for the $40,000 you take in each unit spread out over a 30-year period, you may as well have put the 60% AMI units into service and use them for that same period of time. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. If there were more of them, or if it was, I just don't think we make the money back on the rate of return for what we're giving. That's the only concern I had.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm comfortable with making a motion to go further, just because I've seen the volume of production, and so few get to the 40%. And that opens up a different window, you know, like the housing navigator that we've been talking about. When she goes in and she's doing the income verification, you know, she's got all these 40% people here that she can't, you know, place. And this just opens it up a little bit more. So I am prepared to make a motion of, but I get the long-term situation, but maybe it'll come through for a rehab before then. So anyway, up to 5 units at the 45, reducing the purchase price to 505 is my recommendation of the sales price. And then also the disposition and development agreement, incorporate that into the motion. And it's the best interest of the public to sell the property and improve the general terms of the DDA and authorize the city manager to approve it and finalize the finalized DDA.
Thank you for the motion. Is there a second before I go to, I think Mr. Stockham has something to say, but let's get a second, if there's a second. Okay, there's not. Okay, you'll second for discussion? Thank you. Mr. Stockham, if you're there, you're not on, you're on mute.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to point out, I don't think the math adds up on that motion. The 505 price would be for 3 units. If it was 5 units, it would be further discounted to 425.
Okay. Well, since staff says don't go deeper than 5, I made the motion to go to 5, and that is then the purchase price.
So that would be a $425,000.
$425, yes.
Okay, and I'm not quite that I understand what was just said.
I'm not sure I fully understood what just happened either. I mean, are we getting 3 or 5 units for 500 or 425? What are we doing?
5 units for 425.
Okay.
That's 5 additional units at a lower AMI.
Got it.
I second that.
You did second it. Thank you so much.
I still second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and then Councilmember Reese.
I just want to ask so that I understand, because I do support the lower units. I think I'm the one who originally asked them to get as deep as they could. I still am a little skeptical of whether or not the discount is worth it, but the project's awesome and should be approved either way. At the end of the day, who is going to make sure that those 5 units for the life of the project stay in the 40% category? Does anyone understand what I'm saying? Like, what is the enforcement? Yeah. How do I know that they're doing it at that rate, or any of the other rates for that matter? I'm just trying to understand the logistics of it. I trust Mr. Zakeo, but if Mr. Zakeo sells it in 5 years,
it's
how do we know?
Standardized. It's very standardized. And when you put tax credits in, the state does the primary monitoring of compliance.
They'll audit.
It's just very standardized. I mean, these things are so regulated, it's not even funny. Annually, they're looking at all the tenant files and everything.
Okay, I'm happy to support the motion.
Thank you. So there's a motion.
Thank you. And I still support it. And let me tell you where I'm kind of coming from. And I get staff's position and kind of looking at the numbers in the long term. I think I'm looking at it from the potential occupant user side. And I just know in working, and there's still a gap. I just know that there are great struggle even with the dorms at the 400. I just know that the getting to that deeper spot, really, there's a population that receives a Social Security benefit that even 5 units is going to make a tremendous difference, because I know some of those things have been just slightly out of reach. So as many of those as we can add, I think pays dividends. Again, that's just my rationale. I still second and support the motion.
Thank you. Okay, so there is a motion, there is a second. We're moving on. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? I don't believe anyone is opposed. The motion carries unanimously.
All right.
All right,
Thank you. With that, Madam Vice Mayor and Council, transitioning over to item D4. This is a brief presentation and discussion from the fire chief on Pine Haven Fire. At this time, we will transition over Dave Cochran to be able to give you a presentation and update on this.
And Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
There is no public comment, Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Chief Cochran.
To get visible and unmuted. So can you hear
There
me?
you are.
Okay? Can you hear me okay?
Very soft.
Yeah,
Yes.
turn the volume up a bit if you would, maybe.
Closer here. All right. You probably don't want to close up with me, but you're going to have to deal with it. So, is that better? Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, excellent. And Madam Clerk, can you transition to the presentation? And I'll go through this, and then I'm sure you have plenty of questions and things that you would like to offer the council. So. While we're transitioning to the presentation, I will say that I want to make clear, I'm doing this on behalf of the fire department, and certainly, you know that I'm very proud of this department and the great work that they do, but I am also very aware that it takes a village. It takes a lot of people working hard, a lot of them behind the scenes unrecognized, and I in no way want to diminish what they did. I'm also going to name names, so to speak. I want to identify some people that you can be seeing in this presentation. And again, I don't want to diminish the fact that literally hundreds of people, so we're working on this project, we're working on this fire. So just the fact that somebody doesn't get named, it should not diminish the effort that was put in. So here we are. I was going to call this a wrap-up of the Pine Haven fire, but as you'll see later on, it's not really a wrap-up. There's a lot of work to be done on this or any fire of this magnitude long-term. So it's not a wrap-up, but it's informational, and we'll get going. This fire started November 17th, approximately a couple minutes after 1 p.m., right around the Pine Haven Road, Sierra Pine Drive area. Just a point of clarification, in the same area, this is a second Pine Haven fire, not to be confused with the Collin fire. The first Pine Haven fire kind of ran up that hill. It did not affect structures. The Collin fire, of course, was the big one that everyone is aware of that burned a number of structures, over a couple dozen structures in that same area. Started about to the day, I believe, 9 years prior to this. So next slide, please. This was our immediate response. So these units all got on scene at least by early evening. Estimated 50 apparatus, over 20 apparatus from the Reno Fire Department alone. At one point, we had more personnel available to staff apparatus than we actually had apparatus available. We got mutual aid from all over the region, Northern Nevada, virtually every department in Northern Nevada. Lake Tahoe came, and then CAL FIRE, which is the single biggest department in California. They sent personnel over the hill to assist as well. And the one comment I would like to make in that regard is, and many of you have heard me say it, if we want to get help, we must be willing to extend help. And that's why we were so active during this literally historic wildfire season. We extended our resources, still protected the city of Reno, but extended our resources to California and other states. And I'd like to think we paid it forward, because in response, we got a lot of help, and it was much appreciated and it was very effective. Next slide, please. So this is just a broad outline of the affected area with the street names on it. I know many of you are familiar with that area. Some of you some of the people in this meeting live in that area. This is not the fire perimeter. I have a later slide that's going to show that, but this is a broad overview of the area that was evacuated, where power was turned off, those kind of things. So next, please. Summary of the fire. So it started, like I said, on November 17. It was 100% contained on Friday the 20th. 512 acre perimeter. And I use the word perimeter purposely because that is just the outline of the fire. Not everything within that perimeter burned, obviously. There were 5 structures lost, 24 structures damaged. To be honest, we didn't count the number saved, but there was a tremendous effort by everybody involved to save those structures, and just too many stories to tell really in terms of the effort that was put in to save homes, save property. We had a meeting, a management team meeting that I'll talk about more in a minute last night, and Rebecca in very colorful terms described what a success this was. And it wasn't perfect, it never was going to be, but it was a very successful fire in terms of property and lives saved. So I appreciate everybody that put that effort in. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's that perimeter that I'm talking about. 512 acres, almost 354 acres were City of Reno. The rest was county, and then there's some federal land up there as well, but that federal land was not impacted by the fire. You can see it was a very erratic fire. The many different directions it ran. It ran north, it ran east, it ran west, it ran south. I mean, it was everywhere, and that is part of the challenge. It's such a dynamic event. Trying to get your arms around it in any sort of meaningful way is an incredible challenge. And I'll tell you, the incident commander on this fire to start with was Chief Mark Winkleman. And Mark has just a wealth of experience, and you couldn't have picked a better person to be the first one on scene, the first one in charge of this fire. He did a tremendous job managing all these resources. And one of the things, and Mark's a great example of it, one of the advantages we have connections with all the other agencies in this area. We know them personally, we have their personal cell phones. So when we have the NDF battalion chief, the North Lake Tahoe division chief, those people come to the fire, they're people we know, and we know their capabilities, we know their resources, and it makes for a much more effective and efficient firefighting effort, frankly. So as I mentioned, Mark Winkleman was the one who started off as the incident commander, transitioned that to Operations Chief John McNamara, was the incident commander for the remainder of the fire, that being from the morning of the 18th through 100% containment, which was the evening of the 20th. Next slide, please. Just a couple comments on some of the mitigating factors. Obviously, that was a huge wind event that day, and wind is our worst enemy. I mean, some people might disagree, but based on my experience in the fire service, that's the thing that I fear the most, because we have absolutely no control over it. We can't control it, we can't mitigate it. We can try to manage our resources and what we do as effectively as possible, but there's really, Mother Nature is in control of that aspect of it. This started, like I said, about 1 o'clock, getting dark around 4:30, 5 o'clock, and that event adds another element to it, because I was up there. I got up there shortly after it started. I was up there the whole time. In fact, the other fires I mentioned, the previous Pine Haven fire, the previous Collin fire, I was on those as well. So I'm very familiar with what happens in these fires. And you get the wind shifting, and you go from good visibility to what you think is a clear understanding of what's going on to dense smoke, and you don't know if there's a car 6 feet in front of you. And you add darkness on top of that layer, and it makes for a very risky, dynamic situation. But I will add, we mitigated that, and that I'm using the royal we there, with the assistance of Public Works and RPD, who took over traffic control, kept people out of that area so we don't have random people driving through, and that makes a world of difference in our ability to effectively and safely fight fire. And then of course later that night we got the rain, and the rain was great. That helped. As the wind calmed down, we were able to get our arms around this. But it hurts a little bit too, because it adds an issue of erosion, of hazard in terms of slipping, tripping, falling, that kind of thing, especially in the dark. So those are some of the mitigating factors that we had to deal with. And at the end of the day, there was one minor injury and one, I believe, asthma type issue, but nothing, no hospitalizations, no major injuries, and certainly no loss of life. So that was tremendous. Next, please. I want to tell you a little bit about some of the ways we go above and beyond in a fire like this. So what you're seeing right here is a vintage car, and the owner of this car reached out to us. In fact, coincidentally, we had an engine go on a call to his home on an unrelated matter today, and he again expressed his gratitude for moving this car, securing it basically from the fire, behind the wheel there is firefighter Roman Hood. Pushing the vehicle is Ben Brown, Ryan Carr, Mike Worthingham, and Jonathan Bernard. And those kind of things make a huge difference in our community. The guys going above and beyond, taking that extra effort, that extra step to secure what was this gentleman's life work. And again, they thanked us. They reached out to me a week ago and again today with just praise and gratitude for what we've done here. Like I said, above and beyond just fighting fire. Next slide, please. So the young firefighter you see in this picture is Luke, and his dad, John, emailed me this picture with a story about how Luke on Friday the 20th was walking the neighborhood with his grandparents, and Engine 21, which is who you're looking at there, and Engine 21 was Bill Gentry, Nathan Goins, Mike Hanley, and Cody Purrier. They stopped, took the time to, they recognized Luke in his firefighter costume, took the time to get out, show him the engine, interact with them, and his father couldn't have been more grateful. And if I can, I'll just read the last line of the email that he sent to me. It speaks volumes about your organization that even when tired, worn out, and stressed, they still take the time to make the day of one 5-year-old walking around in firefighter costume. And I can tell you, Captain Gentry and I were hired together, and Bill is a quality individual. And Mike Hanley and Cody Purrier just got off probation. So you can see that not only do we have senior members of the department that are taking the time and effort, but the future generations of this department are picking up that baton and carrying it forward. Next slide, please. So of course, everybody's curious about the cause, and I will, spoiler alert, it's still under investigation. So I'm not going to give you an answer because I don't have an answer. I don't know where this is going to lead, but I want to tell you a little bit about what the process is that we're going through. Under the supervision, the oversight of Fire Marshal Trey Palmer, we assembled a team that is continuing to investigate this fire. They're collecting all the facts. They're being extremely thorough, detailed, and efficient in doing so. We have investigators from Reno Fire, North Lake Tahoe, the State Fire Marshal's Office, Truckee Meadows Fire, and the U.S. Forest Service, because we want all those different perspectives. We want to make sure that we don't overlook anything, that we get everybody analyzing, reanalyzing, fact-checking everything we do, so that when we come out with a report, it's going to be very thorough. It's going to include all the facts. And like I said, I don't know where it's going to land, but I can tell you that it will be efficient and it will be definitive. It will be definitive in the sense that we will have considered all the factors that need to be considered, and we will render a conclusion or conclusions based on those facts. Next slide, please. So next steps, I mentioned, like I said, that this is not a wrap-up of the fire. We're hardly at the wrap-up phase. We have 100% containment of the fire that occurred on November 20th, but now we have a number of other things we need to look at. Assessment of the fire area. Is there revegetation that needs to be done? Erosion control, those type of things. Chief Andy Ancho, working with John Flansburgh from Public Works, is evaluating that fire area. We are asking for a bid from Loomis & Associates, an engineering firm who has a lot of experience in this area. They're going to give us a bid to assess the area and let us know what needs to be done, because we want to make sure that we're doing everything by the book, taking the steps necessary to mitigate the effect of any, like I said, erosion, flood control, those type of things, so that we can rehab this area and get it back in shape, or in as good shape as possible following this fire. And then of course, we look at funding. That's always a question, who's going to pay for this? We already, you heard me in an earlier briefing while the fire was still, prior to the fire being contained, frankly, let you know that we had an FMAG approved, a fire management assistance grant that covers 75% of the cost. We had also subscribed to the wildfire protection program through NDF, and that's going to cover the remainder of the cost. They basically, for the cost of participating in that program, they basically act as our insurance company. Last week, we had a conference call with NDF and my staff to make sure that we're all on the same page and working together so that we're coordinated, we're not missing any steps on handling this going forward. It was a great call, got everybody on the same page, marching to the same drummer, and I feel really good about what we're doing going forward and handling this fire, including that fiscal impact. Next slide, please. Prevention efforts. You know, the best way to stop a fire is to make sure it never happens, right? 3 things that we're doing, and we already have these in process, but I'd like the council to know what we're working on. We got a grant for fuels mitigation in the Rosewood Canyon area. And kudos to my staff, Trey Palmer and others. They did a great job. This is a matching grant. So our match was a little over $200,000, but they basically worked out a deal where we, the city of Reno, don't have to come out of pocket with any money at all to accomplish the goals of this grant, which is the fuels mitigation, like I said, in the Rosewood Canyon area. Next spring and summer, we're going to be implementing, we already have the grant, but we're going to be implementing a green waste disposal program, which is basically the short version, allows homeowners to request a dumpster, which they fill, we deliver, and by we, I mean Waste Management, will deliver. They fill it with green waste. When they're ready, we'll come and haul it away, empty it, and bring it to the next homeowner. So that'll be going on all next spring and summer. And then a great example, we have a demonstration landscaping program. It's not a program anymore, it's complete, up at Station 7, which shows a fire-friendly, fire-resistant, attractive landscaping design at Station 7. Thanks to Claudia Hansen from the city manager's office, who got a grant for that. And we can, you know, we're leading by example. We're showing the community what you can do to help mitigate the fire risk around your own homes. And then we work very closely with the Nevada Network of Fire Adapted Communities to develop community wildfire protection programs. Mark Titus is the new director of that program, and he's looking at a statewide goal of adapting or implementing those CWPPs everywhere. And we met with him. We've already, again, had that in the works before this fire. So these are things that we were doing ahead of time, and great examples of how we're being leaders in the community to show the community what they can do to mitigate the risk of fire and to help us defend fire if they do start, because they're going to start. Most fires, by far, most of these wildland fires are human caused. So the idea of that we're going to prevent all fires, that we're never going to have another fire, that's not realistic, but there's things we can do to mitigate the effects and give our personnel the best chances possible to defend life and property in these situations. Next slide, please. If you want to help, the message I want to get out here is, please, if you have people who reach out to you who want to help, you know, should I contribute to this or that cause, make sure they vet it. The American Red Cross, we know, is solid. People have reached out to me. They want to make donations to the fire department. What I've done is direct them to some of the charities that we support. For example, the Sam Sabini Project, which I know you're all familiar with, the food basket project that we do every December. It's coming up in 2 weeks or 10 days, I guess. And so, you know, if I get those requests, I direct them to a known charity associated with the fire department. And I welcome any of you to direct them to that charity as well, or the American Red Cross, or any other charity that you're familiar with, that you know is vetted and is solid and reputable. Next, please. A quick thank you to all our regional partners. Like I said, everybody in this area, from Truckee Meadows to Sparks, all the law enforcement agencies, not just RPD, the sheriff's office was there. I mentioned CAL FIRE, North Lake Tahoe. REMSA was there for their duration. You know, it's a system. We work as a system, and it takes everybody to make something like this or bring something like this to a successful outcome. So a huge thank you to all of them. Next, please. Of course, a huge thank you to the City Council. And as part of that, I would call out City Manager Doug Thornley and Chief of Staff Dylan Shaver. You know, I know that I didn't talk to you personally during the fire, but I know they did. And Doug and Dylan found that perfect balance in terms of contacting me and getting information and making sure that you as a council had the information you needed without being overbearing or interfering with what we were doing. And from all accounts, that it worked out tremendously. I've heard positive feedback from the council. And again, my thanks to Doug and Dylan for doing such a fantastic job in helping to manage that, because information is gold, that not just for the council, for the community, and getting it out in a timely and effective fashion is critical. And I think it worked amazingly well in this fire. So thank you all. Next, please. And City of Reno staff, I mentioned at the top that we had a after action meeting with City of Reno staff, and let me circle back to communications. I mentioned how important that is. 3 of the 7 members on that meeting were involved with communication, from Richmond IT to Rebecca in neighborhood services, Dina in dispatch. It just emphasizes how important communication is. When something goes wrong on an incident like this, I would say 99% of the time, but it's not 99. It's 100% of the time, there's a communications breakdown of some sort. And our staff has done a tremendous job. In addition to Rishma, Dina, and Rebecca, John Flansburgh was on that call, Angela Foose and Chris Pingree from CD. Of course, RPD was heavily involved from beginning to end in this fire. And I made the comment, and it's 100% true, with the experience we have and us working as a group, it led to a successful outcome. By the time we got to thinking, boy, it'd be great if we had Public Works here with their barricades, they were already there waiting to be told, where do you need them? Same thing with all those other groups. They're already reaching out. Even, Chris tried to minimize the impact of CD, suggesting that they didn't fight fire, they didn't do something important. They did a critical service in terms of reaching out to the residents who had questions about, can I get back my home? My home's damaged, is it safe? His staff, Angela's staff, they were all out there handling those kind of questions. Reno Direct was another factor that came up again and again in a very positive manner. We learned, one of the lessons learned was, stand up for Reno Direct if it's not up, or if it is up, keep it stood up, because the public took advantage of that. And that's huge, to get the public the information they need, because they don't know. Heck, for a great part of the early part of the fire, we don't know, because it's so dynamic. And being able to get that information out there is, like I said, that's gold. So it's critical. Next. I'm extending a thank you to our media partners, because that is the most effective way we've found to get that message out there, whether it's social media, whether it's the news. I mentioned Reno Direct, but that's where people are getting their information, and working very closely with them. Rebecca and her team work seamlessly with this group to coordinate briefings, get the information out, and help our community understand what's going on, what's needed from them, expected of them. And I think at the end of the day, it really was a successful outcome. So I think that's the end of the presentation, and I would welcome any questions, comments, or otherwise.
All right, thank you, Chief Cochran.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah. Chief, I can't say enough about what you guys did with this process. I mean, when you compare the 2012 Column Ranch fire with this, I mean, it's a world of difference in terms of the amount of damage. You did get to start in the day instead of the night. That other fire started in the night, so it started in the night, and it was a blaze in the night down the canyon. But I'm so impressed by the change of methodology, I think, and your coordination using your incident command, and the fact that the resources came in, quickly. I think we still have some work to do there with our auto aid and deciding who's on first and who's on second in those first 15, 25 minutes, that kind of thing. But I think we're getting better. So, and at least from where I stood, I had to be one that packed up my stuff ready to evacuate. I know a number of our staff did too, in fact, your battalion chief that was running the response, at least for part of the time, lives on my street. He had to worry about his house too, not only, putting out the fire, managing the folks, but his own private property. So I just thrilled. There's a couple of things I just want to get on the record, and that is that we have a, number one, I wanted to ask you a question in 1 minute, which is, I know you don't know what started the fire, but when do you think you will know? What's a typical time to where you might come to an answer? Because I'm sure you have some competing theories. You're working on some theories, trying to get proof of one or the other. So answer that in a minute. But I just want to say before my time's over that, and I don't think I've said this in the large group, but we have to do 2 things, I think, to deal with at least 2 things to deal with these wildland urban interface fires, in addition to the fuels management, that's underway. The grant is a fantastic, that's been phenomenal. But with NV Energy, with the power lines being right there, last fire was related to the power lines and I think a Mylar balloon or something. And we, or lightning, I don't know what all the details were, but to my knowledge, NV Energy was involved. And they have a program where they will harden lines. We just aren't first in line for that program. And NV Energy, Southern Nevada is, Lake Tahoe is, but what I see is the fires are starting here. You know, and I don't know how the number of fires starting relates to the number of fires starting in Tahoe Basin. I think we'd hear more about it if there were a lot of fires starting up there. So I think that we are a place that has property that needs to be better protected with the lines. That's part of the NV Energy franchise agreement. And the second element of that is undergrounding. We're talking, continuing through that franchise agreement about how do we get more of these power lines undergrounded so they can't start fires. So I'm not saying that they're the reason this time, it just coincidentally right there at the line. I don't know what factors or sequence occurred, but to the question I actually asked you, when do you think we might know?
Okay, and thank you for that. And I won't speak to NV Energy's plans.
Right, we don't know.
Privy to those. We're continuing to investigate. We did learn some additional information, and I'll qualify, I'll put that in air quotes, maybe some additional information today. Trey briefed me on it, and I put it in air quotes because I don't know how relevant or important the information is. So we're analyzing that, and that unfortunately gives us more of an unknown. But I would say 10 days to a couple of weeks would be a reasonable estimate to evaluate that information, determine if it's relevant, and then incorporate that into the result. Now, I will tell you, I talked to the lead investigator yesterday morning, and I think he has thousands of pages of documents. So kind of getting—
What did you say?
I think the lead investigator told me he has thousands of pages of documents and information to review, which he has. I'm not saying he's got to start on that. He's already been working through that. But assembling all that information into a coherent report is going to take a little time as well. So the write-up.
One of the people that was there right when the fire started, I just want to put this into your issue resolution. He called me and he called the mayor. I was sort of the backup because I knew him too. And one of his issues was that he called in, and I'm hoping you're talking to him, but he called in and he felt that the dispatch didn't probe his information enough and we didn't get there, in his opinion, soon enough so that we could contain it from this and prevent that. That's his opinion. But, you know, I hope that I will talk to you offline about who that is and make sure. He seems to be the number one person that was there first, that might have called it in first. And so I just, you know, just some other areas of exploration to add to the 1,000 pages.
If you could provide that name offline, and I'll make sure that we have contacted that person. I will tell you that all indications are, from what I've seen, that it was less than 2 minutes, probably less than 90 seconds after it was reported. We were already en route. Chief Winkleman had reported that he was en route. I saw it come up on my phone, which is, we get an alert through Pulse Point, and before I could even react, the phone was ringing. So
it may be like by the time he called it in and by the time they transfer it, we don't know. So I'll just get you with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me move on.
Please.
Any of the council members? Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, and I know the lateness of the hour, and it's a continuing conversation, but, you know, it did occur in Ward 1 entirely. I know some people in Ward 2 were evacuated, and I have had a lot of conversations with people who are impacted, and they are very grateful. Even, you know, the extra mile, as someone said that on Saturday, one of your battalion chiefs showed up with her photo album that had fallen out of her car when she would laughed about it. And so, you know, she's very pleased. But after and we'll all be looking for the after action report to understand cause, you know, learning, responsibility. But there's just so many questions that have been raised about going forward and ongoing mitigation. I mean, I was very excited in October when we accepted the grant for the fuel mitigation and been inquiring about that during the month. But so people are wondering how that's deploying. They're giving me their ideas about how it deployed. They want to know what's been done with the fuel mitigation plan that was done after the Collin fire, which I presume we're implementing. But the point of it being an erratic fire is really something that I'm trying to get my head around, because it impacted 3 different neighborhoods, really 3 different terrain areas, and someone who survived the Collin Ranch fire near the Manzanita terminus. I had a conversation with her this summer, and she said, I'm just scared to death of the fuels along the ditch behind my house. And whoa, those burned. And, she did reach out to me, and someone reached out to her this summer when I, to help her talk about fuel mitigation there. So she was very happy that we're responding, but people really want to know what our bigger plan is for fuel mitigation on the lands that we own. They also want to understand what their responsibilities are in terms of the breaks that they have to provide. And some of these occurred outside of homeowners association areas. One homeowners association area had some of their land singed, and they have to maintain. But with the Collin fire, the Collin Ranch HOA really got to a lot of mitigation. But these areas that aren't within HOAs feel very much left on their own at the neighborhood scale, and they want to know how to, moving forward, we can make sure they're as safe as possible. But I understand from this one woman, it burns so fast compared to the Collin fire coming down, and that's got a lot of people who have been through both trying to figure out what their how much risk they are. The evacuations were very challenging, people felt. And I guess just to tell the council, I mentioned this last week, is the neighborhood advisory boards aren't meeting right now. I think we plan to, but I'd like to have a town hall with phone town hall with people to answer some of these questions. I'll just give you some of the questions that are raised. Is no one even knows what these drainages are called. Some people, we know what Rosewood is, we think, but other people, the geography there has been a question. What ditch is which, and where are the property lines, and so on. So I really do look forward to the continued conversation in this mature area that is so much at risk. Thank you.
Okay, and great. And we talked about it before, and I would love to do that town hall, and I'll speak briefly to our property versus the private property. And it's one of the things I touched on. We're working on our responsibilities through the WFPP. The other thing we're doing, which I didn't mention, is collaborating with NV Energy, because they have a statutory obligation to do mitigation up there. And they're basically hiring local jurisdictions like us to work on those mitigation projects. And part of that, it's not just to help them, it will help us. We can use their resources to mitigate fuels on our property, the city of Reno property. And then the CWPP programs, community wildfire protection programs, those are geared at private property and developing plans for what private property owners need to do, including HOAs. And that's what Mark Titus is working on a statewide level. He's going to start with kind of a broad statewide overview and literally trickle down to community by community and give them a written plan of what they need to do so that they have a clear guidance of how they can handle this going forward.
Thank you, Chief.
Certainly.
Councilwoman Jordan?
Thank you, and I'll just be brief. I know that our gratitude for the work that the firefighters did is just beyond description. I mean, I watched it from up here in Somerset and started to watch some of the hopscotching, and I thought, this is going to be the most catastrophic thing that our community has ever seen, because I just couldn't fathom how these scattered spot fires were ever going to get under control and contained. And it was just a matter of communication and coordination and training, and just, I can't thank you all enough. And it was compassionate too. I know I heard from, as Councilwoman Brecka said, some of the evacuation efforts and just the police department and them allowing people and escorting them back in to get a pet or the thing that they needed. And, in that moment, they were just petrified. The one thing I myself, and I think others can use a constant reminder of, is what that bug out bag looks like, because I think everybody had that conversation that night. In that scattered moment, I heard people that said they grabbed a stuffed animal. I think it might have been the woman that lost her house twice, that family, because you're just in that moment of complete chaos and your mind is not thinking correctly. And I know I started Googling, fire evacuation lists of, the things you need to have. So anything that we can do as we move forward to remind people when we're not in the middle of a fire situation of what that looks like. And so we can just be constantly prepared for it. Because that was something I heard from a lot of people going, what would you grab? What would you grab?
No, that's a great point. And we have that information. We have handouts with that information, but it's one of the things that you're right. And until
you don't think
the
of
fire
it.
starts, and then you think, oh boy, now where's my list?
Yeah, and you don't want to be delayed at all when you're advised to evacuate. You don't want to have that hesitation for your own safety and that of everybody working to fight the fire. So kudos, praise, just beyond praise. Just can't thank you all enough. It was really, really well done. And your communication with the media, spot on. You were factual, you were calm, you didn't raise the temperature, pun intended. During those briefings, you gave facts, and it was really, really well done. I heard that from a lot of folks too, that you just did a really calm, factual information sort of thing that people appreciated your calm in the storm. So good job to
I
you.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilman Weber.
You're muted, Councilwoman Weber.
No.
Unmute. There we go.
There you are.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you. Everything. This was really handled so professionally, and and hearing other people's comments, I really believe that we need to do something like which the county has done, and I hope that we can do the same thing. And that is that we can teach people, especially in certain areas, to get your community together, how you can evacuate, how you do it with your neighbors, with your pets. I think that we can do something online, and I appreciate the town hall that Councilmember Breckus wants to do, and I think that's a great thing. But in the meantime, there are certain areas that are fire prone. Obviously, the same area is. And so I believe that it would be wise for us to do evacuation plans for areas and educate people on, there's areas that still have junipers in their landscaping for one thing. And we all know those are the worst thing that you can have. So I think it's important that we've been through this and we continue to go through it. It's not gonna stop overnight. And we pray for everyone and for, the situation, and thank God it wasn't more. And with all the work being done, I just want to suggest that we do come together and we do make a plan, help people with plans in their own communities.
No, you're exactly right. I agree 100%. And one of the additional steps we're taking is to develop some little short 1-minute videos on those type of issues. And to reiterate Councilmember Jordan's point, it's one of those things where you just need to keep bringing it back. You can't just put it out there once and think, okay, now everybody knows, or they're all going to remember, or they have a go bag. It's one of the recurring messages that we want to bring back. And I agree with you. We need to keep getting that message out there so that people know.
Well, Chief, it would be great to have something online where just like in a neighborhood watch program, that sort of program where the neighbors all get together and they do go and they practice an evacuation in certain areas. So I think that would be a wise use of time and effort and putting that together for the city of Reno. So
absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thanks to all your staff, everyone who participated or who was involved, and it was everyone. So thank you.
It was. Thank you.
All right, any other council members? Seeing that there are none. Chief Cochran, I look forward to the incident report. I cannot tell you how grateful we all are up here, certainly for just your quick response and all the different jurisdictions coming together. That was collaboration in its finest. So I'm really grateful to Reno Fire and all the other entities that jumped right in. It was really remarkable. And I also have to say, the Reno Police Department was outstanding. They just were absolutely outstanding. They were just on point and they were communicating with the neighbors. I'm not sure, which Councilwoman Breckus is talking about, but the evacuation with all of the officers, they just did a tremendous job. Many of them worked all throughout the night. I know that, most of them did not sleep, but they were, I can't even begin to tell you, I had so many neighbors that came over and just were singing their praises, for all their assistance, and also, Reno Fire as well. So you do need to know everyone up here is grateful because my mom evacuated, my sister evacuated. And so it is a very stressful area when that happens. And I also noticed when that happens, there's so much traffic and so much going on. So there's really a lot of chaos. And the police department just did a phenomenal job of navigating a lot of that. So, and these things can move so quickly. So thank you so much. And I just want to say to our city manager, Doug Thornley, you were on the phone with me constantly. And I really appreciated that communication from you and Dylan. It was just, I don't know how you manage all of us council members, because I know when you're talking to me, then you've got to call another council member. So Doug Thornley, I want to just say thank you for you were kind and compassionate. You were calm. I wasn't so calm, but you were calm. So thank you for keeping me calm. I can't tell you enough how much that really means to me and our entire community. But I do think you're right that you really start to go, okay, what do I bring? Where should I start? And then you start to think too, this is another one, for insurance purposes, they tell you to take pictures of valuables and things like that. And I think a lot of people probably, aren't that prepared when it comes to those kinds of things. So I think that's a great suggestion from Councilwoman Jardin when it comes to really being prepared, and especially up here. And I would just say to Councilwoman Breckus, because it's your ward and I'm happy to help you as well, but, and all of the council members, in your wards, I'm sure we all have those areas that are more challenging. So I definitely would love to see the council members focus on that in their NABs, because I think it could be really beneficial. So I'm looking forward to the incident report. And I just want to say you did a tremendous job, and you should be really proud of everyone that participated. And Winkleman, he was fantastic. So, we're all really lucky that in times of need, we come together, and it was really one of those moments. And as much as it's tragic, we were lucky that we did not lose any lives. And that was, the goal here. And so, and then, by the way, we did have the family, the O'Briens, come down and light the Christmas tree. And it was just, they were so grateful and so kind. And what a family that truly has their priorities in line. Because I said, how are you doing? And she really was so grateful for you guys. But she said, you know what, she was pregnant, and I know she just had her child. So she said, this is all we care about, is having this baby and bring our family back together. So honestly, it just was very heartwarming to see a family so grateful and, understand that those priorities are really in line. So anyway, thank you so much. You just need to know that. So thank you to Reno Fire and Reno Police and Doug Thornley and Dylan, and the entire City of Reno team. Like you mentioned, John Flansburgh, we typically don't think of Public Works being right there with us, and they were. And then you had Truckee Meadows Fire, you had also entities from Lake Tahoe. And so it just really was, it was pretty outstanding to see all the collaboration. So good job.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate your comments.
All right. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on. I guess we don't have to take any motion here.
You
correct?
do not.
Let's just
That's correct,
move
Madam
on.
Mayor. You do not need to take any action on this item unless
Okay.
Chief indicates otherwise, but I feel like he has what he needs. Great. He just gave you an update. So we will transition to item D5. This is the franchise agreement discussion. We will bring over Dylan Shaver to begin the presentation, and then we will transition to Suzanne Linfonte to be able to answer questions. Additionally, Kendra Kostelecki from Waste Management is also available for questions.
Okay, fantastic. Hello, Dylan.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Dylan Shaver, Chief of Staff to the City Manager, here on the reconsideration of the Waste Management Franchise Agreement and associated amendments. You may recall this item was originally heard by this body on the 14th of October and passed. The requested reconsideration, which appeared on your October 28th agenda, that reconsideration passed, at which point staff started working with the requesting members as well as Waste Management to resolve a handful of outstanding issues. Most of those issues did not require amendments to the franchise agreement itself. 3, however, did. And I wanted to make a point of procedural clarity for you here today. There are 21 different attachments to this staff report that are all uploaded. The most recent agreed upon amendments between the city and Waste Management are attachment letter U. Those were originally sent to council on the 10th of November, and I do not believe have changed since. I bring that up for clarity because since this is a reconsideration, the staff report as you see it is the exact staff report you saw. So when should you make a motion, the motion staff would seek at this time would be to approve staff recommendations, including the amendments as referenced in item U there. After those amendments were derived, again sent to council on the 10th of November, which just wasn't enough time before your meeting on November 12th, the city manager pulled it from that agenda, and we have brought it back before you today. To get into the specifics, we have Suzanne Linfonte here, who will walk through what the amendments actually are, what the outstanding issues were at the time, and how we brought this back to you this time. Thank you again.
All right, thank you so much, Dylan. I really appreciate it. Let me just give some context here. There were some items on there that we kind of needed to work through. I want to really thank Councilwoman Dewar and her tremendous work. I mean, just going over this contract over and over. And I think she was incredibly successful sitting down with Waste Management and Kendra and Suzanne. I mean, you really did a great job, Naomi. I hope you're proud of it, that we've got a lot of things in the contract that weren't in there. So I look at this as a success, and Councilwoman Dewar, you should look at this as a success, because she's kind of one of those people that you might not know about this, but she just doesn't want to let anything go until it's 100% what she wants. Now, sometimes we don't get there all the time, but I think you need to understand, Councilwoman Dewar, your participation in this was very, very successful and made the contract better for all the reasons and the dedication and time you put into this. So you need to know that. So, okay.
It's not about me and 100% what I want. I appreciate that. It's more about just trying to do it for our residents. That's all. But thank you.
Well, it's just nice to know, because we were on several meetings and really hashed it out and wanted to make the contract better. And so I think it's important that the community knows, because of that participation, it's much better. Just, you know, taking extra time. And so I want to thank the council for allowing us to do that. I think that's really important as well. So I want to say I appreciate all of you. So thank you. Okay.
Well, and I'm just going to add, I appreciate especially Doug getting involved personally. You know, I hated to even talk about some of these things with him because they're so minor, and some people would consider minor. And then the work that Dylan and Suzanne did, and then you joining me, Madam Mayor, made all the difference.
Oh, very sweet. Well, you made all the difference too, so I'm grateful. Okay, with that being said, any other discussion on this? Okay, can I get a motion, please?
Well, Madam Mayor, I just, I know they wanted to do a presentation, but I just thought I would just highlight what got fixed, what's still to be done, and it'll be done through a different process, if that works. Okay.
Okay, yeah, that would be great. And then we probably don't need a presentation. So
Right.
go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar, take
Okay.
it away.
All right, the big picture issues, we start with Collin Ranch and Bear Cans. So Waste Management agreed to replace the 7 bear cans that are in the Collin Ranch part of Reno. They're kind of broken and not working, and they recognize that, and they're not using that contractor anymore, but they're going to replace them for free, which is very much appreciated. It's emblematic of the willingness that Waste Management brought to this process to fix stuff. Another issue in Collin Ranch was the hours, and it really was an issue throughout the city. So Waste Management agreed to change a contract to pick up trash and I believe recycling no earlier than 7 a.m. And they're making that change in the contract. And I think that will help everyone, especially there at Collin Ranch, getting their garbage cans out in time. Everybody wants to get their stuff out in time and not put it out too early, sometimes the night before the bears can get to it. So very grateful for that. Roll-off boxes. So initially Waste Management had agreed to assign roll-off boxes to various council members to do a clean and green program. Ultimately that had been changed to sort of roll-off boxes or dumpsters, if you will, that would be sort of in the city pool and sort of divvied out at different times. But we all agreed that it'd be better for the council members to have some control over when they do those clean and green cleanups on a time that works for them and their residents. And if they want to contribute some over to the central city, well, that works too. And it was important to my residents, and I think others, that it be clear in this contract that there's no obligation for a transfer station, that's a separate entity. There's no commitment for or against, and it's not required to fulfill the contract. But we understand they may come forward at some point with one, and it's just an independent process, and it's not tied to the contract in any way, and there's clarity about that. We also did some things that are not in the contract, and that is we got the auditor involved because I was very curious about why our use of the transfer station had gone up so dramatically and was so much higher than what was initially contemplated back in 2012. And it really had. I mean, it was like quadruple what we had contemplated, and that was a key issue. And what's surprising, it was quadruple in 2019. But in 2020, the year we're just finishing out, it's half of what it was in 2019. So we had theories that maybe it had to do with homeless cleanups, or maybe it had to do with, COVID something, but really COVID something reduced the amount of trash. But what's important is getting an answer to why. And so we've engaged the auditor and asked her to do an assessment, work with Waste Management on the transfer station, understand who is bringing trash on the city's behalf. Do they have authorization? Has it been weighed in properly? How is it accounted for? So we have good numbers going forward. Because in exchange for the extra trash that we have been sending to the transfer station, we have agreed in the contract, this had already been approved by council, to an increase in the rate of return. They showed us that the rate of return was down around 5%. It's authorized to go to 8%. We're further authorizing it to go to 10%. They don't think they're going to get there for a long time. I think it's something that needs to be looked at over time. And so when we come back together in 2 years, it's not a reopener, but it's a review. We should look at that and see what's going on with the rate of return, what's going on with the fees, how does that offset to monies that they have waived or forgiven for us. There's a couple of things that aren't solved. And one of those is this use of private roads. There had been a claim made against Waste Management that they had damaged 2 private roads or 1 private road. And it went to their insurance company. The insurance company said, no, that wasn't Waste Management's fault. It could have gone through a legal process. It stopped right there as far as I know, but it's still an issue. And at this time, since August, those residents, which are on 2 streets in the near the Collin Ranch area in Ward 1, have not had regular Waste Management pickup. They've had to drag their cans to an alleyway or to a main street. Luckily, Waste Management is not charging them anything extra at this time, but it's still an outstanding issue. And so I had worked really hard trying to see if we could beef up our ombudsman requirements that are specified in the contract so that it would be a mutually agreed upon ombudsperson. And if you have an issue like this or any other issues that are somewhat intractable, that you would have a process to go through, and it would ultimately, if you couldn't resolve it, it would come to council, because these people have spent a lot of time spinning with Waste Management. They don't feel resolved. Waste Management's, not exactly resolved either. Our manager has offered to continue working on this issue with me. Waste Management's made that commitment. So I wanted to make sure we said this orally, that we know that this is on the to-do list. It's not done. In case any of those residents are listening, we know that you're not happy, but we are still trying to figure out how to address this, because the proposal from Waste Management would be precedent setting and would affect every resident, potentially many residents in our city. And I don't think that's a right answer either. And then hazardous waste have been brought up, that they were to do hazardous waste. They're contracting with a private entity. There's questions about whether that contract's fulfilled, whether they've started. Are they starting January 1? This is something Kendra should probably speak to. One of the things I asked for is that we all be allowed to not just have one visit to the hazardous waste contractor a year, but maybe 4 quarterly, when people are cleaning stuff out, which should get to the hazardous waste person collection as soon as possible. Right now it sits at 1. I'm still going to be pushing for 4. And then finally, we just talked about not only getting the auditor involved, but having enhanced reporting. It's not a change to the contract, but they're going to do more assertive reporting, marry it up with the complaints that come into the city through Reno Direct. Suzanne, it sounds like, or whoever will make a presentation to us and tell us sort of like what we asked from RTC. In other words, keep us up to date. What's going on, what's out there. So there's only like 2 or 3 pages of amendments in the contract, but they're critical. And I'm really pleased with where we ended up. I'm always unhappy if we didn't solve every single problem. I'd hope to at least put a process forward with the ombudsperson actually in the contract, but we're gonna have to wait on that because it's just not ready to go. So with that, Madam Mayor, I would recommend, I know people will probably have questions, but I would recommend approval of the contract with the amendments.
Second.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion and a second. Is that Councilman Weber, did you want to weigh in? Or are you just seconding? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I spent a lot of time in the earlier part of the year on these revisions, and when they came forward, I didn't support them. And I appreciate my colleagues going in and reconsidering, and I'm happy the call-in component was solved, but I have to look at it on balance and the ability to increase their rate of return and not solving this rather arbitrary power that they have to just say, oh, you're a problem for me to pick up. Oh, you're a 40-year-old house on a 40-year-old street, but you're a problem. I mean, come on. Waste Management is picking up cobblestone, receptacles on, 19th, 18th century cobblestone streets in Boston in the morning. I mean, come on. No. And number 2 is the hazardous, which I have spent a little bit more time on since the summer, is, Councilmember Dewar can say, well, I want 4 a year. I want the service, because the service is not in place. I keep hearing it's in place, it's not in place. I've even tried to reach the provider themselves. They are getting off the hook big time on providing this. And we've got hazardous materials just going over to Lockwood, which may be okay. That's the world that we're operating in. Raises questions about their compliance with solid waste federal laws. But anyway, on balance, I still cannot support it. Appreciate the mayor and Councilmember Dewar moving the ball a little forward, but we're letting this franchisee off a bit, in my mind, with an increased rate of return that isn't justified. So I'll be voting against it again. Thank you.
Good, thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Thanks so much. Okay. Moving along, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, with that, transitioning to item E1, this is an ordinance introduction. I will send it over to the city attorney to read.
Madam Clerk, ordinance introduction, bill number 7164, ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code, Title 12, Chapter 12.16, Sewer Service, Section 12.16.1010, definitions to modify the definition of rooming house by removing the term dormitory in section 12.16.130 industrial commercial discharger by adding a category to the table as to the Nevada system of higher education dormitories, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith. Thank you.
Move to refer in for a second reading.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Okay, moving right along, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, transitioning to item G11, this is appointment to the Recreation and Parks Commission. Councilmember Weber is the liaison to this board.
Okay, Councilwoman Weber, take it away. Oh, you're on mute, sorry.
There we go. It's a little more, it's changed since I started doing this. Never mind. Thank you. I'd like to ask for reappointment for Michael Ginsberg and a reappointment of David Pritchett, and then appointing Austin Youngblood.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
As was
Okay,
noted
Madam
with,
Clerk.
with approval of the agenda, noted item G12 will be back at a future meeting at the request of the council member. Moving to item H1, this is update from council on boards and commissions.
Building Enterprise Fund, we're skipping that, sounds like.
We
And
are.
that,
Councilmember Doers requested that to come back at a later date.
On the, when I'm gonna do the NABs at our January meeting, it's the next meeting.
okay,
Yeah, it was pulled off the agenda at the beginning.
okay. I was just, why did I think Councilman Breckus was on this?
She used to
was
be
at
the
one time.
liaison.
Oh, you used to be, okay, so, Councilwoman Doer, that's, okay.
Yeah,
All
I've
right.
made some appointments already and I look forward to making more.
Okay, thank you. Back at you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item H1, updates for boards and commissions from council members.
All right, any updates? Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. That will be very brief. I'm super excited. It's been a couple really good weeks in a row at CHAB with the joint meeting with the Nevada Cares Campus and then the CHAB meeting. It was unanimous support to move forward with a safe camp at the Nevada Cares Campus. Now, we're very excited about that. There's still a lot of details to work out, engaging stakeholders about the best way to move forward with that and the funding and all of the regional partners that are going to help us to make that happen. But it was nice to see all of the regional representatives on CHAB united in their desire to have a safe camp for those experiencing homelessness in tents and also to help us with the cleanup efforts along the river and in our parks and in downtown. I think I also think, and while the police have concerns about, they're already very loaded calls for service with regards to this population, we understand that their calls for service all over the city are tremendous, and having a centralized location with management and security for those living in tents as well, not getting constantly rousted out of where their home is and having to gather their few things and leave stuff behind as well is, I think, going to be very securing for them too. It's not going to solve everything. There'll be some that still don't want to participate in that, but I'm encouraged. I'm thankful for our police departments moving forward with this regionally, and I'm thankful for Doug, your leadership on this. And others that, this is going to be a pilot program. We don't know that it's going to work or how well it will work or how effective it will be, but we do understand that doing nothing with regards to this isn't helpful either. So I'm encouraged, I'm excited. Those things will come back to us and our individual bodies to discuss the funding and the best way to move forward, but we're pretty darned excited about that. Thank you.
Okay. All right, anyone else with any updates? Okay, that being said, Madam Clerk, right back at you.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no 6 p.m. hearings. Transitioning to item J1, which is general public comment. This item is reserved for general public comment, not for items on our agenda or for comments that were received after 4 p.m. yesterday. It should be noted we received comments from Tracy Etzel, Brian Colpin, Armando Rodriguez, Mike Kenny, Jake McNeil, Gary Benedict, Troy Miller, Lisa Daly, Richard Fowler, Robin Palmer, and Brian Thornton. These are on various items. The majority of them are on item C4, which was previously adopted by council. If it should be noted, these have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. With that, Madam Mayor, we would be looking for adjournment from council, and then we will transition into the redevelopment agency.
So moved.
All right, I have a motion. I second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Right back, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Opening up roll call for the redevelopment agency. Breckus? Still present. Dewar? Delgado?
Here.
Thank you. Weber?
Here.
Jordan?
Here.
Reese?
Here.
Chivy?
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum for the redevelopment agency. Should be noted there's no general public comment for this agency item. We're looking for approval of your agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, items L4, L5, and L6 all relate to items that were taken and approved on consent of the council agenda. So I will look to the attorneys, but I believe that you can take these all with one motion as they've
Move
already
to
been
affirm.
approved.
Okay, I'm going to ask our city attorney. I see him right there, Carl Hall.
He's shaking his head, nodding his head in agreement.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
So I had a motion from Councilman Reese and a second from Vice Mayor Weber. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. As we've already done updates for boards and commissions, I don't believe council has anything pertinent to redevelopment updates specifically. Nope, we have no general public comment. We're looking for motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those
Aye.
opposed. Motion carries. That one, I love it because everyone is on the same page with that motion. All right, well, at least see, no one can ever say that we don't see eye to eye on anything, right? You can always find some way to see eye to eye on something. So there you go. So it's there's some consensus for you. All right, thanks so much.
Happy
Have a-
holidays to all. Happy Hanukkah
Oh,
tomorrow
that's
night.
right. I won't see
All
you
sorts
again.
of stuff.
Happy holidays, everyone. Have a
Happy
wonderful,
holidays.
wonderful.
And we're gonna have
Nice
a
seeing you,
Hanukkah.
Carl.